Chapter 940. It seems like the fated Fate Pearl is the legendary supreme opportunity. Otherwise, how could it be so powerful? Little Sovereign's voice came from the sword. His tone was complicated. Supreme opportunity? Zhou Xuanji instinctively shook his head. He already felt that the supreme legendary sword system was a sovereign serendipity, so how could the fated pearl be the same? There were a total of 3 great supreme opportunities, and he monopolized 2 of them? Impossible. Seeing how decisive Zhou Xuanji was, Little Sovereign continued, to be honest, apart from this, I really haven't heard of a treasure stronger than the fated encounter pearl. These words came from the bottom of his heart. Zhou Xuanji said helplessly, aren't you just the 3 courts great sovereign at most? How much do you know about the boundless universe? Little Sovereign choked. He suddenly realized that what Zhou Xuanji said made sense. Indeed, his knowledge of the boundless universe was not much. Under the illumination of the fated Fate Pearl, Zhou Xuanji felt less and less pressure. He could not help but lie on the ground and began to pant. The supreme godly power in the Tianxia map surged into his meridians like an endless river, nourishing his physical body. The absolute invasion body absorbed it perfectly, causing his condition to recover rapidly. He was pleasantly surprised to find that his invading immortal body seemed to have become stronger again. The terrifying pressure squeezed the body, which could temper it. He suddenly had a bold idea. That was to cultivate his physical body here. It had been a long time since he had worked on his physical body. Instead, he had focused on refining his cultivation and soul. Now might be an opportunity. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and stopped thinking about how to escape. He stood up and put away the fated bead. The terrifying pressure that felt like the sky was collapsing came from all directions, and he almost fell down again. He used the sword fusion technique to forcibly stabilize his body. Whoosh, he panted heavily, his body trembling. He began to take a horse stance. This primitive yet effective method of tempering was the best method for him right now. And so, Zhou Xuanji focused on tempering his body. In this place, he wasn't worried that supreme incipient God realm experts would find him. When he was tired, he would take out the fated Fate Pearl to resist the pressure. He could also return to the Kunlun Origin Court and the True Su Court realm. Time flew by. 1,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. The first superstar competition between the Kunlun Origin Court and the True Su Court had officially begun. Zhou Xuanji opened up a void between the 2 worlds and created an arena for the Saint competition. At the same time, he cast a spell so that everyone in the 2 worlds could watch the superstar competition with their eyes closed. The superstar competition this time was unprecedentedly lively. All the living beings were rejoicing, and at the same time, they revered the mighty power of the Sword Emperor. As far as the living beings of the 2 worlds knew, this was the first time the 2 worlds had interacted. In this superstar competition alone, the Sword Emperor's name will go down in history. That's not all. I feel like he's the strongest supreme being. Do you know how old the Sword Emperor is? Since ancient times, all geniuses have been overshadowed in front of the Sword Emperor, including those supremes. No words of praise are sufficient to praise the Sword Emperor. Who will be the most dazzling genius in this superstar competition? I blindly guessed the son of the supremacy, Zhou Tanhua. All living beings in the 2 worlds were in heated discussion. Among them, Zhou Tanhua's name was the most resounding. In the Kunlun Origin Court, everyone knew of him. Then, he came to the True Su Court and proved his strength to everyone here. He was a true genius. He had perfectly inherited the aptitude of the Sword Emperor. Now that Zhou Tanhua was representing the True Su Court, the Kunlun Origin Court was very dissatisfied, but it couldn't change anything. The living beings of Kunlun were just afraid that Zhou Xuanji would favor the True Su Court in the future. After all, the 2 supremes of the True Su Court were the Sword Emperor's women. The superstar competition hadn't changed much from previous competitions. After all, the purpose of the competition was to enliven the atmosphere of the 2 worlds and bring them closer together. Naturally, it wouldn't be a life and death competition. After Zhou Xuanji finished explaining the rules, the superstar competition officially began. Next, he returned to the outside world and continued to temper his body. After 1,000 years, his body had reached an extremely terrifying level. He felt that he could blow up the great sovereigns of the three courts with a single punch, destroying both their body and soul. This wasn't arrogance. It was really amazing. Although the pressure here was great, it contained some kind of miraculous effect. It could constantly strengthen his physique, and the speed at which it grew stronger was constantly increasing. Zhou Xuanji was training his sword under the pressure while looking at the giant door. He was very curious about what was inside. Could it be that it leads to another world? Zhou Xuanji didn't push it. He had a hunch that it might be difficult to come back after leaving. Although it was very dangerous here, it was also a great opportunity. I won't go out until I have the power to protect myself. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and murmured. The faces of Gu Tianlin, Shen Nianxing, and Supreme Incipient God flashed before his eyes. His will became even firmer. In the vast gray mist, Gu Tianlin and the chunky old man stood on the boat, vigilantly looking around. Is that thing still there? Gu Tianlin asked in a deep voice. The chunky old man took a deep breath and said, I'm not sure. I can no longer track his whereabouts. Gu Tianlin's face immediately turned ugly when he heard this. Ever since they escaped from Iceland, they had been followed by a mysterious existence. From time to time, they would be attacked. But after so long, they still couldn't see through the other party's true face. It's okay. We will reach our destination soon. With Master here, no matter how strong they won't dare to mess around, the chunky old man said softly. The short and fat old man said softly, but the fear in his eyes did not dissipate. Gu Tianlin sat down cross-legged and coldly harumphed as he said, I don't know if Zhou Xuanji is dead or not. I feel like he's still alive. When mentioning Zhou Xuanji, he felt quite angry. After spending so much time, he was still unable to personally kill Zhou Xuanji. Despicable. He shouldn't be dead, he has great luck, the chunky old man replied. This was his intuition. There was something that he did not say. He saw the shadow of Gu Juejiao in Zhou Xuanji. Back then, when he had first met Gu Juejiao's demeanor was very similar to Zhou Xuanji's. If Gu Tianlin knew about this evaluation, he would definitely go berserk. In Gu Tianlin's heart, his father was incomparable and even more powerful than the ancient sovereign three heavens. Great luck? Humph. Gu Tianlin said disdainfully. That boy is alone in the end, he won't be able to go for long. The chunky old man smiled but did not say anything, allowing Gu Tianlin to belittle Zhou Xuanji. A brilliant light appeared ahead, like the other side of the world, divine and dazzling. Swish. The sound of the air being torn came from behind, and the chunky old man instinctively turned and slapped out with his palm. There was a loud bang. His right palm struck empty air, but their boat directly exploded. Gu Tianlin flew up and directly removed the seal, and his aura continuously grew. Kiki, Gu Tianlin. I'm going to kill you in front of your father. A sinister laugh sounded throughout this world, and before Gu Tianlin could react, a withered claw pierced through his chest. Chapter 941. How dare you? When the short and fat old man saw that Gu Tianlin had been injured, he was furious. He was so furious that he wanted to tear Gu Tianlin apart. There was no one behind Gu Tianlin, but the withered claw on his chest was real. What is it? Gu Tianlin looked back in horror and found that there was no one behind him. His heart thumped wildly, and he hurriedly unleashed his supreme god force to teleport away. But when he reappeared, the withered claw was still hanging from his chest. Withered claw suddenly turned around, and its 5 sharp nails pierced into his flesh, absorbing his supreme god force. Gu Tianlin grabbed the withered claw and tried to pull it out, but he was unable to do so. He began to pull with all his might, but no matter how hard he tried, the withered claw seemed to be connected to his body, and he could not pull it off. The short and stout elder came in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Don't move." As he spoke, the short and stout old man stretched out his hand and tapped the withered claw. A series of black halos emerged from his right hand, and like phantoms, they drilled into the withered claw. In an instant, the withered claw shattered and scattered with the wind. "Let's go," the short and stout old man shouted in a deep voice. He grabbed Gu Tianlin's shoulder and casually threw him. Gu Tianlin was directly flung away and quickly disappeared into the strong light at the end of the world. Then, the short and fat old man turned around, his white hair fluttering in the wind. His eyes were sharp and his appearance was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In front of the mysterious gate, Zhou Xuanji's body moved about as he practiced his sword on the white jade ground. Every time he appeared, he would leave behind a series of afterimages, creating a majestic sight. His posture resembled that of a white crane, and it was the first sword technique he had learned. White crane sword technique. This sword technique was simple, but every time Zhou Xuanji trained, he would choose the white crane sword technique. The Great Tao was the simplest. A simple sword technique could always temper one's Tao heart. Now, Zhou Xuanji could already adapt to the pressure here. But he didn't think it was enough. He wanted to see if he could break through the space with his body. As for the giant door, he would open it last. What if there were unimaginable dangers hidden inside? Zhou Xuanji did not want to take any more risks. The Kunlun origin court was in the depths of his soul anyway, so he did not have to worry about anything. "Brat, what kind of height has your fleshly body reached? I'm very curious. I really hope that a strong opponent will jump out at this time." Little Sovereign's voice came from the little supreme sword in a mocking tone. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and smiled, "Me too." Apart from the passage between the two worlds, he had never stayed in one place for such a long time. He was very confident and looked forward to his own strength. He continued to practice with his sword. After practicing the white crane sword technique 100,000 times, Zhou Xuanji finally rested. He laid on the ground. The fated fate pearl flew out and covered him, allowing him to relax. He looked at the fated pearl with a solemn expression. Right now, he still couldn't control the fated pearl. However, when he wanted the fated fate pearl to appear, it would appear. When he calmed down, this feeling was so terrible that it made him shudder. Little Sovereign's soul body floated out and looked at the fated fate pearl, but he only took a glance. "Stop looking. Have you forgotten what happened before?" Little Sovereign reminded. They were once obsessed with the fated fate pearl, and every time he recalled it, he would feel a lingering fear. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, "Don't worry, I know. The current him wouldn't fall for it so easily." He noticed that the color of the fated fate pearl had changed. Its surface was crystal clear and glowing red. But inside, silver and purple flashed from time to time. It looked very dazzling. "What the hell are you?" Zhou Xuanji murmured. Even though he was already very strong, he still couldn't see through the fated fate pearl. At this moment, the majestic fog and clouds in the sky began to roll faster and faster, forming a huge vortex. He fixed his eyes on it and suddenly sat up. Little Sovereign also raised his head. His expression changed drastically. "No way, I jinxed it," Little Sovereign muttered with a confused look. Little Sovereign muttered with a confused look on his face. Since when did his mouth become so smelly? As soon as he spoke, enemies came. The two fixed their eyes on it and saw a stone man floating in the vortex. It was 100 feet tall. It was a divine general wearing armor. Even though it was just a stone statue, it looked extremely majestic. It was holding a long spear in its hand, looking down at Zhou Xuanji and Little Sovereign. "Who are you? Tell me your name." Little Sovereign shouted in a loud voice. His voice shook the sky. The stone man didn't answer. Instead, he raised his spear and thrust it down. Boom! A strong gust of wind descended from the sky, almost making Zhou Xuanji lie down again. If it was before, he definitely wouldn't be able to resist it. But now, his whole body was tense. Instead, he stood up against the strong wind. The clouds and mist were swept away, turning into all kinds of shocking shapes. Zhou Xuanji slashed at the sky with the lesser supreme sword in his hand. A silver sword chi soared up, breaking the sky and slammed into the stone man head-on. An invisible aura shield wrapped around the stone man, blocking Zhou Xuanji's sword chi. Zhou Xuanji flew up, broke through the aura shield, and slammed his shoulder into the stone man's abdomen. A loud bang resounded. The stone man shattered instantly, turning into a white mist. Little Sovereign was dumbfounded. The moment Zhou Xuanji jumped up, he felt that his soul was about to explode. How strong is this kid's body? Zhou Xuanji didn't relax. He turned around and charged again. Boom! Just as the stone man appeared, it was smashed by Zhou Xuanji again. Zhou Xuanji began to charge back and forth. Every time the stone man recovered, he would smash it. The cycle repeated. The stone man's aura grew weaker and weaker. In the end, it completely disappeared, no longer existing. Zhou Xuanji returned to the ground. He was shocked to find that the fated pearl was still high up in the sky. It was absorbing the powder left by the stone man. Could it be that this stone man is also formed by some kind of power? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. According to his guess, the fated pearl could absorb all kinds of power. Especially when a powerful force appeared, it would automatically appear. Little Sovereign rubbed his chin and said, "It should be." But this stone man came too suddenly. Will there be more danger later? Just as he finished speaking, the sound of footsteps came from all directions. The two turned around and saw that the sound came from the clouds. It was as if thousands of troops and horses were approaching. It can't be. Little Sovereign stuttered. Before he could finish speaking, hundreds of feet tall stone men stepped out of the clouds and mist from all directions. All of them were holding long spears in their hands. Their target was Zhou Xuanji and him. Zhou Xuanji's expression also turned solemn. He wasn't afraid of one stone man. But if there were tens of thousands or even more, how could he win? The stone men were still very strong. He had crashed into them so many times before he completely destroyed them. Why don't we run away? Little Sovereign suggested. His eyelids twitched wildly as he looked around. There were at least 100,000 of them. If they swarmed at him, no matter how strong Zhou Xuanji's body was, he would be blown up. Zhou Xuanji immediately turned around and arrived in front of the giant door. He pressed his hands on the door and began to push. Boom! 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 The stone men rushed toward Zhou Xuanji with unstoppable momentum. The ground shook violently. Chapter 942. Rumble. Under Zhou Xuanji's full push, the giant gate slowly opened. It was as though two giant mountains of creation were being moved, shaking the heavens and the earth. Legendary swords appeared behind him as he cast the primordial chaos sword shadow with his back facing the stoneman army. The legendary swords trembled in unison as countless sword shadows swept out like a torrent. A deafening explosion resounded. The stone men were swept away, but more and more stone men rushed over. The fastest stoneman arrived behind Zhou Xuanji. He raised his hand and grabbed Zhou Xuanji's shoulder, wanting to throw him out. Zhou Xuanji's battle physique erupted as the sovereign divine energy in his body compressed and exploded. The stoneman was directly blasted into pieces, turning into a mist of powder and dissipating. Next, the stone men rushed over one after another with unstoppable momentum. The primordial chaos sword shadow shot out one after another. Unfortunately, no matter how violent the sword river was, it couldn't stop the stoneman army's offensive. Bang! Zhou Xuanji felt a heavy blow on the back of his head. He almost fainted. The door moved forward a lot, but this distance was nothing compared to the entire door. He could only grit his teeth and push with all his might. No matter how many attacks were coming from behind him, he still had to keep moving forward. Can you do it? Little Sovereign cried out anxiously. Looking at the expressionless but unusually crazy stone men, he was scared out of his wits. In the Kunlun Origin Court, he could still be a sovereign with a calm demeanor. But in the endless universe, he was weak. Especially in such a mysterious place. There were countless dangers. He couldn't even see through the mysteries of it. Zhou Xuanji wanted to scold him, but now wasn't the time for idle chatter. All the legendary swords drilled into his body as he cast the sword fusion technique again. Even the myriad flower origin quartz sword was fused by him. Unprecedented power filled his body. Before, he didn't dare to fuse the holy ghost cursed sword. He had tried it before and his body almost exploded. After such a long period of tempering, the strength of his body had reached a new height. Under his explosive power, the giant gate opened faster and faster. His back suffered heavy blows one after another. He was in extreme pain. "Open for me," he roared furiously. His legs began kicking wildly as he started running. Rumble. The massive door opened quickly, and a powerful light shone on Zhou Xuanji's body. Even though he was a great supreme of the four courts, he still couldn't withstand the intense light. He subconsciously closed his eyes, and his body plunged into the light. Those stone men swarmed forward and followed closely behind, but they were all drowned in the strong light. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes. Suddenly, he staggered and almost fell. The commotion behind him stopped abruptly. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a boundless prairie. Countless cows and sheep were eating grass. The sky was very high and very blue. A gentle breeze blew, making people feel refreshed. Zhou Xuanji frowned with a strange expression. What is this place? It had been a long time since he had seen such scenery. They usually appeared in the mortal world, and it was very difficult to find them outside of the boundless world. Little Sovereign emerged from the sword and scanned the surroundings. He muttered, "The aura here is still harmonious. There must be something fishy." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He also felt that there might be danger here. At the very least, it wasn't as simple as it appeared to the naked eye. He stepped forward and scanned the area with his divine will. Soon, he was moved. This was because no matter how much his spiritual force expanded, it could not reach the end. This place was truly boundless. "I can't tear apart time and space," Zhou Xuanji whispered. Zhou Xuanji said in a low voice. The space here was even sturdier than outside the giant door. From the looks of it, this picturesque world was actually a cage. Zhou Xuanji leaped up and moved forward at full speed. However, it was as if he had entered a maze. No matter how fast he moved, he couldn't find the exit. The vast prairie and the blue sky made him feel like he was going in circles. But the number of cows and sheep on the prairie told him that he wasn't in the same place. "It's over, what should we do?" Little Sovereign asked in a panic. He looked vigilant, fearing that an enemy would suddenly jump out. Zhou Xuanji said softly, "Let's wait. The test outside the gate is to push open the giant gate. And here, there must be a place leading to the next level." Little Sovereign nodded. He felt that Zhou Xuanji was right. They began searching for this place. They searched for half a year. After half a year, Zhou Xuanji, sitting on the grass, cursed, "Forget it. There is no exit at all." Little Sovereign was also very angry, but he tried to stay calm. At first, he was even more flustered than Zhou Xuanji. But after all, he had lived for countless years. He understood that he had to stay calm at this time. "Since you can't find the exit, it might be a test of your mind," Little Sovereign muttered. Little Sovereign pondered and said, "Maybe when you reach a certain state, you can directly jump out." In his life, he had encountered countless opportunities. In the end, the rules were actually the same. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and sat on the grass, thinking carefully. "You have to think about how you came in," Little Sovereign said meaningfully. He didn't point it out. First, he wasn't clear about it. Second, he didn't want to mislead Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji's comprehension ability was better than his. He believed in Zhou Xuanji. "I have to go out the way I came in," Zhou Xuanji's eyes flickered. He suddenly thought of the speed he used to escape. The speed that even a supreme incipient god couldn't catch up with. It was beyond the definition of speed. Is he going to leave in that state? He called the fated pearl, and it immediately flew out from the top of his head. Looking at the fated pearl, Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. He couldn't directly command the fated pearl. Right now, he could at most summon the fated pearl. He couldn't even find the secret to controlling the fated pearl freely. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Little Sovereign didn't disturb him. He relaxed his body and mind and began to seriously enjoy the scenery. In the gray domain, Supreme Incipient God was meditating. She was holding a jade book in her hand, carefully reading it. Shen Nianqing suddenly appeared beside her and coldly said, "Bitch. What did you do to Zhou Xuanji?" Thousands of years had passed. Shen Nianqing couldn't find Zhou Xuanji at all. She couldn't even deduce his fate. She was very flustered. She had placed great expectations on Zhou Xuanji. "I am also looking for him," said Supreme Incipient God without raising his eyes. His tone was calm, which made Shen Nianqing even angrier. She asked in a deep voice, "If you hadn't chased him, would he have disappeared?" Sovereign Heaven has already controlled a quarter of the known domains. He is fighting with the ancient geniuses. And Hunyuan Heaven has opened up a great sage land and recruited countless disciples. The situation is unimaginable. If he continues to delay, there will be no place for him to stand in the endless universe. Supreme Incipient God's expression remained unchanged. It seemed that the jade book was extremely attractive to her. Shen Nianqing became even more furious. She raised her right palm, preparing to attack. Hongmang Heaven has comprehended the godly state, Supreme Incipient God suddenly said. Shen Nianqing was stunned. Godly state, how is this possible? Her eyes widened in panic. Chapter 943. Delirious state. How is this possible? He's just a supreme of the four courts. Shen Nianqing muttered to herself in confusion. She couldn't believe this fact. Supreme Incipient God Realm answered, "I also think it's impossible. But he used the ethereal state to escape from me." Mentioning this, Supreme Incipient God had a gleam of fear in his eyes. She had always been curious about what serendipity Zhou Xuanji had obtained. Unfortunately, no matter how she flipped through countless books, she was still unable to find a corresponding treasure. There's only one way. Supreme opportunity. The three great paragons' opportunities were just an illusory legend. After ancient times, there were no more paragons' opportunities. If a supreme opportunity appeared, it would definitely be earth-shattering. Shen Nianqing fell into a panic. She said to herself, if he really learns the state of spirit absence, then he already has the qualifications to step into that realm. I won't be able to control him. The more she thought about it, the more flustered she became. She immediately turned around and prepared to leave. He doesn't belong to you. You should find another way to atone for your sins. You shouldn't waste your time, said Supreme Incipient God meaningfully. Shen Nianqing's footsteps paused. She hesitated for a moment before leaving. Supreme Incipient God Realm shook his head and said gloomily, "What do you want after all, under the blue sky, on the grassland?" Zhou Xuanji sat on the ground and looked up at the fate pearl above his head. He kept chanting the ancestral voice. He had been chanting it for dozens of years, but it had no effect. However, he did not give up. Instead, he immersed himself in it. Little Sovereign would pop up from time to check on his condition. Compared to him, Little Sovereign was much more at ease. He didn't have any pressure and spent most of his time sleeping. That speed, that state, Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He had already formed an obsession. He must master that speed state. As his obsession deepened, the fated fate pearl also transformed. Its interior gradually turned silvery blue, and there were many faint twinkling starlight. It was extremely resplendent. Another period of time passed. A ray of light shot out from the fated fate pearl, and Zhou Xuanji immediately shut up. He focused his gaze and his pupils dilated. "That is," Zhou Xuanji mumbled with a grave expression. There was a face in the depths of the faded fate pearl. A face that was exactly the same as his. Most importantly, the eyes on the face were trembling slightly, as if they could open at any time. Even Zhou Xuanji's heart trembled as he watched. He quickly summoned Little Supreme Being and told him about the matter. What? Little Sovereign was moved. He followed Zhou Xuanji's gaze and saw a face that was exactly the same as Zhou Xuanji's. He said in shock, "Oh my god, could it be another Zhou Fa?" Zhou Xuanji did not find it funny and asked instead, "Stop joking. If this thing gives birth to a will, can you imagine the consequences?" The faded fate pearl was so powerful that it was almost omnipotent. It was stronger than any power he had ever seen. If this power formed its own will, it would definitely become the strongest existence in the boundless universe. No, this isn't a sign of a will forming. Little Sovereign frowned. He hesitated for a while before continuing to speculate. It's like a master recognition ceremony. Haven't you noticed? Its aura is gradually changing to the same as yours. Aura? Only then did Zhou Xuanji realize that the faded fate pearl's aura was changing. Previously, he was too nervous and neglected his aura. Looking at it now, the faded fate pearl's aura was indeed very similar to his. It was getting weaker and weaker, and he could clearly sense this change. Could it really be a master recognition ceremony? Zhou Xuanji looked at the face within the faded fate pearl, and he suddenly felt that his hairs were standing on end. Instead, he felt an indescribable sense of closeness. He raised his right hand and gently held the faded fate pearl. A strange warm current drilled into his palm. Sure enough. You succeeded. You succeeded. Little Sovereign cried out in excitement as if he had been recognized by the faded fate pearl. Zhou Xuanji looked at the faded fate pearl in his palm and murmured, "Are you really willing to surrender to me?" The faded fate pearl burst out with colorful rays of light. In the next second, these rays of light surrounded Zhou Xuanji's body like gossamer. Zhou Xuanji sensed a mysterious state. Inexplicably, he got the name of this state. Soulless. It could pass through all dimensional planes and wasn't bound by any power. The soulless state was a shuttling state that great sovereigns couldn't understand. Once one entered the soulless state, no existence could shake or chase him. Soulless state. So that's how it is. What kind of cultivation can achieve this extraordinary state? Zhou Xuanji chuckled as his purple pupils gradually turned into the form of the faded fate pearl. There was a loud bang. The grassland shattered as sand and dust rose into the air. Zhou Xuanji floated in the air as countless rays of light surrounded him. In the next second, he disappeared into thin air. When he opened his eyes again, he had already entered the soulless state. Circles of light were still flying around him, dazzling everyone's eyes. You succeeded. Little Sovereign was extremely excited. Looking at the surrounding scene, he was wild with joy. Zhou Xuanji was also observing his surroundings. This time, there were no enemies chasing him. He could seriously experience the soulless state. Speed that surpasses everything. Do as you please. I can do whatever I want, Zhou Xuanji murmured in a low voice as he looked ahead. The faded fate pearl was still in his hand. It didn't resist him but instead provided him with a warm power. This kind of power didn't conflict with the cold power in his body. Instead, it blended with each other, helping the cold power grow stronger. Can you stop? Try it, Little Sovereign urged. He hoped that Zhou Xuanji could freely master the soulless state. Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow and replied, I can't. The reason why he could enter the soulless state was because of the help of the faded fate pearl. He had entered, but if he wanted to go out, he ordered in his heart, take me out. The faded fate pearl in his palm immediately became hot, taking him out of the soulless state. Zhou Xuanji only felt a flash before his eyes. In the next moment, he had arrived in a universe with very little pressure. He opened his eyes and looked around. The starry sky here was bright and filled with the unique strange spiritual chi of the endless universe. Didn't you succeed? Little Sovereign said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, although the fated fate pearl listens to me, I haven't truly mastered this state. He was fascinated by the power of the soul estate. But if he didn't master it himself, he really wouldn't feel at ease. What if the fated fate pearl turned its back on him one day? Don't think so much. You can take it slowly in the future, Little Sovereign comforted. The fated fate pearl had already recognized Zhou Xuanji as its master. So, he could freely enter the soul estate by relying on the fated fate pearl. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He then swept out with his divine will. He wanted to know if he had really returned to the endless universe. This is. A look of surprise appeared on his face. Thunder League. Myriad Domain Devil Lair. I actually came back here. There was a huge black area at the end of the universe. It was like a terrifying vortex. Even the stars looked so small in front of it. Hearing this, Little Sovereign immediately became nervous and said, hurry up and leave. A cardinal heaven might be nearby. Chapter 944. Cardinal Heaven. Hearing this name, Zhou Xuanji's heart skipped a beat. A cardinal heaven expert had resurrected here and was hunting down the Kunlun origin court supremes. Wasn't this equivalent to a sheep entering a tiger's den? Without hesitation, he turned around and fled. Even though Zhou Xuanji did not learn the godly bodiless mode, he had already comprehended it. His speed was much faster than before, and he left the 10,000 domain devil lair's territory with a single step. Next, I need to find a quiet place to cultivate without being disturbed. Zhou Xuanji said as he moved forward. He could not wait to master the godless state. With such a state, where couldn't he go in the boundless universe? Just thinking about it made his heart burn. Little Sovereign was also excited. He sighed and said, this is the first time I've experienced this state. It's more like a realm. As long as Zhou Xuanji entered the spiritless mode, theoretically, no one could catch him. Wouldn't that be equivalent to an invincible life-saving talisman? I think the fated predestined pearl can give me more surprises. The cold energy I've absorbed is really strong. Although it can't stop a supreme incipient god realm expert, it's more than enough to deal with Gu Tianlin. Zhou Xuanji said with a confident smile. Although Gu Tianlin had not completely revealed his trump card in front of him, he did not take Gu Tianlin seriously at all. Little Sovereign nodded and said with a smile, if he knew that you have become so strong, he would definitely explode in anger. He suddenly looked forward to Zhou Xuanji running into Gu Tianlin. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji could not help but laugh. He also began to look forward to it. Perhaps if he wandered around for a while longer, Gu Tianlin would come. Zhou Xuanji moved forward at full speed. He used the Sovereign's divine power to protect Little Sovereign's soul. The two were talking and laughing happily. After surviving a calamity, one should laugh heartily. On a huge red tree, Shen Yanqing was leaning against the trunk to cultivate. She suddenly opened her eyes and revealed an expression of pleasant surprise. This guy has appeared again. She immediately disappeared from the tree to search for Zhou Xuanji. But soon, Zhou Xuanji's aura disappeared. She stopped in the space-time turbulence and frowned. Could it be that he has really mastered the godless state? That's impossible. His fate energy has disappeared several times before. He's probably hiding in some dimension. Shen Yanqing muttered to herself. She didn't believe that Zhou Xuanji could master the godly state. She and the supreme incipient god both thought that some treasure was helping Zhou Xuanji enter the spiritless state. After thinking about it, she could only go back. The other side. Zhou Xuanji had already returned to absolute time. He took the fated fate pearl and continued to comprehend the godless state. The fated fate pearl brought him into the godless state consecutively. Every time he exited, he would no longer be in the absolute time realm but in an unfamiliar space-time. The distance covered by the godly soul estate was simply unimaginable. Under its guidance, Zhou Xuanji saw many races and worlds that he could not imagine before. The races in the boundless universe were truly innumerable, and each had their own strong points. Some had weak cultivations, yet they had special abilities that didn't require the consumption of magic power, and it was truly miraculous. Under such circumstances, Zhou Xuanji's understanding of the godly absence status was finally on the right path. 100 years later, he returned to the absolute time realm and summoned a clone while his main body entered the soul plane. After the superstar competition between the Kunlun Origin Court and the True Su Court, the two courts officially connected and began to interact with each other. Zhou Xuanji had set up a teleportation formation for them, allowing them to break through the court realm barrier. Inside the Supreme Hall, Zhou Xuanji summoned Jiang Shui, Xian Xianghua, Mortal Sovereign, the 12 Ancestors, and the 9 sovereign officials. He asked, "Is there any trouble in the development of the two realms recently?" Although he could see the situation of the two realms, he didn't have the energy to pay attention to every detail. "Sovereign, the peace rule has begun to work. Because we can't start a war, some divine ranges will use other means to suppress other divine ranges," an ancestor said. A technique ancestor stood out and said. His expression was nervous, afraid that he would say something wrong. The ban on war was issued by Zhou Xuanji himself. It had allowed the Kunlun Origin Court to maintain peace for thousands of years. From today onwards, the Kunlun Origin Court will return to how it was before. No large-scale war can break out, but there can be fights, Zhou Xuanji nodded. Zhou Xuanji said as he nodded. Cultivators fought against the heavens and against humans. How unbearable would it be to have cultivation but not be able to fight with magical techniques? A sovereign official stood up and said, "Can you give us some of the unique treasures of the Kunlun Origin Court? In return, we will contribute some to improve the environment of the two courts. This matter involves the interests of too many divine ranges. It's not convenient for us to decide directly." Whether it was in the Kunlun Origin Court or the True Su Court, the resources had been divided up by the divine ranges. If they wanted to trade on a large scale, it would affect the interests of each divine range. Zhou Xuanji said, "With my order, let them exchange with equal value. The divine ranges who are willing to exchange can enjoy one of my sermons." Hearing this, the 9 sovereign officials and the 12 ancestors were pleasantly surprised. They even wanted to hand over their resources. Back when Zhou Xuanji taught them the Tao, no matter how high their cultivation was, they would obtain a domain. Until now, countless creatures were fantasizing about the Sword Emperor teaching the Tao again. Next, the 12 ancestors and 9 sovereign officials continued to speak about the wishes of all living beings. Jiang Shui, Xian Xianghua, and Mortal Sovereign stood at the side without saying a word. Xian Xianghua and Mortal Sovereign had already become the 2 sovereigns of the True Su Court. They were highly respected. So, they had to maintain basic etiquette here. After the 12 ancestors and 9 sovereign officials left, Xian Xianghua said, "These trivial matters are giving me a headache. Managing a court is far more difficult than controlling a sect." Her tone was bitter and her face was full of helplessness. Zhou Xuanji glared at her and said in a bad mood, "You have the nerve to say that. Most of the affairs have fallen on Mortal Sovereign's shoulders. You have been cultivating all this time. Are you tired? Why don't you give the sovereign's position to your grandson?" Zhou Tanhua was undisciplined by nature and liked to cultivate. He wasn't suitable to be a ruler. But his son, Zhou Tianyuan, liked power. Xian Xianghua curled her lip and said, "Is that kid qualified?" Jiang Shui smiled and said, "If Xuanji says he is qualified, then he is." Xian Xianghua also agreed. Zhou Xuanji ruled the 2 worlds. Whoever he appointed as the sovereign would represent him. No one dared to refute him. "How is my sister recently? Have you heard any news about her?" Mortal Sovereign then asked, a look of expectation in her eyes. She knew that Zhou Xuanji had been wandering in the endless universe. She had wanted to ask about it for a long time. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "She is very good, but she might not be." He didn't clarify his words, but Mortal Sovereign could understand what he meant. I believe that Nianxing is still alive. One day, I will find her, mortal sovereign sighed faintly. This sisterly love moved Jiang Shui and Xian Xianghua. They didn't know how to comfort her and could only look at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji stared at mortal sovereign and said, I promise you, I will find out her identity and find Shen Nianxing. Chapter 945. After dealing with the matters of the two worlds, the three women left, while Zhou Xuanji sat on the golden throne and looked down at the various worlds. He looked at Zhou Tianyuan. Zhou Tianyuan was roaming the universe within the Zhensu court realm. He had established a sect called Heaven Sect. He had already reached the Tao ancestor realm, and his name had spread far and wide. Zhou Xuanji had high hopes for his grandson. Although Zhou Tianhua had great aptitude, his ambition was average. He only knew how to cultivate. Perhaps he could achieve unimaginable achievements in cultivation, but it would be very difficult for him to become the lord of the court realm. He could not, but his son could. Zhou Tianyuan inherited Zhou Xuanji's domineering nature. Zhou Xuanji sensed this the first time he met him. This was also the reason why he had bestowed Zhou Tianyuan with an invincible cultivation base. He wanted to see what Zhou Tianyuan would do once he became a sovereign. Unfortunately, this kid made him feel both disappointed and gratified at the same time. Zhou Tianyuan would not take advantage of his position to bully others, nor would he bully the weak. Of course, it was also very easy for him to stagnate. I have to let this kid experience what I went through in the past. Zhou Xuanji smirked and sent out an outer-of-soul clone to test his grandson. After giving the order, he returned to the absolute time realm and continued to comprehend the godless state. He only had one goal now. That was to learn the godless state. If he didn't learn this state, he wouldn't have the confidence to kill his way into the boundless universe. With the fated fate pearl, he felt that he would be able to learn the godly state soon. Time quickly passed in the Kunlun origin court. When Zhou Xuanji was just over 6,900 years old, he finally comprehended the godly state. A strange energy surged out of the fated encounter pearl and drilled into his body. At this moment, he felt an existence that transcended the plane. It was very much like the absolute time realm. Once one entered such an existence, one would be able to transcend everything. This kind of existence could move, unlike the absolute time realm that was fixed in one place. Zhou Xuanji called this existence the godly nothingness realm. He attached the godly state to the surface of his body, as if he was wearing an invisible layer of clothes. He entered the spiritless state and began to roam freely. He could control the godless state as he pleased. He could stop when he wanted and move forward when he wanted. This feeling was simply too awesome. He summoned Little Supreme Being to share his feelings. Awesome! You learned it so quickly. Little Sovereign exclaimed in surprise. He had thought that Zhou Xuanji would take a long time to practice. Zhou Xuanji smiled modestly and said, It's all right, I still need to improve. It would be perfect if I could see the scene above the boundless universe in the godly blank state. Only with vision could he know where to stop. Don't worry, this is already a big improvement. I guess only a few great sovereigns can comprehend the god-free state, Little Sovereign said with a smile. He could see that Zhou Xuanji was showing off, but he didn't point it out. After that, Zhou Xuanji jumped out of the spiritless mode. In the next second, he arrived in a domain above the boundless universe. Coincidentally, as soon as he appeared, he sensed the aura of a court. The corners of his mouth curled up as he turned around. There was an expanse of multicolored light ahead. From afar, it looked like a sea of stars, magnificent and picturesque. Within the multicolored light was a court world that was smaller than the true Su court world. Zhou Xuanji sent his divine will into the courtyard realm. He immediately found the sovereign and called him out. It was a female sovereign with green skin. Although her appearance was exquisite, she had no hair. She had 4 horns on her head and was wearing a purple dress with phoenix feathers. She looked at Zhou Xuanji nervously and asked in a soft voice, Your Excellency, what do you want? Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, I want to subdue your court world. You can choose to join me and serve me as your master. Or you can choose to die in battle. The female sovereign's expression slightly changed. She was at a loss. She could feel that she was no match for Zhou Xuanji. But how could she willingly follow Zhou Xuanji? She fell into a dilemma. Should she resist or not? I already control 2 courts. There will be more in the future. If you join me now, your court world will only benefit. You can regard me as your backer. I will make you stronger. To tell you the truth, the boundless universe is about to usher in a great change. Without me, you will be annexed by others or even destroyed, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He spoke very casually. He wasn't worried that the other party would refuse him at all. The female sovereign hesitated for a moment before asking, "How strong are you?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "My cultivation is only at the 4 court great sovereigns, but my strength is far more than that." After saying this, his aura suddenly erupted. Boom! The female sovereign's expression changed drastically. Fear was written all over her face. How could there be such a powerful being? She took a deep breath and knelt in the air, saying, "Greetings, Master." Actually, during this period of time, she often sensed a powerful aura passing above the court world, which made her tremble with fear. Zhou Xuanji was the most powerful being she had ever seen. Rather than being afraid, it was better to surrender. "Very good. I will make you and your being stronger together," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. With a wave of his right hand, he sent the female sovereign into the court world. He sent a telepathic message to the female sovereign, telling her not to be nervous. He was going to integrate the court world into his soul. After the female sovereign heard about it, she was greatly shocked and nervous at the same time. She was afraid that Zhou Xuanji was deceiving her. However, Zhou Xuanji absorbed very quickly. He suppressed the rules of this Fang court world with his absolute cultivation. None of the beings inside felt any abnormality. Everything was so calm. Because of this, the female sovereign was even more in awe of Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji also learned the name of this Fang court world. Zhanlanting Realm. Sovereign Yu. Zhou Xuanji did not let Zhanlanting Realm communicate with the other 2 realms. Instead, he focused on the Kunlun sword in his soul. Back then, he was attacked by a great sovereign in the boundless universe and absorbed his soul. Demon Venerable Chiyu. After so many years of torture, Demon Venerable Chiyu had already surrendered. Zhou Xuanji's voice came into Demon Venerable Chiyu's ears, "Do you want to go out?" Demon Venerable Chiyu, who was on his last breath, immediately raised his head and cried out, "Yes! Yes! Yes!" He was extremely excited as though he had found a life-saving straw. "After we go out, follow me and recover your body." After Zhou Xuanji spoke, he moved Demon Venerable Chiyu's soul out. At this moment, Demon Venerable Chiyu did not have the control he had back then. He was extremely weak, like a ball of flame. Zhou Xuanji injected his own divine power into his soul to help him maintain his soul power. He sat down and began observing Zhanlanting Realm. Demon Venerable Chiyu was in a daze. When he came back to his senses, he took a deep breath and sat down as well. He kept a distance of 15 meters from Zhou Xuanji. He did not dare to get closer or further away. About 5 years had passed. Demon Venerable Chiyu's body was reconstructed. His cultivation was far from a court sovereign's. Zhou Xuanji settled Zhanlanting Realm down. He asked Xian Xianghua, Mortal Sovereign, the 12 Law Ancestors, and the 9 Supremes to meet Sovereign Yu. At first, Sovereign Yu was a little nervous. But after hearing the 9 Supremes' description of Zhanlanting Realm, she began to look forward to it. Following the Sword Emperor might be an opportunity. Chapter 946. In the Soul Treasury's tripartite court realm, Zhou Xuanji continued forward with Demon Venerable Chiyu. "Master, what do you want to do?" Demon Venerable Chiyu asked cautiously. Zhou Xuanji was giving off an aura that made him shudder. He was like a completely different person compared to before he was defeated. He was very curious about what kind of serendipity Zhou Xuanji had obtained during this period of time. Conquer the court realm and aspire to the endless universe. Zhou Xuanji replied casually, looking straight ahead. Demon Venerable Chiyu's heart beat wildly when he heard him. Such a big tone. If someone else said this, he might have despised it. But somehow, when it came from Zhou Xuanji, he couldn't help but think of that scene. Just thinking about it made him excited. Serve me well, and you will receive benefits in the future. Benefits that you can't even imagine now. Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile. He had already made a plan. Which was to conquer the court realm one after another. He wanted to imitate Gu Zun and create an era that belonged only to him. Demon Venerable Chiyu fell into infinite reverie. After flying for a few days, Zhou Xuanji brought Sovereign Yi Yu out and brought her along to experience the endless universe's magnificence. Sovereign Yi Yu had been staying in the Zhan Lanting realm. Even if she left, she would return quickly. So she was very curious about the endless universe. She felt better after seeing Demon Venerable Chiyu. Even someone with a higher cultivation than her was like this. What was there to be unsatisfied about? Demon Venerable Chiyu felt comfortable too. It turned out that he wasn't the only one who was conquered. Chiyu, tell me about the strange things you encountered in the endless universe. Zhou Xuanji instructed suddenly. Demon Venerable Chiyu was stunned but didn't refuse. He thought for a while and began to tell his story. As someone who loved to hunt great sovereigns in the endless universe, his story was naturally interesting. Other than being bored, Zhou Xuanji also wanted Sovereign Yi Yu to learn from him. Demon Venerable Chiyu became more and more enthusiastic as he talked. Sovereign Yi Yu listened very seriously, which made the atmosphere very lively. Zhou Xuanji would occasionally let Little Sovereign out to compete with Demon Venerable Chiyu in eloquence. After a few months, they arrived at a cosmos with countless giant meteorites floating in the air. There were many corpses here, and there were creatures of all races. Blood energy wafted about, making one shiver in fear. There's a murderous aura. Demon Sovereign Chiyu reminded with a deep voice. He was not speaking to Zhou Xuanji but to Sovereign Yi Yu. Venerable Yi Yu took out her Dharma treasure and prepared to fight. Zhou Xuanji took out the Holy Ghost cursed sword and released his right hand. The Holy Ghost cursed sword immediately shot out. Xiao! It turned into a beam of black light and flew around in this meteorite universe. Ah! A miserable cry came as the Holy Ghost cursed sword pierced through a person and flew back to Zhou Xuanji. This person was as thin as a match and looked like a dwarf. His skin was shriveled, his face was old, and he only had a few strands of hair. He cried out in horror, "It's none of my business. I haven't been here for long. Don't kill me." Zhou Xuanji looked at him and said coldly, "What happened before?" The exterminating divine eyes emitted a strange purple light, and the old dwarf was strangely frozen. He replied woodenly, "I'm not sure. I've been on this path ever since I came." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and directly threw the person out. The old dwarf came back to his senses and immediately fled, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Scarlet Brilliance asked, "Should we leave as well?" This place was too dangerous, and it made him very nervous. "Let's go." Zhou Xuanji looked around and said softly. Other than the dwarf, there were no other living beings. The culprit must have left, and there was no need for him to waste time here. It's a pity that a court realm was destroyed just like that. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and sighed. These living beings did not have high cultivation, and they were evidently from a court realm. After the mysterious existence broke through the barrier, these living beings could not escape in time and were killed. Scarlet Brilliance did not feel anything, but Sovereign Yue frowned slightly. Fear could be seen in her eyes. If it was not Zhou Xuanji who found Zhan Lanting realm but some other powerful cultivator, what would happen to Zhan Lanting realm? Just thinking about it gave her lingering fear. "Master, do you know what happened?" There were many similar scenes along the way, Demon Sovereign Chiyu asked in confusion. Zhou Xuanji did not hide anything and told them about what happened in the Myriad Domain Devil Lair. After that, he told them about the legend of the post-ancient sovereign three heavens. Demon Sovereign Chiyu and Sovereign Yue were both shocked. Such a catastrophe was coming to the boundless universe. The sovereign heaven that was sealed by all living beings in the boundless universe made a comeback. It was bound to take revenge on all living beings. Hunyuan Heaven and Sovereign Heaven joined hands. Is there anyone in the boundless universe who can resist them? Sovereign Yue asked with a frown. According to Zhou Xuanji, the post-ancient sovereign three heavens were the most powerful existences. If they joined hands, they would be invincible. Zhou Xuanji said meaningfully, that was in the past. The current boundless universe is beyond their imagination. Little Sovereign once said that the ancient geniuses weren't weaker than the three heavens, but they couldn't have the same achievements as the three heavens. This was enough to explain a lot. Sovereign Yue and Demon Sovereign Chiyu became even more curious. What was the scenery at the top of the boundless universe? After the three left, the corpses turned into ashes at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the meteorites turned into flying sand and disappeared. 2 years later, Zhou Xuanji stood on the Lesser Supreme Sword, looking ahead with a calm expression. Demon Sovereign Chiyu and Sovereign Yue were besieging a great sovereign. This great sovereign had the cultivation of 2 courts, but he was at a disadvantage under the siege of the 2. Demon Sovereign Chiyu's strength had only barely recovered to the level of a court great sovereign. Fortunately, Sovereign Yue was a great sovereign of 2 courts. Damn, the great sovereign gnashed his teeth. He was already powerless against the 2 in front of him. Looking at Zhou Xuanji in the distance, he became even more terrified. If this continued, he would lose without a doubt. Are you afraid? Surrender to me, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. It felt so good that he didn't have to do anything himself. It seemed like he had to subdue more great sovereigns in the future. I swear not to surrender. The great sovereign cried hoarsely. Just as he finished speaking, a sword chi descended from the sky and killed him. Sovereign Yue and Demon Sovereign Chiyu were startled and immediately dodged. They instinctively looked back at Zhou Xuanji. Swoosh! The Soul Kunlun sword flew over and collected the great sovereign's soul. Demon Sovereign Chiyu said in a depressed tone, Master, didn't we agree not to attack? Sovereign Yue was also a little dissatisfied. By now, they no longer doubted Zhou Xuanji's strength. They also wanted to hone themselves through battles. Zhou Xuanji smiled softly and said, Next time, my opponent is here. Just as he finished speaking, a mighty pressure came from the depths of the universe, changing the color of time and space. It was Gu Tianlin. He was wearing black armor and holding a trident in his hand. The blade of the trident was shining brightly. Zhou Xuanji, I finally caught you. Just in time. Gu Tianlin said with a sinister smile as he charged toward Zhou Xuanji with the trident in his hand. His eyes were filled with hatred, looking even crazier than before. Chapter 947. Seeing that Gu Tianlin was coming at him aggressively, Zhou Xuanji was expressionless but excited. Good timing. He had been waiting for Gu Tianlin to come. After waiting for so long, he finally came. Let's just remove your seal. The current you is no match for me. Zhou Xuanji said with a domineering smile. With a wave of his right hand, the Holy Ghost cursed sword appeared in his hand, and the other legendary swords fused into his body. Sword fusion technique. His aura exploded. He came up to Gu Tianlin in a single step and slashed at him. Gu Tianlin swung his trident, and with a loud clang, the surrounding space rippled visibly. At this moment, an icy power shot out along the Holy Ghost cursed sword. Gu Tianlin's expression changed drastically. He quickly dodged, but it was too late. The icy power froze him, and the surrounding space was also frozen. Demon Sovereign Chiyu and Sovereign Yue's expressions changed. They could not escape in time, but just when the icy power was about to touch them, they stopped abruptly. The universe fell silent. Within the ice, Gu Tianlin opened his eyes wide. He could not believe that he was frozen. He was defeated the moment they clashed. How could it be? He was a genius. What was Zhou Xuanji? How long had it been since he was born? At this moment, Gu Tianlin was on the verge of breaking down. He wanted to remove his seal, but he could not do it. He hadn't even had the chance to display his most powerful self before he was sealed. This was simply a great humiliation. Not convinced? Zhou Xuanji said with a mocking smile. The icy power melted instantly. Gu Tianlin opened his eyes wide and broke the seal straight away. His aura soared. The first seal. The second seal. The third seal. He activated the 100th seal straight away, and the surrounding universe crumbled. The scene was extremely shocking. Both Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue were frightened. The horrifying pressure almost suffocated them, and they felt as though their souls would be destroyed at any moment. So powerful, Sovereign Yeyue opened her eyes wide and mumbled in fear. It was her first time encountering such a powerful aura. So was Demon Sovereign Qiyu. They looked at Zhou Xuanji with worry in their eyes. Could Zhou Xuanji deal with such a powerful enemy? He had already sealed the enemy in ice, but he was playing with fire. They could not help but complain in their hearts. After all, if Zhou Xuanji lost, they would die. You asked for it. Gu Tianlin laughed ferociously. He raised his trident high and swung it down. The violent divine power was like a shining giant axe that chopped down. Zhou Xuanji disappeared into thin air, and his slash missed. The next moment, Gu Tianlin felt a chill, and he subconsciously turned around and brandished his halberd. The power of ice rushed towards him and froze him again. His pupils constricted. How was this possible? He was sealed again. It shouldn't be like this. Why? He roared in his heart. He couldn't understand why this was happening. Zhou Xuanji appeared behind him and said with a cold smile, I feel the same as you, shocked that you are so weak. Gu Tianlin was so furious that he almost fainted. Utter humiliation. Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue felt like they were in a dream. The powerful and invincible Gu Tianlin was suppressed by Zhou Xuanji just like that? At that moment, Zhou Xuanji's image quickly grew in their hearts. Zhou Xuanji put his hand on the ice and began absorbing Gu Tianlin's divine energy. He could use Gu Tianlin to enhance his cultivation. He might even be able to break through to the supreme of the 5 courts. Gu Tianlin sensed that his divine energy was being sucked away and was enraged. But there was nothing he could do. The Ice Demon Emperor's power surpassed his cultivation level, and he could only endure it silently. Zhou Xuanji's aura began to grow, while his aura weakened. One side felt comfortable, while the other was in pain. This guy's cultivation is powerful indeed. No wonder he has 100 layers of seals. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. If not for the fact that his body had evolved, he might not have been able to withstand Gu Tianlin's power. Perhaps, he could really break through with this. Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue could tell what Zhou Xuanji was doing. They did not dare to disturb him and could only wait patiently. If he had absorbed my divine energy back then, Sovereign Yeyue suddenly thought of this, and fear appeared on her face. In the blink of an eye. 6 hours had passed. Zhou Xuanji had yet to absorb all of Gu Tianlin's divine energy. His cultivation had reached a huge leap, and he was about to break through to the supreme of the 5 courts. Let him go. An ancient voice came. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and saw the short and fat old man who had been following Gu Tianlin walking toward him. His eyes were cold, and the threat in them was evident. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, You think I'll let him go just like that? He did not underestimate the short and fat old man. Just from this exchange of glances, he knew that he was no match for the old man. But he had already learned the godless mode, so he had no reason to fear him. Previously, he suppressed Gu Tianlin with the godless mode. Even a supreme incipient god could not catch up to him, let alone Gu Tianlin. Young one, you are powerful indeed, but don't go to the extreme. You know who his father is. Once you anger his father, you will be finished. The short and fat old man threatened as he drew closer to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji pulled Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue toward him straight away. The short and fat old man did not stop him. With him around, Zhou Xuanji could not escape. He disdained to attack Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue. You are right, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. After that, Zhou Xuanji disappeared with the three of them. He entered the godless mode straight away, transcending everything and jumping out of this universe. The short and fat old man was stunned. Oh no. He came back to his senses and immediately gave chase. But how could he catch up to Zhou Xuanji, who was in the godless mode? How could he be so fast? Could it be, the short and fat old man thought of a legendary state, and his face turned extremely unsightly. Zhou Xuanji's growth was just too fast. How could Gu Tianlin, who was far away, compare to him? Most importantly, Gu Tianlin was captured. Could he come back alive? Gu Tianlin had been hunting Zhou Xuanji for thousands of years. In the godless mode, Zhou Xuanji carried Gu Tianlin and moved forward. As for Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue, they had already returned to Zhang Lanting's realm. Within the ice, Gu Tianlin's eyes were filled with shock. What is this? He was dazzled by the high-speed circles of light around him. Evidently, it was his first time in the godless mode. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "No one can save you. You should have thought of this possibility when you were hunting me back then." After he absorbed all of Gu Tianlin's cultivation, he would kill this guy. Given Gu Tianlin's personality, he would surely bear a grudge against him. There was no need to let him live. Having heard that, Gu Tianlin was both furious and afraid. He did not want to die just like that. A while later, Zhou Xuanji jumped out of the godless mode and entered the absolute time mode. Gu Tianlin was shocked by the absolute time mode again. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's eyes were shrouded in mist. Who is he? His heart was filled with bewilderment. Even Hong Qin Saint Lord did not have such means. Zhou Xuanji saw his confusion but did not explain. Go to hell with your puzzlement. Chapter 948. Absolute Time. Zhou Xuanji kept absorbing Gu Tianlin's supreme divine power. Gu Tianlin, who was sealed in ice, couldn't resist or even speak. He begged Zhou Xuanji with his eyes, but it was a pity that Zhou Xuanji ignored him. Zhou Xuanji took out the lesser supreme sword and summoned Little Sovereign. Do you know who the old man beside Gu Tianlin is? Zhou Xuanji asked out of curiosity. This was the first time he had fought with the old man. Although they had not exchanged blows, he could truly feel the old man's aura. It was indeed very strong. It was so strong that it made his heart palpitate. If not for the soul estate, he would most likely be dead by now. He should be a trusted aide of Gujuagio. This person is very strong. His identity is not simple to be able to follow Gu Tianlin. Little Sovereign pondered. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "You really know how to talk nonsense." Little Sovereign rolled his eyes, feeling a little embarrassed. Now, there were fewer and fewer things he could help Zhou Xuanji with. His experience and knowledge were no longer enough to answer Zhou Xuanji's questions. Little Supreme Expert went back into the Lesser Supreme Sword in a depressed manner. Zhou Xuanji looked back at Gu Tianlin. At this time, Little Supreme suddenly appeared again and shouted, "I remember now, there is a person next to Gujuagio. His name is Long Sheng. It's definitely him. Long Sheng is amazing. He was already born before the fall of the Cardinal Heaven. He is even older than Gujuagio. Dragon Saint?" Zhou Xuanji raised his brow, and a look of shock appeared in Gu Tianlin's eyes. How did this guy know? Little Sovereign proudly smiled and said, "I heard my seniors say that Long Sheng is very strong. I don't know why he hibernated beside Gujuagio. It's a complete disgrace to his strength and talent." Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, "What's the Dragon Saint's power level?" Although he was already a great paragon of the four courts, the boundless universe was still mysterious in his eyes. I'm not sure, but he should be a level stronger than Hong Qin Holy Monarch. Little Sovereign muttered. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He was curious about how many dragon saints were around Gujuagio. Until now, he still didn't know how big Gujuagio's influence was. According to Little Sovereign, ancient peerless geniuses probably dominated a quarter of the endless universe. However, the boundless universe was too big. How big was a quarter of it? No one knew. Just as he was thinking, Gu Tianlin's aura became weaker and weaker. Gu Tianlin's eyes had already dimmed. He knew that he was going to die. Zhou Xuanji did not give him any hope. After his divine energy was completely drained, Zhou Xuanji extracted his soul and sealed it in the Kunlun sword before destroying his body. The reason why he didn't kill Gu Tianlin immediately was to stall for time. With Gu Juagio's ability, if his son's body and soul were destroyed, he would definitely notice it. Although Zhou Xuanji had the spirit bodiless state, he did not want to leave himself with no way out. He sat in meditation in the void, beginning to break through to the paragons of the 5 courts. Zhou Xuanji had to admit that Gu Tianlin's cultivation was indeed profound. Just by absorbing his cultivation, Zhou Xuanji had an opportunity to break through. Zhou Xuanji spoke the ancestral voice to help him. A long time passed. In the end, he became a supreme of the 5 courts without any hindrance. With the invading supremacy body, he perfectly absorbed Gu Tianlin's cultivation, and with the help of the ancestral voice, he could easily break through without using any techniques. After reaching the great sovereign of the 5 courts, Zhou Xuanji continued to adjust the sovereign divine energy in his body. After his cultivation stabilized, he left the absolute time realm. Returning to the boundless universe, Zhou Xuanji summoned demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue again. The two were stunned and looked around instinctively. After making sure that there were no enemies, they heaved a sigh of relief. That guy was all ready. Demon Sovereign Qiyu asked cautiously. He could not forget the scene of Gu Tianlin removing the 100 layers of seals. That aura was too horrifying. Just like you, Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile. Demon Sovereign Qiyu heard him and shuddered. He did not want to recall the nightmare in the Kunlun sword. Let's continue, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He wanted to explore the boundless universe and conquer the court realms while looking at those mystical domains. Sovereign Yeyue and Demon Sovereign Qiyu caught up with him. This time, the two were filled with anticipation. They already believed in Zhou Xuanji's power and were looking forward to what they would encounter next. Master, how many court realms are you going to take? Demon Sovereign Qiyu asked with a smile. He suddenly felt that Zhou Xuanji was quite approachable. Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and said calmly, I've never thought about it. The more the better. Amidst the layers of red clouds, a wooden hut stood on a sea of clouds. Outside the wooden hut, a middle-aged man sat at a stone table and drank tea. He was handsome and had white hair. He wore a blue robe and looked toward the horizon with a profound gaze. A red leaf floated past him, bringing with it a refreshing breeze. He grabbed the leaf and mumbled, It's been 10 billion years since a leaf has fallen. Could it be that another heretic has risen? Just as he spoke, a pillar of water suddenly rose from the ground beside him and quickly turned into a mirror. The mirror showed the scene of Zhou Xuanji, Demon Sovereign Qiyu, and Sovereign Yeyue advancing. His gaze locked onto Zhou Xuanji and narrowed his eyes. Spiritless state, surrounded by ancestral voice. What a great opportunity, the blue-robed man mumbled softly. The blue-robed man murmured softly as a strange light flashed in his eyes. He threw out the leaf in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the leaf turned into a human. It was a young man. Although he had a handsome face, he did not have a mouth. His body was slightly skinny, and his hair was combed under a jade crown. His eyes were calm like water as he silently looked at the blue-robed man. You shall be called Wu Yan. Go take a look at this person and stay beside him. The blue-robed man pointed at the water mirror beside him and smiled. Wu Yan looked over and memorized Zhou Xuanji's face before nodding lightly. Following this, the blue-robed man waved his right hand and sent him away. Post-ancient sovereign 3 heavens. It's a pity that your era has passed. There are already supreme existences in the boundless universe. I look forward to your clash. The blue-robed man smiled and said in a meaningful tone. Within the resplendent Milky Way, Zhou Xuanji and the other 2 stepped on the tiny stars as if they were walking up a flight of stairs. Demon Sovereign Qiyu looked around and said excitedly, "There's a lot of court realm aura here. It's enough for you to collect as much as you want." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "No, this should be the court realm alliance, just like the Thunder Alliance. I can't do as I please." He could sense some powerful auras hidden in the dark. He felt that even the great sovereigns of the 5 courts were powerful. There were at least 7 or 8 great sovereigns. And there was more than one. Or else why would the court realms gather together so openly and reveal themselves? Sovereign Yeyue nodded and said, looking at Demon Sovereign Qiyu with disdain. Demon Sovereign Qiyu chuckled and looked into the distance. Following his gaze, there was a gigantic star surrounded by a river of stars. It was extremely majestic. This giant star was transparent, and there seemed to be a gigantic beast twisting within it. It looked like a dragon at one moment and a tiger at another. Chapter 949. What's inside? Demon Sovereign Qiyu pointed at the giant star and asked curiously. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and said with a smile, "A trapped beast. Someone placed it here intentionally to show off his victory trophy." "What's his cultivation?" Demon Sovereign Qiyu asked. "More powerful than you," Zhou Xuanji replied. Demon Sovereign Qiyu heard him and was stunned. Sovereign Yi covered her mouth and smiled. They continued to move forward, enjoying the magnificent scenery. Stop! A silhouette appeared on the Star River stairs. He wore mighty silver armor and held a broadaxe in his hand. His body was glowing with a silver radiance, and he looked extremely majestic with a furious expression. Zhou Xuanji did not stop and asked, "Can you introduce this domain to me?" "How dare you!" The silver-armored silhouette roared furiously. He swung his broadaxe at Zhou Xuanji. His sovereign divine power turned into an unstoppable crescent that shook the Star River stairs. Zhou Xuanji focused his eyes, and the crescent exploded. Streaks of silver light shot out from his body and came before the silver-armored silhouette in the blink of an eye. Greatly Avatar. He slashed with his sword. The silver armor shattered, and he was killed by the Greatly Avatar. Well done. Demon Sovereign Qiyu cried out in excitement. He should be so domineering. The other party attacked without giving him any face. He deserved to be killed. "This is going to be a good show," Sovereign Yi said softly. Venerable Yi said in a low voice. As the sound of her voice faded, terrifying auras gathered from all directions, sealing this part of the universe. Circles of light appeared out of nowhere, and a silhouette walked out from each of them. Each of them emanated a powerful aura, and they were all above the great sovereigns of the 3 courts. The leader was a 3-eyed man wearing green armor and a heavy helmet. He was expressionless as he stared at Zhou Xuanji coldly. "You dare to cause trouble in the All-Stars domain. Do you know what you are doing?" The 3-eyed man snorted coldly. The third eye on his forehead kept moving as though it was another person's eye that was observing the universe independently. All-Stars domain? Zhou Xuanji looked around the universe and thought. The spiritual qi here was abundant, and there were so many courts. It was a good place to stay. He could not keep running around in the endless universe. Should I stay here? Such a thought appeared in Zhou Xuanji's mind. "I'm talking to you." The 3-eyed man roared. He slammed out with his palm, and the space around Zhou Xuanji distorted. In that instant, Zhou Xuanji felt his body being squeezed by the space around him. However, with the strength of his body, it was not a problem at all. He shook his shoulder and dispersed the invisible pressure. He smiled and said, "Are you the lord of the astral domains?" The 3-eyed man's pupils shrank as he was secretly shocked. Who the hell was this guy? Facing his divine ability, he was actually able to break it so easily. It was too terrifying. Who exactly are you? What do you want? The three-eyed man asked in a deep voice. He could not help but feel nervous. The other party was definitely not a good person. This might be a great crisis for their astral domain. The other great sovereigns also became nervous. They could see that Zhou Xuanji was very powerful. I was just passing by. I suddenly felt that this place is pretty good. Do you guys need a master? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. He went straight to the point and spoke his mind. Fiend Venerate Chiyu became even more excited when he heard that. Domineering. As expected of his master. Venerable Night Moon couldn't help but carefully observe the star field. The environment here was indeed not bad and was worth settling down in. When the nearby Grand Supremes heard this, they all flew into a rage. How dare you! You're too arrogant. Kill him. Who the hell is this guy? He's so arrogant. Let's get into formation. Could he be someone from Cardinal Heaven? Hearing the great sovereign's words, Zhou Xuanji caught a glimpse of Cardinal Heaven. He immediately asked, Cardinal Heaven? Have you seen him before? When the three-eyed man heard this, he immediately understood what he meant. He heaved a sigh of relief and replied, Cardinal Heaven has been revived for some time. He is currently recruiting troops in an attempt to conquer the northern boundless continent. His subordinates are all powerful, and we met one of them before. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He knew that Cardinal Heaven wanted to unify the boundless world, but he did not expect them to be so powerful. It seemed that the corpses he encountered before were not the work of a Cardinal Heaven. That's right. With the rallying power of a Cardinal Heaven, it was unknown how many experts would scramble to worship him with a wave of his arm. Since you already understand the situation in the boundless world, do you think you can resist a Cardinal Heaven? Zhou Xuanji stared at the three-eyed man and asked meaningfully. The three-eyed man heard him and was immediately moved. He asked with gritted teeth, I can't, but can you? That's right. I can. Zhou Xuanji waved his sleeves and said with a domineering smile. He activated the sword fusion technique and pushed his aura to the peak, which shook the star's domain. The three-eyed man was not intimidated. Instead, he became even more furious. He waved his hand and said, Are you kidding me? Kill him. Get into formation. Yes. Hundreds of great sovereigns responded in unison. All of them turned into stars and circled around Zhou Xuanji and the other two at high speed. Demon Sovereign Chiyu and Sovereign Yue felt like the world was spinning around them. They looked left and right. Waves of different levels of pressure descended and rose one after another. It was a very strange feeling. Soon, Demon Sovereign Chiyu and Sovereign Yue felt uncomfortable. They felt that their souls were about to be stripped away at any moment. What's going on? Demon Sovereign Chiyu cried out in fear. He could not control his sovereign divine power. It was very torturous. Zhou Xuanji's eyes turned cold. The Holy Ghost cursed sword appeared above his head. Countless sword shadows appeared out of nowhere and surrounded the three. The sword tips pointed outward, forming a gigantic shadow sphere. Boom! The sword shadows exploded and clashed with the rapidly circling stars. Countless radiance shone brightly in the star's domain. Zhou Xuanji leaped up suddenly, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot as though he had never left. He charged into the explosion straight away and slashed with the Holy Ghost cursed sword. Ultimate Chaos Dao. The three-eyed man's expression changed drastically. He immediately raised his hand to block. His sovereign divine power created a barrier of light to block Zhou Xuanji's sword chi. The sword chi clashed with the high-speed meteor but did not break the formation. The hundreds of great sovereigns were still circling at high speed and were not affected at all. You are courting death. The three-eyed man roared with a hideous face. He spread out his arms, and a green shadow soared up with two gigantic sabers in each hand and slashed forward. The two gigantic sabers expanded rapidly and slashed toward Zhou Xuanji. If Zhou Xuanji dodged, Demon Sovereign Qiyu and Sovereign Yeyue would either die or be severely injured. He looked up suddenly, and his black hair danced wildly in the powerful wind. The thousand-hand sword Buddha rose up and blocked the sabers with its shoulders. Zhou Xuanji's eyes sharpened as a silver radiance shot out from his eyes and swept across. After the silver radiance dissipated, countless sword shadows hovered in the air. Each of them had their own merits. Delusion Sword C. The three-eyed man opened his eyes wide. He felt that the time around him had slowed down. Time source. This guy. He was enraged by Zhou Xuanji. He was the Star Domain Lord. How could he lose? Chapter 950. The three-eyed man was furious, and he once again controlled the green silhouette to slash at Zhou Xuanji. This time, the green silhouette's saber swings became more frenzied. The two sabers slashed wildly, wanting to destroy the thousand-hand sword Buddha. The thousand-hand sword Buddha was getting taller and taller, and the dreamy thought sea of swords was still seething. Countless sword shadows attacked one after another. The meteors formed by the Grand Supremes weren't affected by the sword shadows and sword chi. From time to time, they would crash into the thousand-hand sword Buddha, riddling it with holes. This formation was very powerful. It looked simple, but it was ever-changing and indestructible. The most terrifying thing was that they couldn't break the formation. Zhou Xuanji couldn't see through this array even with the exterminating divine eyes. Amazing, no wonder they have the confidence to resist a cardinal heaven force. Zhou Xuanji's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed in his heart. Not only did he want to obtain the Star Multitude domain, but he also wanted this array. With that thought, he gripped the Holy Ghost cursed sword tightly. Holy Ghost, curse. His eyes were cold as he mobilized the true power of the Holy Ghost cursed sword. Court overturning was a technique that could overturn an entire world. It represented the power of a great supreme. The power of the myriad flowers origin court was a power that surpassed grand sovereigns. He had never truly used the power of the myriad flowers origin court, and the most important reason was that he had yet to find a suitable opponent. Waves of ghostly wails and wolf howls came from the Holy Ghost cursed sword, causing the hearts of those who heard it to palpitate. The three-eyed man widened his eyes, looking at the Holy Ghost cursed sword. He suddenly felt uneasy. What sword is that? He gulped. The green figure's attack did not stop, but it could not stop the thousand-hand sword Buddha from rising. Accompanied by ghostly wails and wolf howls, the Holy Ghost cursed sword emitted a strange black aura and suddenly exploded, like a black light wave sweeping across the universe. In an instant, everyone stopped what they were doing. The three-eyed man was like that, and so were Supremacy Qiyu and Supremacy Yiyu. Even the great supremes who were in the midst of arranging their arrays stopped. Other than Zhou Xuanji, everyone else was surrounded by the black qi. This is, Fiend Venerable Qiyu screamed in horror. As his voice fell, the black gas around him and Venerable Yiyu suddenly disappeared. However, those grand supremes were terrified. The power of the curse was eating away at their divine power and invading their souls. They couldn't isolate it, they could only slow it down. The Holy Ghost cursed sword's power surpassed the Holy Ghost itself. The Holy Ghost was only a puppet, and it had not completely released its cursed power. Now, with the help of the Supreme Legendary Sword System, the power of the curse was completely unleashed. Impossible, the three-eyed man was shocked. He struggled with all his might, wanting to throw off the curse power. However, the more he struggled, the faster the curse power invaded his body. In an instant, countless images flashed before his eyes, all of which were scenes of his misfortune. All kinds of tragic deaths forced their way into his eyes, stimulating his soul. Zhou Xuanji came up to him and placed the tip of his sword on his throat. "You can't defeat me," he said with a faint smile, "submit to me." The power of the curse was extremely crafty, and even in the boundless universe, there were very few powers that could resist it. Unless the level of power surpassed the power of the curse. The three-eyed man became more and more terrified. He fell into a great battle, not knowing what to do. Zhou Xuanji's sword pierced into his chest, and the cursed power was like a ferocious tiger that had broken out of its cage. It was unstoppable, and his expression greatly changed. "I submit. I submit." The three-eyed man immediately cried out, his expression filled with despair. Zhou Xuanji smiled but did not stop immediately. He waited for a while before sheathing his sword. The power of the curse disappeared, and the entire universe regained its peace. All the grand sovereigns had frightened expressions on their faces, as if they had just survived a disaster. They looked at Zhou Xuanji with fear in their eyes. "Who was this guy? Tell me your name," Zhou Xuanji said as he looked at the three-eyed man disdainfully and smiled. His smile was peaceful, but in the eyes of the three-eyed man, it was a horrifying murderous intent. "Jin Cheng." The three-eyed man gritted his teeth and replied. His entire body trembled, unable to calm down for a long time. The power of the curse was too terrifying, causing him to have lingering fears. He instinctively wanted to get away from Zhou Xuanji, but his body was extremely stiff and could not move. "Jin Cheng? Sure, you will still be the domain lord of the stars, but there will be an extra me above you," Zhou Xuanji said as he patted Jin Cheng's shoulder. Hearing this, Jin Cheng forced a smile. When the surrounding Grand Supremes saw that Jin Cheng had surrendered, they didn't dare to say anything. They were very angry, but they shuddered at the thought of the power of the curse. Demon Sovereign Qiyu was very excited. He kept howling as though he was the winner. Sovereign Yiyu's eyes were fixed on the Holy Ghost cursed sword. She was recalling the power of the curse. "Greetings, Master," Jin Cheng cupped his fist and said with difficulty. At this moment, he wished he could find a spatial crack to hide in. He was too ashamed to face his subordinates. Zhou Xuanji turned around and looked at the Grand Sovereigns. "You are very angry today, but you will be very proud in the future. Wait for me to lead you to the peak." He laughed presumptuously and was in high spirits. Ever since he learned the godly bodiless state, his temperament had been changing. He used to be calm and collected, but now, he was gradually revealing his arrogance. This arrogance was not inflated but the awakening of his cultivation level. The post-ancient sovereign three heavens and the ancient absolute geniuses were all arrogant because their cultivation level was above all living beings. Master has mastered so many court realms at once. He is really soaring. Demon Sovereign Qiyu said to Sovereign Yiyu in amazement. His tone was filled with admiration. Sovereign Yiyu nodded and said, "This will be the first step for Master to charge into the post-ancient sovereign three heavens." After that, under Jin Cheng's lead, Zhou Xuanji and the other two entered the star's domain. Each star here contained a world. Among them, there were more than 100 true court realms. Some were giant stars, and some were just grains of sand. It was very difficult to see through them. Jin Cheng led Zhou Xuanji to his palace. After Zhou Xuanji sat on his throne, he took a deep breath and cupped his fist as he asked, "Master, I have yet to know your name." Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile, "Zhou Xuanji, the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court." Having heard this, Jin Cheng opened his three eyes wide. "Zhou Xuanji. You are the eternal prodigy who learned the Saint Rainbow Lord Tao?" Jin Cheng cried out in surprise. His voice was trembling. Rainbow Qin Saint Lord was a senior to him, and the Thunder Alliance was a transcendent force. The star's domain also had dealings with them, so he had heard of Zhou Xuanji's name. Zhou Xuanji stared at him and said, "I need to understand the star's domain. Can you introduce it to me personally?" Since he wanted to control the star's domain, he could not just talk about it. He wanted to understand the star's domain and hold it firmly in his hands. Jin Cheng's attitude changed, and he quickly introduced it to Zhou Xuanji. The star's domain had existed for countless years. At first, several great sovereigns had similar personalities, so they gathered the court realms together. Later on, more and more people joined, and the star's domain became prosperous today. Jin Cheng's cultivation had reached the 7 court great sovereigns. He was extremely powerful, and he had 166 great sovereigns under him. Chapter 951. The star's domain was very complicated. Zhou Xuanji only understood it after listening to Jin Cheng for a few months. He cracked his neck and said, "Next, I will preach the Tao for the astral domain. Everyone can listen, including you." Preach the Tao? Jin Cheng was stunned. Just when he was about to speak, Zhou Xuanji spoke first. "Everyone in the star realm, listen up. I'm the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. From today onwards, I'm the master of the star realm. As newcomers, I will preach the Tao to all of you. I hope that all of you will be enlightened." Zhou Xuanji's voice resounded throughout the star's domain, allowing all creatures in the world to hear it. Before anyone could react, he began to recite the ancestral voice. Jin Xing originally had some doubts, but when he heard the ancestral voice, he was moved. What exquisite language! He was soon immersed in it. Outside the hall, Fiend Supremacy Scarlet Brilliance and Supremacy Night Moon were also meditating on the spot, quietly comprehending. The ancestral voice was enough to raise Zhou Xuanji's image in everyone's hearts. Time flew by. About 100 years passed. Zhou Xuanji stopped speaking the ancestral voice. All beings wanted to continue. Jin Cheng opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration. At this moment, he was completely convinced. He solemnly cupped his fists and bowed, saying, "Master, your cultivation is truly impressive." What language was that just now? Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "I can't say. You can go now, I have other arrangements." "Yes." Jin Cheng left with excitement in his heart. Just this ancestral voice alone was a great opportunity for the multi-star domain. He could see the light now. With Zhou Xuanji, the star range domain would grow stronger. The hall quietened down again. Zhou Xuanji raised his right index finger, and Xian Xianghua and Red Dust Sovereign appeared in the hall. The two girls were stunned and subconsciously looked around. "This place is?" Xian Xianghua asked curiously. She could feel that the aura here was very different. It was thick and warm. Zhou Xuanji replied with a smile, "Star's Field. There are over 100 courts here. Who wants to take it?" The two women widened their eyes when they heard this. More than 100 heavenly courts. How long had it been? The forces under him had already expanded to such an extent? Even if we want to, we don't have the strength. Autarch Crimson Dust shook his head. It was already difficult enough for them to control the true Su court realm. Just the thought of controlling the multi-star domain as well was enough to give her an enormous amount of pressure. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said with a smile, "That's true. So, you have to integrate into the multi-star domain first. I will let you take up positions first. I will send an outer soul clone to accompany you so that you won't be wronged." He was prepared to release the 3 realms in his soul and communicate with the other realms. In the following period of time, he would think of a way to integrate the star's domain. However, with his cultivation level, it was almost impossible for him to do so. If even the current incarnation of the Supreme of the 7 courts could not do it, how could he? In other words, he had to protect the myriad stars' domain, and it would be difficult for him to escape. In order to prevent his enemies from detecting him, he decided to leave his doppelganger behind and hide his true body in the absolute time realm. This way, he could avoid being tracked by his enemies. Of course, nothing was absolute. No matter what, he couldn't keep running. Just as Zhou Xuanji was making arrangements for the 2 women, the star domain was already in an uproar. All creatures were talking about the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. The merit of the ancestral sound made it so that none of the living beings rejected him. On the contrary, they were very passionate about him. All the great sovereigns announced to the realms and the various star realms that from now on, Zhou Xuanji would be the master of the star's domain. This caused a huge uproar. Zhou Xuanji forcefully entered the history of the various worlds. In the star's domain, Zhou Xuanji also learned a lot about the endless universe. The endless universe was divided into 4 parts: East Endless, North Endless, South Endless, and West Endless. Each of the 4 directions had an undying overlord, and among them were the ancient geniuses. The Cardinal Heaven and Hunyuan Heaven had been resurrected and were fighting on their own. The cardinal heaven was fighting for the North Endless, which included the myriad domain Devil Lair and the Stars domain. The Hunyuan heaven was fighting in the South Endless, and its momentum was no weaker than the cardinal heaven. Among them, the ancient geniuses were the overlords of the West Endless. The four directions and the endless universe were boundless. Other than that, there were still many unknown territories that were constantly expanding. In the endless universe, there were many unimaginable existences. Especially those who survived from the ancient sovereign era. They were unimaginable gods. It was said that because of their existence, the endless universe could no longer be unified. Those ancient existences overturned the ancient sovereign era and did not want to repeat the same mistakes. The ancient geniuses were restrained by them and could not rule the four directions and endless. After Zhou Xuanji learned about all this, he became even more interested in the endless universe. The cardinal heaven and Hunyuan heaven had already begun to rise. As a Hongmeng heaven, how could he bear the loneliness? He arranged for his out-of-soul clone to vigorously promote the communication between the various halls. The superstar competition had also officially landed in the Stars domain. This grand event soon attracted the interest of all living beings. Countless geniuses were eager to participate. In the Stars Palace, Jin Qing respectfully looked at Zhou Xuanji's out-of-soul clone and reported the development and changes of the Stars domain. Now, he had long forgotten the humiliation from before. Instead, he was very excited. Before Zhou Xuanji's arrival, he only thought about how to live in peace and how to plunder the living beings that came and went. Now, the entire Stars domain was full of vigor and flourishing. Even the great sovereigns were working hard to cultivate. He had not felt such positivity for a long time. Master, there's a domain nearby. It's much larger than our Stars domain. Its master's cultivation has reached the great sovereign of the 9 halls. He's very domineering. Every once in a while, we must pay tribute to him. After we rejected the cardinal heaven's recruitment, there was no trouble because of him. Jin Qing changed the topic. His face turned ugly at the mention of the great sovereign of the 9 halls. There was fear, anger, and most of all, hatred. In order to protect the Stars domain, he had received a lot of humiliation. Of course, these humiliation were not known to his subordinates. The two domains were far apart. The Stars domain did not know of each other's existence. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and said, "Great sovereign of the 9 halls? In the endless universe, is this cultivation considered top-notch?" He had long felt that there was another realm above the great sovereign. The godly blank state was the best proof. Jin Qing said hesitantly, "It should be. Otherwise, how could that guy hold back so many powerful cultivators under the cardinal heaven?" Zhou Xuanji asked, "You mean the tribute time is coming soon?" Jin Qing nodded. His eyes were filled with anticipation. "What do you want me to do? Continue to pay tribute or overthrow him?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a faint smile. Jin Qing smiled awkwardly and said, "Of course, it's up to you to decide." Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Let's ignore them for now. We won't be enemies with them for now. Compared to them, the cardinal heaven is a greater threat. We must be vigilant." Jin Qing thought about it carefully and felt that it made sense. That domain happened to hold back the cardinal heaven. Send someone to check on the situation. If there's an opportunity, we will take advantage of it, Zhou Xuanji instructed. Jin Qing nodded. Just when he was about to leave, he suddenly froze. Chapter 952. Who? Come out. Jin Qing shouted in a deep voice as he scanned the entire hall. A burst of soft laughter came, and Zhou Xuanji heard it, and his expression became a little unnatural. Divine Star. Why is this guy here again? Shen Nianqing appeared by Zhou Xuanji's side out of thin air. She bent down and reached out to pick up a strand of Zhou Xuanji's hair. She said with a smile, "You are really amazing. You have become the domain lord of the stars." Jin Qing turned around and roared furiously, "How dare you!" Although he spoke, he did not attack. Since the other party could appear beside Zhou Xuanji, he was definitely not someone he could deal with. Zhou Xuanji glanced at Shen Yanqing and said, "What? You want to catch me again?" Now, he was not afraid of Shen Yanqing. Shen Yanqing shook her head and said with a smile, "How can I be willing to capture you? I'm here to congratulate you and help you by the way." Zhou Xuanji did not believe it. There was definitely something fishy going on. "You are really arrogant. You need to rely on my strength to deal with a Cardinal Heaven expert." Shen Yanqing curled her lips and said. Her eyes rolled around, looking mischievous. She said meaningfully, "Zhou Xuanji, do you know how many Cardinal Heaven beings are more powerful than you? In all directions, how powerful are the great sovereigns of the Nine Court?" Zhou Xuanji did not reply but stared at her, waiting for her to continue. "The ruler of the court realm is just the beginning in the boundless universe. You're still far from it. In the future, I'll follow you." Shen Yanqing rolled her eyes at Zhou Xuanji before turning around and walking toward the train. She waved her sleeves and ordered, "Lad, arrange a place for me to stay. I want a secluded place with good scenery." Jin Sheng was stunned and looked at Zhou Xuanji instinctively. Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly and left. After the two disappeared, Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin and fell into deep thought. If Shen Yanqing came to help him, it was estimated that she had another intention. But this was good as well. With her around, Zhou Xuanji's pressure would be greatly reduced. After the thought, Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes. His original body was in the absolute time realm, and it was only an extra soul doppelganger. After Shen Yanqing joined the star field, it did not cause too much of a stir, and all living beings did not know of her arrival. Zhou Xuanji would occasionally send some elite disciples of the Emperor Sword Divine Range to study in the star's realm, including his children and grandchildren. Zhou Tianyuan had already entered the myriad stars' domain's strongest sacred ground, and Jin Sheng had also become one of his teachers. This arrangement made Jin Sheng very excited. As long as he took good care of Zhou Tianyuan, he could become Zhou Xuanji's trusted aide. If one day, Zhou Tianyuan took over Zhou Xuanji's position, wouldn't he be able to achieve meteoric success as well? Thinking of this possibility, Jin Sheng worked even harder, wholeheartedly cultivating Zhou Tianyuan. Absolute Time Realm. Jiang Shui snuggled in Zhou Xuanji's arms and enjoyed the rare moment of solitude. The astral domain is so big. It's hard to manage. Zhou Xuanji had been nurturing them, including the Emperor Sword Divine Range. But his pace was too fast. Even if they tried their best, they could hardly keep up with him. Even though Xian Xianghua was connected to Zhou Xuanji's exterminating divine eyes, she could not follow him closely. Zhou Xuanji comforted, "Don't you have me? Take your time." He couldn't stop. He wanted to rush even faster. Jiang Shui looked up at him and smiled charmingly. "Do you want another son?" Zhou Tanhua was very promising. He was already independent. Zhou Shaoxian, on the other hand, was a little jumpy and impatient. She needed more training. So, she suddenly wanted to give birth to another child for Zhou Xuanji to share his burden. Zhou Xuanji hooked her nose and said with a smile, "Why have so many children? Be careful of internal strife in the future." Now, he only had 2 children. He would not neglect any of them. But if he had too many children, there would always be neglect. Jiang Shui rolled her eyes at him and said, "My children won't kill each other." Zhou Xuanji smiled and hugged her even tighter. His eyes suddenly turned sharp. After relaxing for so long, it was time to do something serious. On the Star River stairs, Zhou Xuanji walked slowly. Jin Sheng and Demon Sovereign Qiyu followed behind him. "Master, you must be careful of the Million Dragon Great Technique of the Dragon Follower Domain. That formation is even more powerful than our Astral Multitude formation," Jin Sheng reminded. He had challenged the Dragon Follower Domain before but failed. Demon Sovereign Qiyu asked curiously, "Is the Dragon Follower Domain so powerful that Cardinal Heaven cannot devour them? Or is it that Cardinal Heaven is not as invincible as I thought?" Jin Sheng smiled and said, "Although Cardinal Heaven has revived, it is still far from the pinnacle. Those who dominate a region are prideful and arrogant. Why would they submit to him? Now, Cardinal Heaven can only be considered a top-notch leader below the endless overlords. It was not the post-ancient sovereign three heavens after all. Countless living beings admired the legends of their predecessors, and many wanted to surpass them. According to what you said, the Dragon Follower domain has just repelled the Cardinal Heaven's minions and is now collecting tributes from the surrounding domains to recuperate. My goal is not to defeat the Dragon Follower domain but to intimidate them. Cardinal Heaven will surely make a comeback, so the Dragon Follower domain must reconsider whether to offend us again, Zhou Xuanji said with a soft smile as he looked ahead. If they are smart, they might ally with us to fight against Cardinal Heaven. Jin Sheng and Demon Sovereign Qiyu nodded. This was the best situation. Cardinal Heaven was also their enemy. More accurately, they were the enemy of the entire Northern Endless Realm. No one willingly submitted. Moreover, what the Cardinal Heaven wanted wasn't submission, but destruction and revenge. The Star River staircase was very long. It was specially built by the Dragon Follower domain to make it easier to find the Star's domain. Not only here, but there were also Star River staircases between the Dragon Follower domain and other domains. The silhouette of the Dragon Follower domain could already be seen ahead. From a distance, it looked like a place where a group of dragons resided. Countless dragon silhouettes coiled around a gigantic ball of light. The boundless vitality could not be concealed at all. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes in amazement. There were many living beings in the Dragon Follower domain, and they were generally more powerful than the Star's domain. No wonder it could reign supreme over the Eight Directions domain. There was an aura that was very prominent in the Dragon Follower domain. Even from such a distance, Zhou Xuanji was shocked. Very powerful. 9 halls great sovereigns indeed. Zhou Xuanji felt a little excited suddenly. He wanted to test the difference between him and the 9 halls great sovereigns. Without godly blankness, he would not be able to defeat the 9 halls great sovereigns. This was why he was so excited. So powerful. Has he already discovered us? Demon Sovereign Qiyu asked anxiously. The further they went, the greater the pressure they felt. Jin Qing did not reply. He was nervous too. Zhou Xuanji suddenly disappeared in front of them, which stunned them. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji appeared above the Dragon Follower domain. He looked down at the vast dragon silhouettes, and his purple eyes flashed with fervor. He raised his right hand with the Holy Ghost cursed sword and was about to slash down. You want to attack the moment you come? You are too forceful. A sonorous and furious voice came, as though the sun was exploding. Zhou Xuanji could clearly sense that the surrounding space was heating up rapidly. Chapter 953. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and saw the shadow of a dragon soaring into the sky. A ball of black flames burned on the dragon's head. A god stood within the black flames. He wore a Qilin red leaf armor and was muscular. He had a head full of wild black hair, and his eyes were so big that they looked like they were about to pop out of their sockets. He held 2 gigantic spiked hammers in his hands, which looked extremely savage. He looked at Zhou Xuanji furiously. His murderous intent almost materialized into the black flames around him, burning fiercely. Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and said with a smile, "Rumor has it that there are great sovereigns of the 9 halls in the Dragon Follower domain. I'm here to learn from you." After that, he slashed down with his sword. 9 sword souls appeared out of nowhere. Some looked savage while others looked mighty. All of them turned into sword shadows that swept toward the red-armored god in a flash. The red-armored god swung his hammers to block the 9 sword souls. In the next second, his expression changed drastically. After the sword souls exploded, the curse's power seeped out and invaded his body. He immediately expelled the curse's power, but this power was very tricky, and he could not expel it by force. In that instant, he used his sovereign's divine power to suppress the curse's power before charging toward Zhou Xuanji. Once the battle began, he became hysterical and did not care about anything else. Boom! Zhou Xuanji felt his vision blur, and he was sent flying backward. But after flying a few thousand meters, Zhou Xuanji stopped. The red-armored god opened his eyes wide. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji's body to be so powerful. Even he felt pain from that collision. This guy must be eliminated. The red-armored god's eyes turned savage as he charged toward Zhou Xuanji again. This time, Zhou Xuanji used his full power. Under the sword fusion technique, his aura reached its peak. Facing the red-armored god, he charged toward him head-on. He slashed with his full power, and the Holy Ghost cursed sword landed on the two hammers. The berserk power numbed the red-armored god's arms. He cried out in his heart, "What kind of power is this?" It was his first time encountering someone with such a horrifying physical strength. Most importantly, the curse's power was still wreaking havoc in his body, ravaging him. Zhou Xuanji pursued. He did not pursue speed but power. Even so, he was still very fast. Without any divine abilities and with just the sword in his hand, Zhou Xuanji completely suppressed the red-armored god and caught him off guard. The surrounding stars were crushed by the shockwaves caused by the battle, and the dragon's shadow below wantonly twisted. Dragon's rampage. Far away, Jin Cheng and Qi were speechless when they saw that. Too strong. From their point of view, the universe space distorted violently, causing Long Tsong's domain to look hazy like a dream. Zhou Xuanji continuously attacked the red-armored deity, and soon, the red-armored deity's body was covered with blood. His body could be destroyed at any moment. His strength is too strong. I can't block it. No. You can't do this. The crimson-armored deity thought with gritted teeth as he defended against Zhou Xuanji's legendary swords. Facing Zhou Xuanji's attacks, he could not use any divine abilities, and the curse power was still in effect. Every time the sword and hammer collided, the curse power in his body would become stronger. Right now, he would rather die than live. You're no match for me. Where's your master? Why hasn't he come out? Zhou Xuanji laughed condescendingly. He had already held back, or else he could have killed his opponent. The Supreme of the Nine Halls had yet to make a move, which made him feel a little strange. Was she not here, or was she looking down on him? How could I lose to you? The crimson-armored deity roared furiously. He shook his arms, and his body exploded. He took out his soul and dodged the Holy Ghost cursed sword. Zhou Xuanji turned around and activated Universal Attraction. At the same time, he activated the Soul Kunlun sword. The crimson-armored deity's soul was sucked away in an instant, and he could no longer move forward. You! He turned around and cried out in fear. Not only could his soul not escape, but his sovereign's divine energy was also being sucked away. Zhou Xuanji was absorbing his divine energy. Since no one can save you, then die, Zhou Xuanji said with a mocking smile. The Soul Kunlun sword in his left hand sucked away the crimson-armored deity's soul while he raised the Holy Ghost cursed sword in his right hand, preparing to deal a fatal blow. The crimson-armored deity panicked completely, and despair filled his face. At this critical moment, a silhouette appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji and kicked him in the chest. Boom! Zhou Xuanji was sent flying backward like an arrow, crashing through numerous dragon shadows. He looked up, and as he flew backward at high speed, he saw the other party's face. This person wore a long black and white robe and looked like a Taoist. His face was thin and resolute, and his eyes were cold. He was looking down at Zhou Xuanji with disdain, as though he was looking at an ordinary person. The Lord of the Dragon Follower Domain, Daozang Heart. His original form was a dragon, but no one knew what race he was. He was very powerful. In Jin Cheng's words, he had never been defeated before. Zhou Xuanji forcefully stabilized his body. He stomped on the ground with his right foot and charged toward Daozang Heart. Strands of blue wind coiled around Daozang Heart's body. The great sovereign of the five courts dares to fight against me, he said with a mocking smile. He raised his right hand and brought it before his eyes. His fingers were burning with blue flames. He waved lightly, and the blue flames fell down and transformed into a divine army that charged toward Zhou Xuanji with a roar. Zhou Xuanji sensed that the dark universe above him suddenly turned blue. He looked again and saw countless blue divine weapons appearing. Each of them was holding a different weapon, and they were unstoppable, as though the sky was collapsing. Kill! Billions of battle cries gathered together and were deafening. Even Zhou Xuanji was shocked, but he quickly came back to his senses. Good timing. Zhou Xuanji laughed. He transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon and soared up. Boom! The golden dragon broke through the blue divine army and charged toward Daozang Heart without any hesitation. However, before he could break through the blue divine army, he was stopped. The divine army at the last level was not any weaker than him. What divine ability is this? Zhou Xuanji frowned. There were at least 1,000,000 divine weapons in this row, and each of them was as powerful as him? What kind of freakish divine ability was this? Daozang Heart stored the red-armored deity's soul in his palm and said coldly, "Trash, you are one stage higher than him, but you still can't defeat him." The red-armored deity was ashamed. Just when he wanted to explain, Daozang Heart's left hand grabbed him and stored him in his sleeve. Boom! 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 The blue divine army below was pierced through by thousands of giant golden swords. The 1,000-hand sword Buddha stood up, and Zhou Xuanji stood on its head and stared at Daozang Heart. "I know such a divine ability too." Zhou Xuanji snorted coldly. Numerous silver duplicates flew out from his body and surrounded the 1,000-hand sword Buddha's head. 1,000,000. Greatly avatars. He led the 1,000,000 greatly avatars and charged toward Daozang Heart like a meteor shower. Almost in an instant, he and his greatly clones were above Daozang's heart, surrounding it from all directions. Daozang Heart looked up without any change in his expression. There was even a hint of mockery in his eyes. So weak. He waved his right hand, and the blue flames on his fingers turned into streams of light. All the greatly avatars were destroyed instantly. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed suddenly, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. Before he could react, Daozang Heart appeared behind him and pressed down on his shoulder. Chapter 954. Daozang Xian's fingers were still burning with flames, and they quickly burned Zhou Xuanji's shoulder. His eyes were cold as he squinted at Zhou Xuanji and said, "You are the new master of the star domain, right? You overestimate yourself. You dare to provoke the dragon follower domain with your little power." He squeezed his right hand hard. Boom! Zhou Xuanji exploded immediately, turning into countless sparks and scattering. Daozang Xian suddenly narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to turn around, Zhou Xuanji's holy ghost curse sword pierced through his throat. The curse power madly invaded his bones and tendons. He did not panic. Instead, he unleashed his sovereign's divine power and forced Zhou Xuanji back. At the same time, he sealed his throat with blue flames. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and asked, "What divine ability was that?" Zhou Xuanji had suddenly disappeared, and even his divine sense could not detect him, making him feel quite shocked. A divine ability that Grand Supremes can't comprehend. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile before he disappeared again. Daozang rolled his eyes and crossed his arms in front of his chest. His left hand ignited with a blue flame. He waved his arms fiercely, and violent blue flames rushed in all directions, burning space and annihilating natural laws. However, this domineering blue flame did not force Zhou Xuanji out. Zhou Xuanji was moving swiftly around the Daoist treasury's heart. This was a divine ability that he had only recently comprehended. It was very similar to the godless state, but it was a low-level version of the godless state. The difference in speed was like heaven and earth, but it was still enough to deal with a great supreme. He called it God speed. In godly supreme speed, he could peek into the real world and stop at any time to give the enemy a surprise attack. Zhou Xuanji suddenly exited godly supreme speed and appeared above Daozang Xian's head, slashing down with his sword. Daozang Xian's head was hit by the Holy Ghost's cursed sword, and his hair became messy. However, his head was not split open. His expression was still grave and stern. He grabbed Zhou Xuanji's wrist and pulled it down. Zhou Xuanji's expression changed slightly. He immediately tilted his head, and the exterminating divine light shot out from his eyes and shined on Daozong Xian. Daozong's heart instantly froze, unable to move. Zhou Xuanji leaped away and raised his right hand. Gathering the sovereign's divine power, he slashed down. Great Enlightenment God slash. The sword qi lit up the universe, and Daozong's heart was drowned by this majestic sword qi. The space around him collapsed. Zhou Xuanji did not stop but continued to use other divine abilities of the Way of the Sword. Countless sword qi and sword light shot toward Daozong's heart from different directions. Explosions sounded one after another, and the dragons below roared and twisted. The dragon follower domain seemed like it would be destroyed at any moment. Fiend Venerable Qi Yu and Jin Cheng watched from afar, their hearts pounding. Master is actually suppressing the heart of the Tao mysteries. Jin Cheng said with a face full of admiration. He was so excited that his entire body was trembling. He was well aware of how terrifying the heart of Daozong was. Back then, when he faced Daozong Xian, he was utterly defeated. In that battle, Daozong Xian had deeply humiliated him, making the realm of stars become the slave of the realm of dragon follower. Now that Daozong Xian was at a disadvantage, how could he not be excited? Demon Sovereign Qiyu was fine. He had already built up his confidence in Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji continued to unleash divine abilities, but he felt that something was off. The aura of Daozong Xian remained in the midst of the explosion. It did not decrease nor increase, nor did it move. It was terrifyingly calm. Could it be? Zhou Xuanji's pupils dilated, and he had a guess in his heart. He immediately stopped. After the explosion subsided, the universe was in chaos. Space-time cracks were everywhere, swaying like glowing worms. Come out, Zhou Xuanji said softly. Just when he spoke, strands of blue flames appeared on the tip of the Holy Ghost cursed sword and quickly formed into Daozong Xian's figure. Daozong Xian stood before Zhou Xuanji calmly and said, "Your divine ability is not bad. It gives off a feeling of godly stupor. Seems like your background is not simple." Godly stupor. This guy knew about it. It's a pity that it's not the true godly stupor. If you could learn it, you would be invincible. Even I would not be a match for you, Daozong Xian said seriously as he stared at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji asked with narrowed eyes, "Then what was the divine ability you used just now?" He could tell that Daozong Xian was intimidated by godly stupor's speed and was asking for peace. "My innate divine ability, Hidden Heart Sacred Flame. As long as the sacred flame is not extinguished, I will not be extinguished. Wherever there is a sacred flame, I can appear there. And the sacred flame can be hidden in my heart, whether it's me or my enemies," Daozong Xian replied with a smile. His honesty further verified Zhou Xuanji's guess. Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. What an amazing divine ability. Compared to godly stupor, the potential of the Hidden Heart Sacred Flame is equally great. This was from the bottom of his heart. With the Hidden Heart Sacred Flame, Daozong Xian could also be invincible. No wonder this guy could resist the pressure of a cardinal heaven. From today onwards, the All-Star domain and Longsong domain will be on equal footing. You and I will work together to resist cardinal heaven. What do you think? Daozong Xian asked. His eyes were fixed on Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Sure. But if there's an opportunity, you and I will continue to spar. It's not easy to find great sovereigns of the 9 halls." Battling with Daozong Xian was thrilling, and he could learn many things. "Okay. If so, let's enter the Longsong domain as a guest," Daozong Xian said with a smile as he pointed downward. Zhou Xuanji had no objections and entered the Longsong domain with Daozong Xian. He was not afraid of Daozong Xian's tricks. Although it was their first time fighting, he was sure of Daozong Xian's temperament. This person was a proud person. If he had evil intentions, he would definitely continue fighting. It was not Zhou Xuanji's first time meeting someone like this. Seeing Zhou Xuanji and Daozong Xian fly into the Longsong domain, Demon Sovereign Qiyu grew anxious. He looked at Jin Sheng and asked, "Should we follow them?" Jin Sheng frowned and said, "No need. We will only be a burden to him. Let's wait and see." Since Daozong Xian said those words, it should be true. After all, there are many powerhouses from other domains in the Longsong domain. How can we convince the others if we go back on our words? Although no one flew out from the Longsong domain, they believed that many powerful cultivators were hiding inside to watch the battle. The commotion of this battle was so great that anyone with a little bit of cultivation would be able to sense it. The two of them waited where they were. About 3 days passed. Zhou Xuanji appeared before them and said with a smile, "Let's go. It's time to go back." With that, he took the lead and walked in the direction of the multi-star domain. "Master, how's the situation?" Jin Xing caught up with him and asked curiously. Seeing Zhou Xuanji smile, their hearts itched as though they were being scratched by a cat. Zhou Xuanji replied, "We formed an alliance to advance and retreat together. We do not need to pay tribute to them. Moreover, the Longsong domain will provide us with resources to help the All-Star domain grow stronger." Having heard that, Jin Sheng and Demon Sovereign Qiyu opened their eyes wide. Daozong Xian was so easy to talk to. Especially Jin Sheng, who was filled with suspicion. Could it be Daozong Xian's scheme? Chapter 955. Since he is so polite, could it be that Master has already defeated him? Demon Sovereign Qiyu asked curiously. There was no doubt that the heart of Dao scripture was powerful. When the heart of Daozong suddenly emerged from the Holy Ghost cursed sword, he was scared out of his wits. This kind of divine ability was truly mysterious and made people tremble in fear. Both he and Jin Sheng heard what Daozong Xian said. A divine ability that could hide in one's heart could be said to be impossible to guard against. No, I can't defeat him right now. Of course, he can't defeat me either. This is why we can form an alliance, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile as he squinted his eyes. He still needed to continue developing the godless state. It would be perfect if he could use the godly emptiness state in battle. Right now, he couldn't do it. He had to increase his cultivation. Daozong Xian is indeed powerful, but Master is even more powerful. You are only a supreme martial artist of the 5 courts, but he is a supreme martial artist of the 9 courts. Qiyu Demon Venerable sucked up to Meng Chao in a timely manner. When he heard this, he came back to his senses. That's right. Perhaps that was why Daozong Xian had compromised. An existence like Zhou Xuanji should not exist. He was enough to topple any powerhouse's understanding. Since he could not kill Zhou Xuanji, he might as well rope him in and forge a good relationship with him. Now that he understood this point, he felt at ease. His mood improved, and he began to imagine the future. With the help of the Draconic domain, the multi-star domain would definitely become stronger and stronger. Meanwhile, Daozong Xian was sitting alone in the splendid hall, leaning back on a chair and staring at the ceiling in silence. He muttered to himself, "Zhou Xuanji, just who are you?" Ethereal state. He had seen that state before, and it was an indescribably powerful one. He never imagined that such a state would appear on a grand sovereign. Now, he was filled with interest towards Zhou Xuanji. He was looking forward to Zhou Xuanji's background. After thinking for a long time, he took out a jade bead from his sleeve and crushed it. The powder drifted into the air, sparkling with specks of starlight. He looked at the powder and said softly, "Senior Zhu Kong, I need support." The powder instantly disappeared, no longer existing. After returning to the stars field, Zhou Xuanji observed the cultivation of Zhou Tianyuan and the others before entering absolute time to cultivate. According to what Daozong had said, it would take some time before the minions of the Cardinal Heaven experts made a comeback. It was said that the Cardinal Heaven experts had gathered all their subordinates for an unknown reason. However, there was one thing that was clear. The Northern Limitless Realm would be even more difficult in the future. Once a Cardinal Heaven expert recovered to his peak, it would be a catastrophe for the North and even the entire Endless Universe. Although Daozong Xian was ambitious, he knew that survival was the most important thing. As for his ambitions, he would have to wait until he survived this disaster. While Zhou Xuanji was cultivating, his fame began to spread throughout the northern boundless continent. Becoming the disciple of the rainbow Qin sage. Dominate the stars' domain. The great war Dao hid the heart and was undefeated. These things were enough to make Zhou Xuanji famous in the north. One must know that Daozong Xian was a formidable character in the northern limitless territory, and Hong Qin sage was a senior. More and more living beings came to the All-Stars domain. Now, the All-Stars domain was no longer sealed and welcomed other living beings as guests. Zhou Xuanji wanted to turn the All-Stars domain into a central domain like the Thunder Alliance and Yen Alliance. He wanted to exchange resources and treat it as a cultivation sanctuary. This kind of alliance could attract living beings from all kinds of backgrounds and build up connections. Only then would it be able to survive. With Zhou Xuanji's help, Daoya Old Man and Xian Daoya discussed development strategies with Jincheng. Although their cultivation wasn't good, with Zhou Xuanji's backing, no one dared to offend them, including Jincheng. The Kunlun Origin Court, Zhensu Court Realm, and Zhonlanting Realm were also growing. Every day, a steady stream of resources would be poured into the three realms. In Zhou Xuanji's heart, the three realms were the most important. As for the All-Stars domain, it couldn't be taken away. It could be developed but not as the top priority. Life returned to normal. Zhou Xuanji cultivated every day and occasionally came out to preach the Tao to the living beings under him. His ancestral voice could inspire all living beings. Preaching the Tao again and again made him gradually deified in the hearts of all living beings in the All-Stars domain. The magic of the ancestral voice also attracted more and more living beings to come and watch. Zhou Xuanji preached the Tao every 100 years to attract living beings and improve the status of the All-Stars domain. He was also worried that the ancestral voice would attract unnecessary trouble. But he had the spirit void state. What was there to be afraid of? Moreover, the ancestral voice couldn't be learned. This was what Shen Nianqing told him. Shen Nianqing also supported him to do so. In this way, she could also listen to the Tao. She was naturally happy. This day, Zhou Xuanji returned to the All-Stars Palace. Just as he was about to take a seat, Shen Nianqing barged in. Behind her, Sovereign Hongchen followed closely. "Brat, can you control her? If she pesters me again, I will kill her," Shen Nianqing said, gnashing her teeth. Sovereign Hongchen, who was behind her, stared at her expressionlessly. Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, "Can't you tell me where her sister is?" Shen Nianqing crossed her arms in front of her chest and snorted, "Dead. I ate her. How many times do I ask, it's still the same answer." Sovereign Hongchen frowned. He took a step forward and said, "I don't believe it. I can feel that she is still alive." Shen Nianqing's face was full of impatience. She angrily said, "Do you really think I don't dare to do anything to you?" She took a step and came before Sovereign Hongchen, placing her right palm on her forehead. "Okay, you go down first." "I will talk to her," Zhou Xuanji said, waving his hand. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand, signaling Shen Nianqing to leave first. Shen Nianqing could only wave her sleeves and leave. Sovereign Hongchen walked up to Zhou Xuanji and said, "She is Nianqing, right?" She was so entangled, but Shen Nianqing didn't hurt her, which made her more convinced. "It should be, but she's not the same as before. Don't bother her anymore, it's useless. Spend more time on cultivation, and when you're stronger than her, won't you be able to answer your questions?" Zhou Xuanji said as he nodded. He didn't know why Shen Nianqing wanted to deny her identity, but it didn't matter. The past is the past. Zhou Xuanji would figure it all out sooner or later. He hoped that mortal sovereign could remain calm. Supreme Crimson Dust nodded and said, "I recently came across a fortuitous encounter and want to give it a try. What do you think?" After saying that, she flipped open her right palm. It was a piece of wood the size of a fingernail. It was dark green and had a strange character engraved on it. It was hard to read. "There's a map hidden inside." I felt the same aura as the star pincher. I just wanted to confirm it again. I want to go to that place now. Mortal Sovereign said as he handed the dark green wood piece to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji took the dark green wood piece and sent his divine will into it. Immediately afterward, a vast starry sky map appeared in his mind, and there was an extremely prominent red dot in the center that attracted his divine consciousness. This aura, Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes. He found that the aura in the map was very similar to that of the faded fate pearl. Is there any connection between the two? He immediately became interested and began to study the starry sky map. Chapter 956. Supreme Crimson Dust waited quietly, a look of anticipation in her eyes. It would be great if they could find the true whereabouts of Shen Nianxing from this star map. After a long while, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and exclaimed, "What an exquisite map! If it's true, there is indeed a great opportunity in that place." In the center of the map, in addition to the aura of the faded pearl, there was also the aura of Shen Nianxing when she was in the passage between the two worlds. Zhou Xuanji was also very interested in that place. "Where did you get this piece of wood?" Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, staring at Sovereign Red Dust. Sovereign Red Dust replied, "It was near the star's domain. I came across it by chance when I was traveling." By chance? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. After a long while, he finally said, "Okay, let's go." He couldn't bear to look at Sovereign Red Dust's eyes. He could also learn about the origin of the faded pearl. "Remember, listen to me. Don't act recklessly," Zhou Xuanji exhorted. He was afraid that Sovereign Red Dust would lose control. Sovereign Red Dust rolled his eyes and said, "I am indeed persistent in looking for her, but I haven't lost my mind to the point of losing my mind." Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Let's go now." Anyway, he had nothing to do recently. The star's domain was developing steadily. The draconic domain was no longer a threat to the star's domain. He had time to go out. If he waited for a while longer, he wouldn't have the time to leave when the Supremes came. Zhou Xuanji left with Sovereign Red Dust, and the two disappeared from the star's palace. In the space-time tunnel, Zhou Xuanji looked at the star map in front of him, lost in thought. Sovereign Red Dust stood beside him, also paying attention to the star map. "Don't you feel that these stars look like a human figure when they gather together?" Zhou Xuanji asked. This star map was very magical. The arrangement of the stars inside was constantly changing. Zhou Xuanji only needed to fly toward the red dot in the center of the map to find his destination. When his divine sense entered the dark green wood piece, he understood how to use the star map. The map had a spirit and would guide the explorer. "Yes, it's ever-changing. It's hard to determine who it is," Sovereign Red Dust nodded. Autark Crimson Dust nodded, a look of curiosity on her face. Zhou Xuanji took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and showed it to Little Sovereign. Little Sovereign looked at it for a while and said in surprise, "Interesting. This map is so mysterious that it actually contains the truth of the universe. The aura inside is ever-changing. Where exactly is that place?" Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and said, "So you don't know? All these empty things. I'm guessing this is the legendary land of miracles, the origin of all worlds." Little Sovereign glared at Zhou Xuanji and coldly snorted. Zhou Xuanji signaled him with his eyes to continue. "As we all know, the starting point of the endless universe is the Kunlun Origin Court. When our ancestors left the Kunlun Origin Court, they used some kind of divine ability to reach the void. They opened different realms from the void and gradually connected them together. The starting point of the endless universe is the land of miracles, the origin of the myriad worlds." Little Sovereign narrated the legend with a proud look on his face. As if to say, "Don't underestimate me." Autark Crimson Dust asked in puzzlement, "Say, do you think the passageway between the two realms can lead directly to those miraculous lands?" Little Sovereign understood what she meant. He pondered and said, "Well, it's also possible. Your sister might have directly traveled to this miraculous place." Hearing this, Autark Crimson Dust became even more expectant. Zhou Xuanji was wondering if there was more than one faded pearl. The fated pearl was born when the Kunlun origin court was established. Could it be that every origin of the myriad worlds has a fated pearl? Otherwise, how can I explain the aura of the fated pearl there? Autark Crimson Dust continued to ask about the origin of the myriad worlds. Little Sovereign also became interested and told him everything he knew. Zhou Xuanji flew very fast. In less than 2 days, they arrived at their destination. This place was filled with colorful light and majestic mist. There wasn't a single star in sight. Zhou Xuanji flew on his sword with Little Sovereign hovering behind him and Autark Crimson Dust beside him. The three of them flew forward while observing their surroundings. The red dot is here, but how do we get in? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He spread his divine will but he couldn't find the entry point. Little Sovereign also furrowed his brow. Did I guess wrong? This isn't the origin of the myriad worlds? Autark Crimson Dust suddenly said, I can feel a trace of red dust chi. It's right in front. After speaking, she took the lead and flew forward, landing in front of a red glow. Zhou Xuanji came behind her and stabbed the red glow with the lesser supreme sword. The blade pierced into the red glow. In an instant, a powerful suction wrapped around the two of them. Zhou Xuanji didn't resist. The next second, the two of them landed in the snow. The sky was full of snow. The sky and the earth were the same color. It was vast and empty. There was a towering mountain in front of them. Apart from that, they couldn't see any other mountains. Little Sovereign's soul flew out. He frowned and said, Be careful, I feel something is wrong. Zhou Xuanji took out the Kunlun sword and the Holy Ghost cursed sword, ready to fight at any time. He could already feel a faint murderous aura. Autark Crimson Dust raised her hand and pointed at the giant mountain in front of them. She said, The red dust chi comes from there. There is a huge amount of red dust chi on the top of the mountain, along with other auras. Her tone was a little excited. She had already captured Shen Nianqing's aura but she didn't act impulsively. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, Follow me. He stepped forward and flew towards the giant mountain. Autark Crimson Dust followed closely behind. The closer they got to the giant mountain, the heavier the murderous aura became. They flew for about 10 miles. Stop. Don't go there. You will die. A voice suddenly came. Zhou Xuanji and the other two turned around. They saw a young man in a straw raincoat riding an ox. It was a green ox with a shoulder height of 6 feet. It was very burly, making the young man look like a dwarf. Little Sovereign raised his brow and asked, Kid, you live here? The young man in the straw raincoat nodded and replied, I was born here. I have seen many people come here to seek opportunities. No one who entered that mountain came back. His skin was slightly dark and his eyes were bright like 2 pearls. Oh. What about your parents? Little Sovereign asked. I don't have parents. I was born from a rock, the young man in the straw raincoat replied seriously. Zhou Xuanji and the other two didn't laugh. Their eyes were all focused on the green ox under him. This green ox had the cultivation of the 5 courts' great sovereign. Is there anyone else in this world besides you? Zhou Xuanji asked. The young man in the straw raincoat shook his head. He then looked at Autark Crimson Dust and frowned, saying, My aunt is also here. She looks like you. Hearing this, Autark Crimson Dust immediately became excited. It's definitely Shen Nianqing. Can you take us to see her? Autark Crimson Dust asked, holding back his surprise. The young man in the straw raincoat nodded and turned around, leading the ox. Zhou Xuanji and the other two immediately followed. There's something wrong with this kid. He's a puppet, Little Sovereign transmitted his voice to Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 957. I know that the green bull is controlling him. Let's observe the situation first, Zhou Xuanji replied. Zhou Xuanji replied telepathically as he looked at the green bull. This green bull looked very simple and honest. It was no different from the green bulls in the mortal world. But it gave Zhou Xuanji a creepy feeling. Sovereign Hongchen wasn't blind either. Her eyes also fell on the green bull from time to time. The young man in the raincoat advanced toward the east of the giant mountain in silence. After half an hour, they landed in a basin that was still covered with snow. Below them was a city of ice and snow. It covered an area of dozens of miles. In this snow-covered world, it looked very small. After entering the city, Zhou Xuanji and the other two saw a terrifying scene. Ice sculptures were everywhere on the streets. All kinds of creatures were frozen in ice. Every creature had a look of horror and despair on their faces. At first glance, it was enough to make one's scalp tingle. "Little guy, are these people here to seek opportunities?" Little Sovereign asked. His eyes were a little sharp, but he quickly restrained himself and put on a kind smile. The young man in the raincoat replied without looking back, "Yes, this city has existed for a long time. It existed long before I was born. It has always been frozen. Don't touch anything around it. You will be frozen as soon as you touch it." Zhou Xuanji felt the cold energy here, but he didn't care much. The cold energy here was not as good as the cold energy he had absorbed before. Supremacy Crimson Dust asked, "What is the background of that aunt of yours? Is she also here to seek opportunities?" The young man in the raincoat replied without looking back, "Aunt is my aunt. She is the god who guards this place." God. Zhou Xuanji and the other two couldn't help but ponder over this sentence. Could it be that Shen Yanqing is trapped here and can't leave? Soon, they came to an ice and snow altar. A girl in a coarse dress was sitting on the altar. It was Shen Yanqing. She still looked the same as when she was in Anti-Kunlun. Sovereign Hongchen immediately became excited. She didn't panic but cautiously asked, "Nianqing?" Hearing this, Shen Yanqing slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were so clear, but there was a hint of worry between her brows. "Everyone, long time no see," she greeted. Her voice was a little hoarse, as if she had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Sovereign Hongchen's heart trembled when she heard this. At this moment, endless regret, self-blame, unwillingness, and heartache filled her heart. Zhou Xuanji asked directly, "Someone is walking outside in your appearance. Do you know who she is?" He felt strange in his heart. This Shen Yanqing seems to be real. Which Shen Yanqing is the real one? "She is me, just another me," Shen Yanqing replied. She slowly stood up, and 2 chains fell down along the bottom of her skirt. Nianqing, Sovereign frowned and asked, "Xuanqing?" She frowned. Autarch Crimson Dust frowned. "Who trapped you here?" She took a step forward and wanted to help Shen Yanqing get out of trouble. The young man in the raincoat suddenly rode a green ox and stood in front of her. "It's me. Sister, don't come over. I know you've always been with me. That's why I revealed my whereabouts to you. Don't disturb the other me in the future. She has a mission, an important mission that concerns everything. It's more important than my own existence. I hope you can let go. Our fate has long since been severed." Shen Yanqing stared at Hong Chen and said seriously. Ice lotuses fell from the sky and landed in front of her. Little Sovereign touched his chin and guessed, "Could it be that the two of you are related to each other in a past life?" Zhou Xuanji and Mortal Sovereign couldn't help but be moved. Shen Yanqing turned to look at Little Supreme Sovereign and nodded. "Supreme Sovereign really has good eyesight. She is indeed my previous incarnation. She was the primogenitor who opened up the origin of the myriad worlds. If her consciousness hadn't awakened, would have died in the passageway between the two worlds. In order to save me, she brought me to the origin of all worlds. I can only live here. Once I leave, my body and soul will be destroyed." Supreme Crimson Dust felt as if he had been struck by lightning and stood rooted to the spot. Zhou Xuanji was also shocked. That Shen Yanqing outside had such a background. Little Sovereign was moved and said, "Primogenitor? Then what is her mission?" Primogenitor, as the name suggested, was one of the earliest supremes. "I can't say." Shen Yanqing shook her head, then looked at Sovereign Hong Chen and said, in addition to clarifying the misunderstanding, I will also give you an opportunity. In the future, you will live for yourself." With that, she raised her right hand. There was a loud bang. An ice coffin rose from her side. It was 5 feet high. The coffin lid was transparent. Zhou Xuanji and the other two could see an ice crystal staff lying inside. The top of the staff was like a crown, exquisite and noble. An ice dragon lingered around the body of the staff. It seemed to be made of ice chi. It was twisting slightly and looked lifelike. "This is the artifact of the Ice Demon Emperor, the Ice Emperor Magic Staff. If you get it, you can get the inheritance of the Ice Demon Emperor," Shen Yanqing introduced as the coffin lid opened. Shen Yanqing introduced, and the lid of the coffin opened. Looking at the Ice Emperor Magic Staff, Sovereign Hong Chen fell into a trance. It was as if she was possessed. She stepped forward, wanting to get the Ice Emperor Magic Staff. At this time, Zhou Xuanji was 1 step ahead of her. He grabbed the Ice Emperor Magic Staff. Boom! A violent ice power erupted, instantly freezing Sovereign Hong Chen, Shen Yanqing, Little Sovereign, the young man in the raincoat, and the green ox. Zhou Xuanji's body was also covered with ice chips. "So this is the power of the Ice Demon Emperor," Zhou Xuanji murmured, staring at the Ice Emperor Magic Staff in his hand. He had obtained the power of the Ice Demon Emperor a long time ago. At that time, Gu Tianlin and Long Sheng were so scared that they turned around and ran. Zhou Xuanji's eyes turned cold as he absorbed all the ice power. Little Sovereign and the others were freed from the frozen state. The young man in the raincoat looked at him in horror, shivering. Shen Yanqing's expression changed. She asked in surprise, "How did you master the power of the Ice Demon Emperor?" Zhou Xuanji coldly snorted, "Do you want to kill your sister?" With Sovereign Hong Chen's cultivation, his soul would be frozen if he touched the Ice Emperor Magic Staff. This little girl has bad intentions. "Tsk tisk, it's the power I got on Ice Island last time," Little Sovereign said excitedly. His eyes fell on the Ice Emperor Magic Staff. His eyes were full of curiosity. "How strong is this Ice Emperor Magic Staff?" "I underestimated you. You will indeed freeze her, but I don't want to harm her. I just want to keep her here and accompany me forever," Shen Yanqing said with a faint look in her eyes. As her voice fell, she suddenly raised her arms. "All of you stay with me. Be with me for all eternity." Her husky voice sharpened. Rumble. The entire ice city shook violently. The frozen creatures broke out of the ice. Every creature's eyes were red and filled with killing intent. They jumped up one after another and gathered above Zhou Xuanji's group of 3. The young man in the raincoat suddenly took off his straw hat. His body expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. He quickly turned into a minotaur. The red hair all over his body fluttered in the wind. He looked like an ox demon bathed in blood. The green ox under him roared, its eyes bloodshot. Killing intent gathered from all directions, causing Crimson Dust Supremacy to feel a little suffocated. Chapter 958. This little girl has really changed, Little Sovereign cursed in a low voice. Little Sovereign cursed in a low voice. He looked at Supreme Hong Chen and jokingly asked, "Your chance has come. Do you want to stay and accompany her forever?" Mortal Sovereign's face turned ugly. He didn't say a word. She wasn't stupid. The companionship Shen Yanqing was talking about was the ice sculptures in the city. She stared at Shen Yanqing. Looking at her sister's ferocious face, she felt very distressed. Zhou Xuanji raised the Ice Emperor magic wand high up, urging the cold power in his body. The Ice Emperor magic wand rotated at high speed above his palm. Endless icy power rushed out like waves, sweeping through the creatures controlled by Shen Yanqing. The cultivation of these creatures varied. There were great sovereigns, origin fusion divine lords, 9 vast heavens, Tao ancestors, and so on. Facing the cold power, most of the creatures were directly frozen. But many great sovereigns quickly dodged. They still retained their fighting consciousness. Be careful, little sovereign warned. Just as his voice fell, the sound of ice breaking suddenly came from below. A big hand covered in white hair grabbed Zhou Xuanji's foot and pulled him down. Zhou Xuanji's eyes turned cold. He tensed his body, making the other party unable to pull him. His current physical strength was incomparable to most great sovereigns. He raised his right leg and directly pulled the man out of the ground. It was a burly man with a bare upper body. His face was scorched black, his hair was like withered grass, and his muscles were very exaggerated. One could feel his explosive power with the naked eye. Zhou Xuanji raised his left foot and kicked him in the chest, sending him flying. This kick caused the burly man to disappear into the vast horizon. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Zhou Xuanji raised his hand as countless light swords floated around him, circling him at high speed. Sword sect immortal ghost weep. The light swords chased after the creatures in all directions. The Tauren transformed by the young man in a woven rush over riding a green bull, forming a strong blood-colored wind in front of him. It rapidly expanded, crushing the flying snow in the sky. Zhou Xuanji waved the Ice Emperor magic wand and hit the blood-colored wind. There was a loud bang. The blood-colored wind was blasted apart. The strong wind scattered in all directions, smashing the pavilions in the city. Zhou Xuanji came up to the Minotaur with a single step, and the Holy Ghost cursed sword appeared out of nowhere, slashing the Minotaur's throat. Soul Kunlun's sword descended from the sky and pierced the green ox's head, absorbing its soul. As soon as they clashed, Zhou Xuanji dealt with the Minotaur and green bull. He landed in front of Shen Nianqing and said expressionlessly, "Do you really want to kill your sister?" He also felt guilty about Shen Nianqing. But he couldn't condone Shen Nianqing's misdeeds. "So what if I am? You want to kill me? Can you do it?" Shen Nianqing's face was as cold as frost. She slammed her palm on Zhou Xuanji's chest, and a bone-piercing chill penetrated into his body. However, Zhou Xuanji did not even frown and directly absorbed her cold energy. Shen Nianqing's face changed drastically, and she subconsciously retreated. Zhou Xuanji didn't continue to attack. Instead, he looked back at Mortal Sovereign and Little Sovereign and said, "Let's go, we should go to that mountain to take a look. Maybe there is a way to save her." The two of them immediately flew behind him and flew with him to the giant mountain in the distance. Shen Nianqing was stunned and in a trance. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji's speed was very fast. In almost the blink of an eye, he landed on the giant mountain with Little Sovereign and Mortal Sovereign. The snow-capped mountains here were endless, and they were vast and boundless. Little Sovereign said in a low voice, "Be careful, that girl seems to be very afraid of this mountain. I think there is something terrifying hidden here." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He raised the Ice Emperor magic wand in his hand to Mortal Sovereign and said, "After we go back, I will help you refine this treasure. I use swords. I don't like to use this thing." Mortal Sovereign nodded. She also understood that she couldn't control the Ice Emperor magic wand right now, so she didn't force it. But now, the Ice Emperor magic wand could exert its true power in Zhou Xuanji's hands. Zhou Xuanji stepped forward, holding the Holy Ghost cursed sword in his left hand. The Kunlun sword floated above his head. The wind and snow here were very strong and the direction of the wind was very strange. It seemed to be deliberately targeting Zhou Xuanji's trio. Wherever they went, the direction of the wind would change. Zhou Xuanji's divine sense was also blocked. He could only explore a radius of 100 feet at most. This distance didn't affect anything at all. With a move of his mind, hundreds of his out-of-soul doppelgangers flew in different directions. In less than 10 breaths, his out-of-soul doppelgangers had all exploded. He didn't even see anyone else. His out-of-soul doppelgangers exploded for no reason. It was very strange. "There should be some powerful force guarding this place," Little Sovereign said with a solemn expression. Little Sovereign said with a dignified expression. He had once again spouted nonsense. Supreme crimson dust flicked his sleeve, and countless streams of crimson dust chi flew out in all directions. However, just like Zhou Xuanji, her red dust chi was quickly dispersed. "Let's go straight, we will run into something," Zhou Xuanji said, staring ahead. Zhou Xuanji said, staring ahead. Mortal Sovereign and Little Sovereign nodded. The trio walked forward and quickly disappeared into the flying snow. They kept moving forward, aimlessly. This journey lasted for 4 whole days. There was no distinction between day and night. No matter where they went, all they saw was a vast expanse of flying snow. Zhou Xuanji stopped, frowning. He looked at Mortal Sovereign and said, "Wait for me in the Supreme Palace." Having said this, he took Mortal Sovereign into the Kunlun Origin Court. Immediately afterward, he activated the sword fusion technique and war physique. "What do you want to do?" Little Sovereign asked in horror. Feeling Zhou Xuanji's aura, he trembled with fear. His soul was on the verge of collapsing. Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and said, "Destroy this place." Boom! A silver light erupted from his body, sweeping across the snow-capped mountain. Delusion Sea of Swords. Countless swords emerged from the silver light, covering the entire mountain. It was an extremely spectacular sight. Zhou Xuanji's eyes turned cold as the Delusion Sea of Swords erupted. All the swords wreaked havoc on the surrounding hillsides. Boom! 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 The entire mountain exploded one after another, giving rise to avalanches. It was as if the end of the world was coming. Zhou Xuanji stepped forward in the air, looking left and right, scanning the surroundings. Little Sovereign was terrified. He cursed in a low voice, "Kid, you are getting more and more unscrupulous. How can you act so recklessly in such an unknown place?" Zhou Xuanji ignored him and continued to destroy the mountain. At the same time, in Ice City, Shen Yanqing stood on the altar, looking at the giant mountain in the distance. Looking at the surging snow, she furrowed her brow. "That thing is about to awaken," she murmured. A look of fear appeared on her face. Zhou Xuanji moved forward, destroying everything along the way. He could feel that there was a force stirring in the depths of the earth. Sure enough, someone is hiding here. Zhou Xuanji looked down. There was a hint of curiosity in his tone. What is hiding here? It must be stronger than the Ice Demon Emperor. Shen Yanqing's previous life had left her here. Perhaps it was because the power of that existence could maintain her soul. "I don't care about you anymore. Take care of yourself," Little Supreme Being shouted. He really couldn't bear the pressure here. After he finished speaking, he entered the Lesser Supreme Sword. Chapter 959. Boom! The gigantic mountain began to shake. A faint roar came from underground, and Zhou Xuanji could hear endless hatred from the roar. It seemed like this guy was going to attack him directly. Zhou Xuanji continued his attack and bombarded the gigantic mountain. The mountain shook, and snow danced in the air. A horrifying silhouette slowly rose from the cracked ground. It was a magma giant. Magma flowed through the cracks on its body, evaporating the snow into steam. His body was bloated, and he barely looked like a human. He swung his gigantic fist toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji raised his sword to block. Bomb! He was blasted away. This guy's strength, Zhou Xuanji was shocked. The magma giant's strength was beyond his expectation. He only stabilized himself after flying for a few hundred miles. He took a deep breath and channeled the power of frost into the Holy Ghost cursed sword. At the same time, he activated the power of the curse in the blade. When the two energies fused together, they became extremely destructive. He slashed with his sword. Ultimate Chaos Dao. Countless sword chi ravaged the magma giant from all directions and engulfed it instantly. Roar! The magma giant roared hoarsely, and its might shook the heavens and earth. Zhou Xuanji activated his war physique and channeled his supreme divine power into the Holy Ghost cursed sword. He was prepared to deal with the magma giant with one slash to avoid unnecessary trouble. He finished charging quickly. With a slash, a silver radiance shone brightly across the heavens and earth. A loud bang resounded. The magma giant howled in agony as its massive body exploded. Rocks flew in all directions, and magma splattered everywhere. A violent gale came from the center of the explosion. Zhou Xuanji could not dodge in time and was sucked in. His vision blurred, and next, he felt the world spinning around him. In less than 3 breaths' time, he landed on the ground. He opened his eyes, and all he saw was endless darkness. Even his exterminating divine eyes could not see his surroundings clearly. Where am I? Zhou Xuanji was confused. He spread out his divine sense, but it was blocked by a mysterious power within 15 meters. He could not see or sense anything. Such a situation was enough to make any great sovereign panic. Zhou Xuanji immediately summoned the fated pearl. The fated pearl rose from his head and shone brightly, illuminating the surroundings. In the next second, Zhou Xuanji was stunned. This was a graveyard. Tombstones were erected in front of the mounds, and they were separated by 2 to 3 feet. Looking at the flat wasteland, it was impossible to count how many graves there were. There were still bones near some graves. They were probably trespassers like Zhou Xuanji who had died here. Zhou Xuanji stepped forward. The Holy Ghost Cursed Sword and Soul Kunlun Sword were in his hands, and the fated encounter pearl was above his head. At this moment, he did not feel any unease. Just what is hidden here? Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself curiously. His gaze swept across the tombstones he encountered along the way. The words were all different, but he could understand them with just a glance. All of them were grand supreme beings. There were even primordial sovereigns. Every name would be labeled with their cultivation level, and there were quite a few 9-hall supreme paragons. Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt that primordial sovereign was not just a status but also a cultivation stage. Who built their graves? Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. At this moment, the sound of footsteps came from the front. He looked up and saw a candlelight in the darkness. He saw a hunchbacked figure walking over with an oil lamp in her hand. She was holding a walking stick in her other hand. She was wearing old black clothes, and her hair was coiled with a wooden hairpin. She looked to be in her 60s or 70s. She was a little fat, and her dead and numb eyes were staring straight at him. Who are you? Zhou Xuanji asked. The old woman replied, the guardian of the origin of the myriad worlds. You can call me a wisp of smoke. A wisp of smoke? What kind of name is this? Zhou Xuanji felt strange in his heart, but his expression didn't change. He asked, what is this place? What is your duty? Will you attack me? A wisp of smoke calmly replied, the graveyard of the origin of the myriad worlds, the graveyard of gods. My duty is to protect the graveyard of gods and erect tombstones for the newly buried. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow, narrowed his eyes, and asked, these dead guys were killed by you? He couldn't see through a wisp of smoke. He guessed that those grand sovereigns and primordial sovereigns couldn't have fallen to their deaths. No, they couldn't stand the endless loneliness and committed suicide. Of course, some killed each other, a wisp of smoke replied indifferently. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion of aura came from afar. Next, a powerful gust of wind swept over. Zhou Xuanji raised his sword to block instinctively, but a figure dashed toward him. Clang! It was a man in tattered white clothes. His hair was messy, and his eyes were bloodshot. His right index finger touched the Holy Ghost Cursed Sword, and a horrifying force pushed Zhou Xuanji backward. Such great power. It's even stronger than the giants outside. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He immediately activated his war physique, mobilizing all the energy in his body to block. His backward slide began to slow down. The man in white raised his left hand and jabbed at him. Zhou Xuanji also raised his other hand and blocked with his sword. Clang! The sword and finger collided. It was a contest of strength again. This guy's finger was as hard as a divine artifact. Zhou Xuanji immediately entered godly speed and dodged the man in white. He came to his back and slashed at him with both swords. A wisp of smoke opened her eyes wide and mumbled softly, "Godly bestial state." No, not yet. She was suddenly very interested in Zhou Xuanji. Even the great sovereigns of the 5 courts could use godly bestial state. It seemed that this guy was really something. Boom! 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 Zhou Xuanji and the man in white fought intensely. He moved about and used his divine abilities continuously, which caught the man in white off guard. The man in white was very frustrated. "Oh! I'm going to tear you into pieces." The man in white roared crazily like a ferocious beast. His body was shrouded in blood qi, and his messy black hair danced in the wind. 3 demon god silhouettes emerged from his shoulders and back to defend against the attacks from all directions. This time, Zhou Xuanji could no longer toy with him. But Zhou Xuanji did not panic. He activated the sword fusion technique, and his body radiated with silver radiance, making him look like a silver god of war. Boom! The delusional sword ocean exploded. Countless swords of light levitated above the tomb of gods. The swords of light rained down toward the man in white like a storm. The man in white opened his arms and roared. The 3 demon god silhouettes grew taller and opened their mouths. Countless blood-colored beams of light shot out from their mouths. The blood-colored beams of light clashed with the swords of light like fireworks, illuminating the dark tomb of gods. Zhou Xuanji raised his sword and activated heavenly sword descent. Majestic sovereign's divine power gathered on the blade. The sea of clouds billowed, and a gigantic sword of light appeared and slashed down like lightning. The man in white could not dodge in time and was struck directly. Zhou Xuanji swooped down and came up to the man in white. He stabbed his sword into the man's chest and absorbed his divine power crazily. "Turn it into my cultivation." Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly. His eyes were sharp. Chapter 960. The white-robed man wanted to resist, but the fated pearl shot a beam of white light at him. He could not move at all. A strand of smoke's eyes locked onto the fated pearl. "What treasure is that?" She furrowed her brows, her heart filled with confusion. Why does this kid have so many serendipity? She did not intervene but watched Zhou Xuanji absorb the white-robed man's cultivation. About half an hour later, Zhou Xuanji absorbed all of the white-robed man's divine power. The white-robed man knelt before him with his hands hanging by his side. The 3 demon gods behind him had long disappeared. His eyes were dull as he mumbled, "I want to kill you. I want to tear you apart. I want to go back." Zhou Xuanji walked past him and came before a strand of smoke again. "What's hidden here?" Zhou Xuanji asked. "The serendipity of the origin of 10,000 worlds. If you want it, you have to find it yourself. Remember, don't go to the graveyard," a strand of smoke replied calmly. Mentioning the graveyard, Zhou Xuanji realized that the previous battle did not destroy any graveyard. Even the ground looked like it had not been through a battle. Zhou Xuanji pondered for a while. Then, he created hundreds of thousands of greatly avatars and sent them to search in different directions. A strand of smoke found a large rock and sat down. She was as calm as a wooden stake and did not move at all. Zhou Xuanji took a step forward and said, "Can you tell me about the origin of 10,000 worlds? I'm the sovereign of Kunlun Origin Court. I want to know about the legends of my ancestors." Having heard him, a strand of smoke looked at him in astonishment and asked, "You are the sovereign of Kunlun Origin Court?" She waved her cane, and a ball of light flew out from Zhou Xuanji's forehead and entered her mouth. Zhou Xuanji was shocked. He raised his sword instinctively. "Don't be nervous. I'm just looking at your memories. These memories are not related to your privacy. They are shallow memories and can be easily obtained," a strand of smoke said. After that, she closed her eyes and began to savor Zhou Xuanji's memories. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. The boundless universe was vast, and there were truly all sorts of extraordinary things. That divine ability just now was really amazing. He could not even detect it, let alone resist it. A while later, a strand of smoke opened her eyes. She nodded at Zhou Xuanji with a smile and said, "You are indeed the sovereign of the Kunlun origin court. You are amazing. Your growth speed and contributions are not inferior to the primordial sovereigns. A rising star. I like you very much." Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked with cupped fists, "May I ask if Senior was also the sovereign of the Kunlun origin court?" The origin of all worlds was created by the ancestors of the Kunlun origin court. The other party guarding this place was definitely related to the Kunlun origin court. Not really. I once had the goal of being a paragon, but unfortunately, I was still one step short. Before the ancient era, it was extremely difficult to become a paragon of the Kunlun origin court. However, with your talent, you can also become a paragon in the immemorial era. A wisp of smoke shook his head. She slowly got up and walked back in the direction she came from. "Follow me. Don't stray more than 5 steps away from me," she said without looking back. Zhou Xuanji felt quite confused, but he still followed her obediently. The fated fate pearl was still hovering above his head, protecting him. The entire journey was silent. After walking for a full 18 hours, he still hadn't reached the end. A wisp of smoke did not speak either, which made Zhou Xuanji a little wary. But he was very patient. If a wisp of smoke did not speak, he would not speak either. "We're almost there." Just when Zhou Xuanji was mumbling in his heart, a wisp of smoke spoke. Zhou Xuanji looked up and vaguely saw a gigantic shadow in the darkness ahead. What was that? Soon, he saw the gigantic shadow clearly. It was a stone statue that was thousands of meters tall. He could only see that it was humanoid, but he could not distinguish its true appearance. Behind the stone statue, there were 4 other stone statues that were thousands of meters tall. Their postures were different, but their bodies were similar. They are the Kunlun 5 permanent ones. They used to suppress the endless universe. Before they died, they returned to the origin of all worlds that they created. Their wills are immortal and protect this world. A wisp of smoke looked up at the stone statues in front of him and introduced them with a complicated expression. Zhou Xuanji was confused and asked, "Existences like them will also die of old age?" A wisp of smoke shook her head and said, "Theoretically, no. But they were too powerful. Because they were too powerful, they kept creating the endless universe and came into contact with some supreme power, which was why they were restricted by their lifespans. On one hand, they could muddle along in the endless universe forever. On the other hand, they could create great merit and explore the unknown, which resulted in the restriction of their lifespans. If it were you, what would you choose?" Zhou Xuanji did not reply immediately. He was not tired of living yet. Those ancestors must have been tired of living, which was why they disregarded everything. After all, the time that the sovereign of Kunlun origin court lived was measured in hundreds of millions of years, not to mention how long they had been wandering in the endless universe. Zhou Xuanji had not even reached 10,000 years, so he did not want to think about this problem for now. "Now, I will give you a chance to receive the inheritance. You can choose," a wisp of smoke said meaningfully. A wisp of smoke said meaningfully. She walked to the side and found a big rock to sit on. Zhou Xuanji could sense the strange energy contained in the 5 stone statues. "Can I let others receive the inheritance?" he asked. He did not need the inheritance. He had enough serendipity. "You can. But the inheritance cannot be forced. It's the inheritance that chooses the person, not the other way around," a wisp of smoke replied. A wisp of smoke replied. She placed her crutch flat on her lap and prepared to take a nap. Zhou Xuanji let out Mortal Sovereign. He told her about the inheritance. Mortal Sovereign hesitated for a moment but still walked forward. Zhou Xuanji did not dare to trust a wisp of smoke completely. But the serendipity was right in front of him, so he felt that he should give it a try. If a wisp of smoke wanted to harm him, she would not agree to let others receive the inheritance. Mortal Sovereign walked up to the stone statue and put her hand on the stone surface. Boom! She was bounced back. Fortunately, she quickly stabilized her body and was not in a sorry state. She looked back at Zhou Xuanji. There are 4 more. Continue, Zhou Xuanji encouraged. A wisp of smoke curled her lips into a contemptuous smile. It was as if she was laughing at Mortal Sovereign for overestimating herself. Mortal Sovereign nodded and walked toward the last stone statue. Next, she was bounced back by 2 stone statues. She suffered internal injuries. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth. She continued to walk toward the 4th stone statue. Zhou Xuanji frowned slightly. Could it be that she really couldn't do it? A wisp of smoke shook her head with a mocking smile. Autar Crimson Dust walked over to the 4th stone statue and touched it. In the next second, the stone statue burst into a brilliant light. Stone chips began to fall from the head of the stone statue. The stone chips quickly spread downward, revealing a beautiful face that could topple a city. How can it be? A wisp of smoke jumped to her feet with a look of disbelief. Zhou Xuanji was pleasantly surprised. Mortal Sovereign looked up at the stone statue in front of her with a look of anticipation and anxiety. Soon, the stone surface of the stone statue slid off completely, revealing a goddess that was thousands of meters tall. She was wearing a noble and beautiful golden dress and a jade crown. Her skin was fair and smooth. In this dim tomb of gods, she was so dazzling. Chapter 961. That's the only female of the Kunlun sex 5 permanents. Her cultivation is exceedingly high. Her strength is ranked at the top of the Kunlun sex 5 permanents. I didn't expect that this mortal god could be recognized. Could it be that she had been baptized before? She turned around and looked at Zhou Xuanji with a doubtful tone. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "Does ancestral voice count?" Hearing that, a wisp of smoke widened his eyes. She cried out in astonishment, "Zhu Yin! How could this be? In the boundless universe, only the ancestral Buddha knows the ancestral sound. Does he know how to recite the ancestral sound to you?" Zhou Xuanji shrugged and said, "Although it's unbelievable, it's indeed so." From the looks of it, the ancestral Buddha was an incredible figure. He was suddenly very curious about the relationship between Shen Nianqing's previous life and the ancestral Buddha. How could she let the ancestral Buddha preach the ancestral sound to her? Other than you, has anyone else heard of the ancestral voice? It must be someone from the Kunlun origin court. A wisp of smoke suddenly became excited and asked. Zhou Xuanji heard and immediately understood what she meant. He thought for a moment and called out Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Lin Changge, and Chen Bantian. These 4 were his most outstanding disciples, so he could give it a try. As for Zhou Tanhua and his other relatives, he had other arrangements for them. The 4 of them were stunned by the scene around them. Zhou Xuanji began to explain to them what had happened. At the same time, Kunlun Wuchang's noble woman raised her hand and pulled crimson dust into her palm. Then, she held her in front of her chest. Noble woman curled up and her huge body turned into a ball of light. Inheritance. Zhao Zongjian was so excited that his breathing quickened and his eyes lit up. Before, he had always been able to stay by Zhou Xuanji's side. Now, the difference in cultivation was too great, and he had almost forgotten what it felt like to kill enemies for Zhou Xuanji. "Go," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Even the calm Xiao Jinghong became nervous. Chen Bantian was the most excited, and he was the first to approach. He directly awakened the first stone statue. Next were Zhao Zongjian, Lin Changge, and Xiao Jinghong. All of them had successfully obtained the fortuitous opportunity. The 4 stone statues began to crack apart, revealing 4 dignified supreme beings. Every single one of them possessed impressive might, powerful beyond compare. Looking at Xiao Jinghong and the others being sucked into the orb of light, Zhou Xuanji asked, "Can I receive the inheritance after receiving the ancestral sound baptism?" A wisp of smoke nodded and said, "It must be someone who frequently receives the baptism of the ancestral sound." Zhou Xuanji heard him and had a bold idea. "How many more inheritances do you have?" Zhou Xuanji asked. A wisp of smoke's expression instantly became strange. She looked deeply at Zhou Xuanji and said, Could it be that you have many subordinates who have been baptized by the ancestral sound? Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, Senior, if you help me, you will be helping the Kunlun origin court as well as these ancestors. This is called will inheritance. Do you want to leave the fertile water to outsiders? A wisp of smoke frowned, falling into deep thought. Zhou Xuanji did not rush him but turned to look at Xiao Jinghong and the others. 5 balls of light floated in the air. The Kunlun 5 permanents were nowhere to be seen. Powerful auras were surging within the balls of light. His eyes were filled with anticipation. He didn't know how strong Sovereign Crimson Dust and the others would become after receiving the inheritance. All right, I promise you. However, I can only give you 1,000 inheritances, and they are all weaker than the Kunlun 5. In this graveyard of gods, there is no inheritance stronger than the Kunlun 5. A wisp of smoke said with gritted teeth, which made Zhou Xuanji pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect a wisp of smoke to agree, and even offered 1,000. He smiled and said, Then I will start choosing. His first choice was naturally the first batch of disciples who followed him. Those disciples were also the ones who had listened to his ancestral voice for the longest time. Beixiao Wangjian, Huang Lianxin, the Little Black Snake, Chongming Demon Monarch, Meng Tianlang, and so on. Soon, he had picked out 1,000 people. Looking at these Emperor Sword Court disciples, a wisp of smoke took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. If she didn't guess wrongly, Zhou Xuanji must have mastered the ancestral voice. What serendipity was this? After Zhou Xuanji explained to the disciples, everyone became excited. Grand Teacher, please show mercy. Serendipity inheritance. I didn't expect us to have a share too. Where's young Lord Tanhua and young Lord Shaoxian? Why aren't they here? The graveyard of gods. How many sovereigns' corpses are buried here? I'm looking forward to it. Seeing how excited these disciples were, Zhou Xuanji felt gratified. No matter how powerful you become in the future, he said with a solemn face, remember your original intentions. Don't be arrogant, understand? Understood. The 1,000 Emperor Sword Court disciples replied in unison. A wisp of smoke nodded with satisfaction. Then, she got up and said, You little guys, come with me. The disciples couldn't help but look at Zhou Xuanji when they heard this. Go ahead, I will wait for you here, Zhou Xuanji said, nodding. If a wisp of smoke still wanted to kill him, she didn't need to target these disciples. If she couldn't hurt Zhou Xuanji's foundation, she would fight him to the death. There was no need. After the disciples disappeared into the darkness, Zhou Xuanji turned to look at Mortal Sovereign and the others. He could feel that Mortal Sovereign's aura had reached the level of a court great sovereign. The aura of Xiao Jinghong and the other 3 also skyrocketed like a hot knife through butter. At this rate, they can all become great sovereigns. Zhou Xuanji was overjoyed. Emperor Sword Court had taken off after this serendipity. This trip was worth it. More than worth it. Zhou Xuanji looked elsewhere. He was thinking about where the Fated Pearl's aura was. The graveyard of gods must have a treasure of the same origin as the Fated Pearl. But now, he couldn't act on his own. He had to wait for everyone to finish the inheritance before looking for it. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword, sat on it, and waited patiently. Time went by bit by bit. Mortal Sovereign, Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, Chen Bantian, and Lin Chang's aura kept growing stronger. Mortal Sovereign's aura had already reached the level of great sovereigns of the 3 courts. Xiao Jinghong and the other 3 began to break through to court great sovereign. One had to admit that the Kunlun 5 permanent sovereigns were really powerful. The inheritance alone could make one's cultivation advance by leaps and bounds. Zhou Xuanji didn't regret it at all. Although he was only a great sovereign of the 5 courts, his strength could compete with the great sovereigns of the 9 courts. What was there to regret? He didn't want to be disturbed by other people's Tao of cultivation. He wanted to walk his own great Tao. Time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days passed. Mortal Sovereign stepped out of the light. Her aura had changed dramatically. Her red dress was glowing with divine light, looking very dazzling. She walked up to Zhou Xuanji with a faint smile. Zhou Xuanji could see the excitement in her eyes. I'm now a great sovereign of the 3 courts. I reached this realm without absorbing the court realm. Mortal sovereign walked up to Zhou Xuanji and said excitedly. Zhou Xuanji rubbed her hair and said with a smile, with your aptitude, you should be this strong. Mortal sovereign nodded. Suddenly, she noticed Zhou Xuanji's action, and her face blushed. She didn't resist and let him stroke her hair. Chapter 962. Xiao Jinghong and the others waited for another 3 days after the Hongqian supremacy's inheritance ended. Their cultivations had all reached the level of first court paragons, and they had been reborn. Zhou Xuanji was very satisfied with their progress and smiled as he said, in the future, the Kunlun Origin Court and Emperor Sword Court will be under your protection. He didn't want these 4 people to be in charge of the myriad stars domain's court realms. He had to make the Kunlun Origin Court stronger and become the strongest court realm under him. If they wanted to be the strongest, the number of grand sovereigns was the most important. Xiao Jinghong clenched his fists and said excitedly, in the future, we will be able to share master's burden again. He was not surprised that he could not see through Zhou Xuanji even with the cultivation of a court great sovereign. From how they saw it, Zhou Xuanji would definitely continue to improve, and he would become stronger at an unimaginable speed. Zhao Zongjian unsheathed his sword and said with a high-spirited smile, it's time for Emperor Sword Court to establish itself in the boundless universe. He didn't care about the Kunlun Origin Court. He only cared about Emperor Sword Court. Lin Changge and Chen Bantian were equally excited. They had already begun to imagine the future. Zhou Xuanji looked at mortal sovereign and said, from now on, the true Su Court will be under your control, okay? Autarch Crimson Dust nodded. He had no objections. Her cultivation was bestowed upon her by him, and coupled with his affection, how could she refuse? She no longer thought about Shen Nianqing. Only by cultivating in peace could he save Shen Nianqing. Anyway, Shen Nianqing would not die here, she would just be lonely. Loneliness, for a cultivator like her, was nothing out of the ordinary. Zhou Xuanji put them into the various worlds while he continued to wait for the wisp of smoke. The trace of smoke took the Emperor Sword Court's disciples to who knows where, and Zhou Xuanji was unable to use his divine sense to track them. He was not in a hurry. After all, there were so many disciples who wanted to receive the inheritance, and it would definitely take a long time. Another month had passed. A wisp of smoke finally appeared with over 1,000 disciples. Zhou Xuanji scanned with his divine will and found that most of the disciples had reached Origin Fusion Divine Lord. He smiled in satisfaction. It seemed that a wisp of smoke did not lie to him. Patriarch. Ha ha ha, Patriarch, look at us. We've all become stronger. I am now an Origin Fusion Immortal Lord. Sigh, I'm still one step away from becoming an Origin Fusion God Lord. What a great opportunity. The disciples were very excited and quickly surrounded Zhou Xuanji. Each of them spoke incoherently to express their excitement. Zhou Xuanji smiled and looked at them silently. After a while, a wisp of smoke walked over, and the disciples made way for it. She looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, okay, I have given you the inheritance you wanted. It's time for you to leave. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and sent the disciples back to the Emperor Sword Divine Range. He took a step forward and asked with a smile, so the greatest opportunity in the Graveyard of Gods is the inheritance of the Kunlun 5? Nonsense. A wisp of smoke rolled his eyes. She could tell what Zhou Xuanji was implying. This guy was too greedy. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and said, can you let me walk around alone? There might be some serendipity that you don't know about. A wisp of smoke laughed and said, then go ahead and search. I want to see what kind of great opportunity you can find. She was incomparably familiar with the Graveyard of Gods. How could she have a better opportunity than the Kunlun 5 permanent inheritances? Zhou Xuanji nodded and turned to leave. A wisp of smoke followed behind him, waiting to see how he was going to find it. Of course, she was more worried than anything else. She was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would act recklessly and die here. She had already given him so many opportunities. She couldn't let him die here. She was still looking forward to how the Kunlun Origin Court would develop under Zhou Xuanji's leadership. Zhou Xuanji called out the Fated Pearl again. The Fated Pearl covered his head. It shone brightly and expelled the darkness. He silently recalled the aura he sensed on the star map and let the Fated Pearl lead him to find it. Soon, the Fated Pearl trembled and began to lead the way. Zhou Xuanji immediately caught up. A wisp of smoke saw the Fated Pearl and couldn't help but narrow her eyes. Could there really be a better opportunity? Impossible. How could she not know? She quickened her pace and caught up. The two of them followed the Fated Pearl across the land. After walking for 2 hours, the Fated Pearl finally stopped. There was a huge pit in front of them. It looked like a desolate pit formed after a river dried up. Zhou Xuanji scanned it with his divine will but couldn't sense anything. So, he walked to the bottom of the pit, staring at the Fated Pearl. He squatted down and grabbed a handful of soil. He found some fine red sand hidden in the soil. The Fated Pearl spun at high speed, sweeping up gusts of wind. Boom, the ground shook, and the red sand at the bottom of the pit flew up automatically. The red sand gathered together and quickly formed a pearl that grew larger and larger. It looked very similar to the Fated Pearl. A wisp of smoke opened his eyes wide in astonishment. There really was one. Within the giant pit, countless red sand flew up from the soil, forming a red whirlwind. It was quite a spectacular sight. Zhou Xuanji sensed the aura of the Fated Pearl from the red pearl. He was shocked in his heart. There really was a second Fated Pearl. The Fated Pearl was already so heaven-defying, and there was more than one. What was the origin of this thing? Soon, the second Fated Pearl was formed. It was as big as Zhou Xuanji's Fated Pearl. The two pearls circled around each other and reflected off each other. A wisp of smoke couldn't help but ask, "What kind of treasure is this?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "I'm not sure either. I got it by chance." Although he hid it, he really didn't know the true origin of the Fated Pearl. A wisp of smoke frowned. She looked at the two Fated Pearls and fell into deep thought. Zhou Xuanji was worried that she would become bedeviled and reminded her, "Don't keep staring at it. Back then, I almost became bedeviled. Fortunately, I came to my senses in time. This thing will draw your attention to it unintentionally, and you will neglect your surroundings." Having heard that, a wisp of smoke looked away and said meaningfully, "It seems that this treasure is both good and evil. Don't get caught up in it." A treasure that she couldn't see through might be a blessing or a curse for Zhou Xuanji, so she was a little worried. "Don't worry. It has already recognized me as its owner and saved me many times. It shouldn't harm me," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. A wisp of smoke nodded and said, "You should go." Zhou Xuanji immediately stored the two Fated Pearls in his hand and asked, "How do I leave?" He tried to jump out of the burial of gods, but he couldn't do it. The space here was similar to the mysterious space he was in when he activated the godly bodiless mode for the first time. The space-time was extremely stable and indestructible. "Don't move," a wisp of smoke said softly. She raised her cane and waved it. Rings of light came out from the cane, creating a portal in space-time. She stared at Zhou Xuanji and said, "I hope that you can remember your original heart and lead the Kunlun Origin Court to become more powerful. Also, stay away from the origins of worlds. Some of the origins might be traps, and they might hate the Kunlun Origin Court. Don't go to your death." Wonderful Book House. Chapter 963. Zhou Xuanji remembered what a wisp of smoke had entrusted to him. No matter what, a wisp of smoke had helped him complete so many inheritances and was worthy of his respect. "Go in," a wisp of smoke said with a smile. His staff had already created a space-time hole. Zhou Xuanji nodded and stepped inside. When he disappeared, the smile on one wisp of smoke's face instantly disappeared. She took a deep breath and muttered, What kind of heights will this kid reach? She was looking forward to it, but also very worried. Zhou Xuanji's growth was too fast, and this kind of talent represented great danger. Zhou Xuanji returned to the snow-covered world. The mountain range below was no longer there, and what replaced it was a boundless land of snow. After returning here, Zhou Xuanji could already sense the universe outside. He didn't leave immediately. Instead, he flew towards the ice city. Before leaving, he wanted to see Shen Nianxing again. If he had been strong enough, Shen Nianxing would not have ended up like this. Back on the altar, Zhou Xuanji saw Shen Nianxing meditating and cultivating. The youth in the raincoat and the green ox had gone somewhere. The entire ice city seemed very lonely. You really didn't die? Shen Nianxing said without opening her eyes, and her tone was full of impatience. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "You have quite a grudge against me. I wanted to save you in the future, but it seems like you will not appreciate it." Hearing this, Shen Nianxing opened her eyes and said coldly, "You don't have that ability." Zhou Xuanji was powerful, but he could not be as powerful as she was in her previous life. Even her previous life could not save her, let alone Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "You are right. But I will try my best to save you in the future." With that, he turned around and left. Goodbye. I wonder when we'll meet again. Before Zhou Xuanji could finish speaking, he had already disappeared. Shen Nianxing was stunned. She suddenly felt lost. She looked at the lonely city of ice and muttered to herself, "Actually, I also want to leave. I really want to." Karma. After returning to the boundless universe, Zhou Xuanji flew straight towards the star's domain. He stepped on the Kunlun Soul Sword and traveled through the space-time tunnel while observing the two faded beads in his hand. His own faded pearl already had many colors and was very dazzling. The new faded fortune pearl was completely red, like a blood pearl. He wanted this faded pearl to recognize him as its master. But no matter how he called out, the red faded pearl remained indifferent. But he noticed one thing. The red Feng Fate Pearl seemed to have been subdued by his Feng Fate Pearl. When his Feng Fate Pearl moved away from it, the red Feng Fate Pearl would move closer to it. Even when he grabbed it, it would tremble non-stop. Interesting. Zhou Xuanji smiled. He suddenly looked forward to the Luck Pearl's ability. Was the red Fate Pearl as powerful as the rainbow Fate Pearl? Could there be other faded pearls in the boundless universe? Zhou Xuanji was looking forward to it. He now had another target. That was to collect the faded pearl. This was good as well. The path of cultivation was about having a goal. Otherwise, it would be easy to slack off. Nothing happened along the way. He successfully returned to the astral domain. His absence for a few months was nothing to the astral domain. In fact, no one even knew that he had gone out to search for opportunities. Jin Sheng and the others did not dare to disturb his cultivation too frequently. After returning to Star's Hall, Zhou Xuanji continued to study the destined encounter pearl. He called out Little Supreme Sovereign. Little Sovereign was stunned when he saw the red faded fate pearl. Is there really a second faded pearl? He was amazed. At the same time, he was very curious about what Zhou Xuanji had experienced. Zhou Xuanji didn't hide anything and told him everything in detail. Little Sovereign was shocked. He didn't expect that it was really the origin of the myriad worlds and the graveyard of gods. A wisp of smoke? I have never heard of it. Does every origin of the myriad worlds have a guardian? Little Sovereign speculated. A fanatical look appeared on his face. The will of the ancestors of Kunlun is still there. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, that starry sky map should have been released by Shen Nianxing. I wonder if the other origins of the myriad worlds also have faded pearls. He had a bold guess. Every origin of the myriad worlds from the Kunlun origin court had a faded pearl. But on second thought, it was impossible. The faded pearl was something that even the supreme incipient god couldn't see through. How could there be so many? In his heart, the supreme incipient god was mysterious and powerful. He was on the same level as the Buddha ancestor. Little Sovereign suddenly said in a serious tone, "You have too many opportunities. You have to digest them properly. Don't go out and run around, lest you become eager for quick success and instant benefits. Do you understand?" Zhou Xuanji hadn't comprehended the God-free state yet. He couldn't even see through his own faded pearl. Now that he had another faded pearl, Little Sovereign was a little worried. "Don't worry, I know what to do," Zhou Xuanji nodded. He was also preparing to spend some time in seclusion. It would be best if he could pass the 10,000-year period of the wish-fulfilling sword. The wish-fulfilling sword was the only sword whose grade hadn't been announced. He had been looking forward to making a wish once in 10,000 years. Next, Zhou Xuanji began his seclusion. He first refined his cultivation. He had placed a restriction on the Stars Hall. The ancestral voice couldn't leak. At the edge of the Stars domain, a young man in green was walking up the Star River stairs. He had delicate features, but strangely, he didn't have a mouth. It was Wu Yan, who had been ordered to find Zhou Xuanji. Wu Yan looked around with a curious look on his face. Very soon, he was stopped by a great sovereign. "Little brother, are you also in the Stars domain? Do you know the Sword Emperor?" the great sovereign asked with a chuckle. He was handsome and elegant, like a peerless prodigal son of the universe. Wu Yan shook his head, indicating that he didn't know him. The great sovereign raised his brow and asked with a smile, "You don't know how to speak?" He noticed that Wu Yan didn't have a mouth. But speaking with such cultivation has nothing to do with a mouth? This kid is really playing dumb. Wu Yan nodded. His eyes were clear, looking innocent and ignorant. The great sovereign shook his head and said, "In that case, follow me. I will take you in to meet the Sword Emperor, who has recently become famous in the north." And so, Wu Yan followed the great sovereign into the Stars domain. Recently, the Stars domain was holding an auction. The Stars domain and Zhou Xuanji's prestige attracted countless creatures to participate. The North Boundless was huge. The Stars domain was already famous. Zhou Xuanji's battle with Daozong Xian had also established a great reputation. The combination of the two naturally attracted many people. Of course, it had something to do with Cardinal Heaven. The Stars domain was one of the few domains that could resist the pressure of Cardinal Heaven. For many creatures, it was also a refuge. Zhou Xuanji released Mortal Sovereign, Sovereign Yiyu, Xiao Jinghong, and the others to let them experience the elegance of the auction. Now, he didn't need to show up in person. On this day, he moved Zhou Tanhua, Zhou Tianyuan, and Zhou Shaoxian into the hall to test their cultivation. Zhou Tanhua's aptitude was outstanding. Even without the opportunity of the Kunlun Origin Court, he had already begun to break through to the great sovereign of the court realm with the help of the ancestral voice. Zhou Shaoxian was a little weaker. Zhou Tianyuan was still young. Chapter 964. Father, are there any inheritances? Senior brother Xiao and the others have all become great sovereigns. You can't treat us badly. Zhou Shaoxian said coquettishly. Hard cultivation was really hard, especially when Zhou Tanhua was gradually pulling away from her. It was really uncomfortable. Zhou Tanhua shook his head and laughed. He had no desire for the inheritance. Zhou Tianyuan, sitting on the ground, was very honest. He didn't dare to interrupt. I am preaching Tao to you. Isn't this an inheritance? Although Jinghong and the others' inheritance is fast, it is more stable for the future. Do you understand? The inheritance of others will never be as firm as your own path. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and smiled. In fact, this was also his selfishness. He had too many expectations for his children. He didn't let them accept the inheritance of the graveyard of gods because he had too many expectations for his children. As for Xiao Jinghong and the others, such an inheritance was already a height that they couldn't reach. Zhou Tanhua nodded and said, "Father is right. Besides, senior brother Jinghong and the others need those inheritances more than us." Zhou Shaoxian curled her lips as she stared at her father. She seemed to be thinking of another trick. "Tianyuan, you should also go and take a look at this auction. broaden your horizons. I have the highest expectations for you. I hope you can be stronger than your father. Zhou Xuanji looked at Zhou Tianyuan and said with a kind smile. Zhou Tianyuan and his son looked like him. If the three stood together, they might be recognized as biological brothers. Zhou Xuanji always wanted to pay attention to Zhou Tianyuan. Zhou Tianyuan nodded and said, I will not let you down, grandfather. His eyes were firm and full of confidence. Ever since he recognized Zhou Xuanji, he was no longer sloppy. He was busy cultivating all day long. His posture was no worse than his father, Zhou Tanhua. Zhou Xuanji waved his right hand and sent Zhou Tianyuan away. He turned his gaze back to Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian. He said meaningfully, I will teach you a divine ability now. How much you can comprehend will depend on your luck. As soon as he said this, Zhou Tanhua and Zhou Shaoxian immediately became excited. Dragon Follower Domain, Daozang Xian was sitting in a dark palace. There were 2 rows of oil lamps in the palace, burning with dark blue flames. 2 blazing figures were standing in the palace. Their faces were indistinguishable. They were reporting the auction of the All-Stars domain. After listening to what they had to say, Daozang sighed emotionally. What a great sword emperor. He actually wants to go against the trend. On the surface, it looked like an auction, but in reality, it was an olive branch extended to the entire northern limitless, to make it bigger and stronger. The Longtsong domain would not do such a thing, because that would attract spies from other domains. When the time came, the Longtsong domain would not be able to withstand such a situation. So, Daozang Xian admired Zhou Xuanji's courage. But he also understood that the multi-star field was not necessary for Zhou Xuanji, which was why this guy dared to be so bold. Domain Lord, are we really going to let the multi-star domain continue to grow? Perhaps after the cardinal heaven tribulation passes, they will surpass us. At that time, will the Sword Emperor be as benevolent as you? A flaming figure said in a deep voice. His tone was filled with dissatisfaction toward Zhou Xuanji. Daozang Xian shook his head and said, let them enjoy the glory and attract the attention of the cardinal heaven experts. A tall tree catches the wind. The cardinal heaven experts would definitely know about the star domain's ostentatious display. Moreover, the cardinal heaven experts hated the Kunlun origin court the most, and the Sword Emperor could definitely attract their hatred. By the way, what's the news about Gujuagio? His son went missing in the North Boundless. Doesn't he want to cause trouble for the cardinal heaven experts? Daozang Xian changed the topic. His eyes flickered when he mentioned Gujuagio. No one knew what he was thinking. The other flaming figure replied, I'm not sure. Gujuagio has been keeping a low profile recently. I don't know why, but the South Boundless forces are approaching the North Boundless. Hunyuan Heaven seems to want to reinforce the cardinal heaven experts. Impossible. Daozang Xian cut him off decisively. He said meaningfully, the 3 heavens of the post-primeval supreme seem to be on par with each other and have been passed down for all eternity, but they are not of one mind. They want to kill each other more than anyone else, become existences like the primeval supremes, and create an era of their own. The 2 flaming figures felt that it made sense and nodded. Leave and continue to search for your target, Daozang Xian said as he waved his hand. Daozang Xian waved his hand. Immediately, the 2 figures disappeared from the hall. After that, Daozang Xian took out a bead. This bead was exactly the same as the red faded pearl. There was a faint black chi flowing within it. He stared at the red bead and mumbled, treasure, treasure, what are you trying to guide me to do? During the auction conference, auctions of all levels were held in the 100 Courtyards realm in the All-Stars domain. Tens of billions of living beings joined or left every day, and none of them were mortal. Although Zhou Xuanji did not show himself, his status had been rising. Although he did not fully control the All-Stars domain, Jinsheng was very ruthless. He kept the order among his subordinates stable and earned a good reputation. This day, Jinsheng was reporting to Zhou Xuanji about the supreme crystals and resources he earned during this period of time. He was very excited. After all, most of the treasures in the auction were not from them. They were just like throwing a brick to attract jade, leading a huge auction opportunity. Master, your strategy is too amazing. But I'm only worried about the enemies from other forces. If they sneak into the All-Stars domain, will they? Jincheng asked, suppressing his excitement. He had such an idea before, but he did not dare to implement it. Moreover, the All-Stars domain had a bad reputation. If not for Zhou Xuanji's battle with Daozong Xian to a draw and his identity as the Lord of Kunlun Origin Court, everyone would not be attracted here. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, that's for the best. As long as we can seize them, we will have a reason to attack other domains. Jincheng was stunned. He was shocked by Zhou Xuanji's ambition. How long has it been since he took control of the All-Stars domain and now he is thinking about other domains? Should I say that he is greedy or domineering? We should also let go of the recruitment. This matter must be taken seriously. Now, many creatures are fleeing everywhere. We must seize this opportunity. If we do it well, we can surpass the dragon follower domain in one fell swoop. Do you understand? Zhou Xuanji tapped the armrest and said with a smile. Jincheng nodded. Thinking of the grand plan described by Zhou Xuanji made his blood boil. After that, he turned around and left. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and was about to cultivate when a beautiful figure rushed in. It was Shen Nianqing. To be precise, it was Shen Nianqing's previous life. She walked up to Zhou Xuanji and said with her hands on her hips, "Smelly guy, I have something to trouble you with." Zhou Xuanji didn't open his eyes and asked directly, "Can I refuse?" Shen Nianqing glared at him and said, "No, I need your ancestral voice." "Don't ask, I helped you get the ancestral voice. As long as you help me, I will repay you." Zhou Xuanji opened one eye and asked with a faint smile, "How will you repay me?" "I will help you kill an enemy. Anyone is fine." "How about it?" Shen Nianqing snorted, looking as if he had taken advantage of her. Chapter 965. Shen Nianqing's proposal made Zhou Xuanji ponder for a while. Until now, he still didn't know how strong Shen Nianqing was. Although Shen Nianqing often helped him, her position was erratic. It would be good if he could get a promise from her. "Can you defeat Gujuejiao?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. When Shen Nianqing heard this, she was immediately annoyed and shouted, "Are you playing with me? If you don't want to do it, then I won't do it. I'll leave now. I'm really helping an ungrateful person. I've always been helping you. It's like I'm asking for your help." Filled with righteous indignation, she flicked her sleeves and left. Zhou Xuanji was helpless and immediately called out, "I agree, why are you in such a hurry? Did I reject?" Shen Nianqing suddenly turned around and said with a strange smile, "Then come with me." She waved her right hand and used her divine energy to sweep Zhou Xuanji away. Zhou Xuanji did not resist. With his current abilities, he could resist, but since he had already agreed, he would obey. The two of them arrived at an independent and unfamiliar void. Shen Nianqing stopped. With a wave of her right hand, the surrounding void turned into a magnificent world, with blue sky and white clouds, green mountains and clear waters, boundless ocean and vast desert. "Begin speaking the ancestral voice." Shen Nianqing looked at Zhou Xuanji expectantly. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji nodded. He began to recite the ancestral voice. Shen Nianqing also sat cross-legged. Her hands kept waving, and bursts of red qi emerged, diffusing in all directions. Zhou Xuanji narrated the ancestral voice while observing her. He really wanted to know what she was going to do. He found that this red qi was not the mortal qi, but was of a higher level. He suddenly remembered the identity of Shen Nianqing. She was the real Shen Nianqing's previous life. Shen Nianqing was a mortal god, so what was her previous life? Zhou Xuanji remembered that Little Sovereign had said that mortal gods shouldn't have previous lives. They were all origin souls. Could it be that she was also a mortal god in her previous life, and her realm was far beyond that of a mortal god? At this thought, Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Looks like you've already met her and are curious about my identity. Shen Nianqing's voice drifted over, interrupting Zhou Xuanji's thoughts. He looked up and saw Shen Nianqing squinting at him expressionlessly. At this moment, Shen Nianqing made him feel so strange. His eyes were cold and emotionless. Zhou Xuanji spoke the ancestral voice and replied, "Yes, are you also a mortal god or the origin of a mortal god?" Shen Nianqing shook her head and said, "You can't imagine my identity, and I can't tell you for the time being. Once you know, you will be doomed eternally." So scary? Zhou Xuanji understood that there was no point in asking further. This woman would not tell him anyway. He focused his attention on the dreamlike world around him. He discovered that the world was solidifying. Was she creating a world? Zhou Xuanji suddenly remembered something. When he first met Shen Nianqing, she couldn't even defeat some tyrannical great sovereigns. But now, every time he saw her, he felt that she was getting stronger. And it wasn't just a little bit stronger. It was a huge leap in strength. What was he going to do this time? It was definitely not as simple as just creating. The surface of Shen Nianqing's body suddenly glowed with red light. In the blink of an eye, Shen Nianqing directly turned into red smoke and dissipated, leaving no trace of aura. It was as if he had passed away in meditation. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Just as he was about to shut up, Shen Nianqing's voice sounded again, "Don't stop." Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji could only continue. The world continued to evolve, becoming more and more real and heavy. It didn't take long for Zhou Xuanji to feel the birth of various rules. Interesting. Zhou Xuanji smiled and continued to observe. In the starry sky of the Stars domain, the Stars Hall was located at the top of the entire domain. Millions of divine generals were hovering below, waiting. These were the guards carefully selected by Jin Cheng. All of them were Origin Fusion divine lords. Some came from the Stars domain, and some came from other universes to seek shelter. Now, these star guards took pride in guarding the Stars Hall. Because of this identity, their status in the Stars domain was extremely high. The treatment they enjoyed was also better than before. On this day, a young man wanted to go to the Stars Hall but was stopped. It was Wu Yan. Wu Yan had been in the Stars domain for a long time. He had always wanted to see Zhou Xuanji but he didn't have the chance. This time, he came directly to the Stars Hall. "Stop. Unauthorized people are not allowed to offend the Stars Hall." A guard shouted. The other star guards also glanced at Wu Yan. Their aura gathered together, forming an extremely powerful pressure that shook the space. Wu Yan was expressionless and didn't answer. He flipped his right hand, and a golden flag appeared out of nowhere. He waved the golden flag, and a violent golden gale blew. Before the millions of star guards could react, they were swept away and disappeared into the depths of the universe. In the blink of an eye, no one stood in front of Wu Yan. He walked in the air toward the Stars Hall step by step. His eyes were calm as he gazed at the Stars Hall. "How dare you!" Jin Cheng's violent cry came. He appeared above Wu Yan's head and slashed down with his saber. Boom! A formless energy barrier exploded and blocked Jin Cheng's saber. Wu Yan frowned. He waved the golden flag again, and the golden gale came. Jin Cheng only swayed a little but was not swept away. "Humph, you dare to trespass the Stars Hall with your cultivation." He slashed down, crushing Wu Yan's energy barrier and slashed toward his face. Wu Yan's eyes focused, and his aura changed drastically. In the vast world, Zhou Xuanji was still narrating the ancestral voice. He frowned suddenly and felt a little uneasy. He spread out his divine will to see the situation in the Stars domain, but he was blocked by the space-time barrier of this world. This time he was astonished. He didn't expect this world to be so hard. He looked up, trying to find Shen Nianqing. But since Shen Nianqing disappeared, she hadn't shown up again. "Do you want to go back?" Shen Nianqing's voice came. Zhou Xuanji nodded. "Okay, anyway, I'm almost done. You can go back first." Shen Nianqing's voice came again. Next, he was isolated by a powerful force. In the next second, he arrived in the space-time turbulence. He didn't stop and immediately used God's supreme speed to rush toward the star's domain. Soon, he returned to the star's domain. The star's domain was still prosperous. He scanned with his divine will and found that all the courts were safe and sound. He breathed a sigh of relief and flew toward the star's hall. He suddenly discovered that the million star guards had disappeared. What's going on? His figure flickered as he teleported into the star's hall. He narrowed his eyes, looked ahead, and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" He saw Wu Yan standing in front of his throne with the golden flag in his hand. Hearing his voice, Wu Yan turned around and looked at him faintly. Zhou Xuanji took out the Holy Ghost Curse sword and was ready to attack. Wu Yan just stared at him without saying a word. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji walked toward him with his sword. Thump. Suddenly, Wu Yan half-knelt on the ground and placed his right hand on his chest, bowing to him. Chapter 966. What do you mean? Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He scanned speechless with his divine will and realized that he could not see through this brat. This meant that in terms of cultivation, Zhou Xuanji was stronger than him. Speechless cupped his fist and raised the golden flag, intending to give it to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a while before waving his hand. The golden flag landed in his hand. In that instant, he saw that the million astral guards and Jincheng were all safe and sound. They were cursing and trying to escape. Zhou Xuanji frowned even more and asked with a deep voice, "Who are you? What's your purpose?" Speechless gestured with his hand, and Zhou Xuanji somehow understood what he was trying to say. He was saying, "I have no ill intentions. I just want to assist you. This flag is a greeting gift, and it's also to prove my power." Zhou Xuanji looked at the golden flag and realized that the owner recognition mark had been erased. It was now an ownerless item. He immediately forced his blood essence into the flag and made it recognize him as its owner. The entire process was quick. He let Jincheng out and placed the million astral guards outside the Star Palace. Jincheng was delighted to see Zhou Xuanji, but he was enraged when he saw Speechless. He was about to slash with his saber. Wait, he has no ill intentions. He's here to join me. He was only trying to prove his power. You are not injured, right? Zhou Xuanji cried out. Although he did not trust Speechless completely, he saw his sincerity. He could not allow the conflict to escalate. Having heard that, Jincheng was stunned. He stared at Speechless with a deep frown. Speechless bowed to him with a sincere expression, looking harmless. Jincheng still felt uncomfortable in his heart. He felt that this brat was up to something. How about this? Jincheng, bring him to settle down first. Let him be a general of the astral guards and lead 10,000 astral guards. If he performs well, he can lead more astral guards in the future, Zhou Xuanji instructed. Zhou Xuanji instructed. Although Jincheng was displeased, he did not dare to object. Speechless did not feel that he was mistreated. He bowed to Zhou Xuanji before leaving with Jincheng. Zhou Xuanji returned to his throne. He observed the golden flag and wanted to see how powerful it was. There were millions of restrictions within the golden flag, making it so that the creatures sealed within the flag could not escape. At the same time, it possessed great offensive power. With a light wave of his hand, the Hall of Stars trembled. He immediately summoned Little Supreme to see what kind of treasure it was. Isn't this the Golden River Kuan Wind Banner of the Four Directions? Little Sovereign exclaimed, his eyes widening. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, "Powerful?" Nonsense. The four-sided profound flags are one of the most precious treasures in the boundless universe. When the four flags are gathered together, one can move unhindered through a region. Little Sovereign said in a powerful voice, his eyes blazing. He suddenly turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and said gloomily, "Where did you get this serendipity from? Didn't I tell you to stop?" He was both surprised and worried for Zhou Xuanji. This kid can't stay idle. I did stop, but others came to me." Zhou Xuanji shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly. Little Sovereign was stunned. Then, Zhou Xuanji told him the whole story. After hearing this, Little Sovereign couldn't help but doubt his life. Serendipity really came to me. After coming back to his senses, he reminded, "You have to keep a close eye on that kid. It's not necessarily a good thing for an unknown person to give you a gift." Zhou Xuanji didn't say anything about his origin and his powerful cultivation. It really made him feel uneasy. Well, he didn't harm the star's domain, so I can't deal with him directly. Let's observe him for a while. First, tell me about the magical effects of the Golden River Kuan Wind Banner. Zhou Xuanji nodded and then led the topic to the Golden River Kuan Wind Banner. Little Sovereign rolled his eyes and angrily said, "How would I know?" He had only heard of the four-sided profound flags and seen the scroll that recorded its shape. He had never seen it before, let alone used it. After saying this, he returned to the Lesser Supreme Sword. Zhou Xuanji was already stronger than him at his peak. He also believed that Zhou Xuanji could handle everything. So, he didn't bother to worry about it. My dreams are more interesting. Zhou Xuanji took the Golden River Kuan Wind Banner and began to study it seriously. In the blink of an eye, several years had passed. A piece of news suddenly spread in the northern realm and quickly reached the star's domain. Sovereign Heaven had come out of seclusion. His cultivation had recovered. He had gathered billions of believers to attack the star's domain. At the same time, he had sent 10 great sovereigns of the 9 halls to show his determination. As soon as the news came out, everyone in the star's domain was in a panic. The great sovereigns gathered together, wanting to meet Zhou Xuanji. After waiting for half a month, Zhou Xuanji finally let them enter the star's palace. "Master, Sovereign Heaven wants to attack us. He has sent 10 great sovereigns of the 9 halls. What should we do?" Xiao Jinghong took the lead and spoke first. This was what Jincheng and the others had discussed. They let him say it to avoid angering Zhou Xuanji. Although Zhou Xuanji appeared very kind, he had preached several times. Everyone was inexplicably in awe of him. Maybe it was the influence of the ancestral voice. Zhou Xuanji, resting his hands on his knees, smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? I am not panicking. Even if the sky falls, I will hold it up. Pass down my order, the star's domain will do as it should. I will never let the star's domain suffer any harm." He was very domineering and full of confidence. His words infected all the great sovereigns. The great supremes looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to say. Among the crowd, Speechless looked calm as he sized up Zhou Xuanji curiously. His gaze fell on the Golden River Kuan Wind controlling banner behind Zhou Xuanji, and he nodded slightly. Zhou Xuanji noticed his little action and laughed in his heart. Was this kid acknowledging him? Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, "Okay, don't think too much. Go down and do what you need to do. I'm the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. Even if Cardinal Heaven wants to kill me the most, I have absolute confidence. What are you afraid of?" 10 supreme martial artists of the 9 courts did sound frightening. This lineup was definitely enough to deal with the multi-star domain. Cardinal Heaven experts and other enemies could not come personally. Everyone could only bow and leave. After the star hall quieted down, Zhou Xuanji continued to cultivate with his eyes closed. He looked calm, but he was actually panicking. He pinned his hopes on Shen Nianxing. It won't be long before Shen Nianxing comes back. At that time, she should be even stronger. Not long ago, Shen Nianxing sent him a voice transmission. According to the time she said, she would be back in 10 days at most. Her tone was very excited. It was probably not just a small breakthrough. Thinking of this, he tried to compose himself. After 10 days, Shen Nianxing came back as scheduled. She went straight to the Star Hall and said with a teasing smile, "Smelly brat, Cardinal Heaven experts are coming to deal with you. Are you afraid?" Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and replied with a smile, "You are back, I am not afraid." From Shen Nianxing's tone, it was obvious that she didn't put the 10 supreme martial artists of the 9 courts in her eyes. Apart from them, you still have enemies who are ready to make a move. When I came back, I found that some space-time turbulence near the multi-star domain has been restricted. You must pay attention to this. Shen Nianqing stopped smiling and said seriously. Chapter 967. Really? Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes in astonishment. He actually didn't notice that someone was tampering with the All-Stars domain. It seemed that he had been too arrogant and careless recently. He looked up at Shen Nianqing and said, "Don't go, I have to rely on you." Shen Nianqing curled her lips and snorted, "You still know how to rely on me. How arrogant you were when I begged you before." In response, Zhou Xuanji only smiled. If Shen Nianqing wanted to abandon him, she would not come back. This girl said one thing but meant another. "Don't worry. With me around, no one can shake the multitude-star domain." Shen Nianqing waved her hand and smiled, looking invincible in the world. With that, she disappeared from the hall. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed. At the same time, he was curious about how powerful she was. It seemed like the world he had created earlier was extraordinary. Could it be that this girl was creating a courtyard realm? Impossible. Court realms were not as simple as just being big. Even though Zhou Xuanji controlled so many court realms, he could not open up a single one. The formation of a court required too many laws and divine power. Zhou Xuanji thought about it but couldn't figure out what Shen Nianqing was doing. He could only continue cultivating. One day, he would understand all of this. After Jincheng represented Zhou Xuanji to pass down the order, the atmosphere of terror in the multi-star territory was suppressed, but everyone was still worried. That was the cardinal heaven of the post-ancient prime 3 heavens. Even if he were to personally make a move, who would be able to stop 10-9 Hall's great supremes? Not even Daoist Hidden Heart in the Dragon Consort domain could do it. When Daozong's heart learned of this, he immediately sealed off the Dragon Follower domain, like a turtle withdrawing its head. No matter what, Zhou Xuanji's confidence affected everyone, making them look forward to Zhou Xuanji. Time continued to pass. The dangerous atmosphere of war was approaching the astral territory. On this day, a deafening roar resounded throughout the myriad stars domain. "Sword Emperor! Come out and face your death. I'll slaughter you first. Slaughter the stars again." The domineering voice laughed wildly, echoing throughout the realm of the 100 courtyards. Countless living beings could hear it. The enemy was here. A vast and boundless terrifying aura enveloped the myriad stars domain, causing all living beings to feel suffocated. But the feeling of suffocation disappeared as quickly as it came. "A bunch of cowardly dogs dare to challenge me." Zhou Xuanji's voice came, filled with disdain. A ray of sword light flew out from the star's palace. It was Zhou Xuanji. Jin Sheng, Fiend Venerable Qiyu, Supreme Venerable Crimson Dust, Xiao Jinghong, and the other great Supreme Venerables flew out from the various halls. The million astral guardians came in formation, and their momentum was tremendous. Countless experts flew out from the various realms. Most of them had been homeless before, and now that they finally had a place to settle down, they were filled with hatred and wanted to stand up. In the depths of the starry sky, 10 figures exuding terrifying auras flew over with a boundless army of living beings. Supreme of the 9 halls. The ruler of the court realm was a peak existence even amongst Grand Supremes. 10 of them came at once. Zhou Xuanji's robes fluttered in the wind as he gripped his 2 swords. There were legendary swords floating above his head, and his Sword Emperor spirit exploded out, shaking the surrounding space. The grand sovereigns behind him were also brimming with killing intent. They weren't afraid of the Cardinal Heaven army and were instead filled with fighting spirit. They had to defend their homeland. If Zhou Xuanji lost, the multi-star territory would surely be destroyed, and they would become stray dogs again. "You are the Sword Emperor." The great sovereign of the 9 halls, who was leading the Cardinal Heaven army, said. He had 3 heads and 6 arms. He was burly and looked like a divine tower. He was even bigger than the other great sovereigns of the 9 halls. Each of his 6 hands held a mirror. His crimson hair danced in the wind like flames. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, let's fight. Zhou Xuanji stepped out with an extremely tough attitude. He split into millions of great Li avatars, which turned into silver meteors and charged forward. It was a spectacular sight. You are courting death. The red-haired great sovereign roared furiously as he took the lead and charged at Zhou Xuanji. The other 9 great sovereigns of the 9 halls followed suit. The war broke out. Other than the 10 great sovereigns of the 9 halls, there were still many great sovereigns in the Cardinal Heaven army. Their number was no less than that of the multi-star territory. Clang! Zhou Xuanji and the red-haired great sovereign clashed first. Exterminating divine light burst out from Zhou Xuanji's eyes, but it was absorbed by one of the red-haired great sovereign's mirrors. Zhou Xuanji then used the delusion sword C. Silver light burst out and swept in all directions, engulfing the Cardinal Heaven army behind him. Countless sword shadows emerged from the silver light, slaughtering the surrounding creatures in a frenzy. The great sovereigns of the 9 halls resisted with their own sovereign divine power. But those ordinary creatures couldn't. In an instant, Zhou Xuanji killed millions of enemies with a single move. Peerlessly powerful. This scene greatly encouraged Jin Sheng and the others. You have successfully angered me. The red-haired great sovereign laughed furiously. He waved his 6 mirrors, shooting out beams of crimson light one after another. Zhou Xuanji nimbly dodged them. However, these crimson light beams didn't dissipate. Instead, they intertwined with each other and erupted with a horrifying suction force. Zhou Xuanji was caught off guard. He was sucked into the crimson light directly, unable to move. The red-haired great sovereign came up to him and waved his mirrors at him. At the same time, the 2 armies clashed. Boom! 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 Explosions came one after another, as though stars were exploding in the universe. It was extremely spectacular. Zhou Xuanji used godly supreme speed to break free. He came up to the red-haired great sovereign with the Holy Ghost Curse sword in his hand and pierced into his back. The curse power gushed into his body like a broken dam, destroying his bones and muscles. The red-haired great sovereign was shocked. He had no idea how Zhou Xuanji came up behind him. Too fast. It was the first time he had encountered such speed. He immediately turned around and waved his mirrors, wanting to attack Zhou Xuanji. But the curse power exploded, hindering his movement. Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up. He immediately used the destiny manifestation technique. Billowing black clouds suddenly gathered. The red-haired great sovereign looked up, and his expression changed drastically. Zhou Xuanji dodged suddenly, and a great sovereign of the 9 halls appeared. The divine weapon in his hand hovered above the red-haired great sovereign's head. So fast. The great sovereign of the 9 halls was equally shocked. He immediately unleashed his sovereign's divine power to form a protective shield to defend against Zhou Xuanji's sneak attack. The destiny manifestation technique was activated. A silhouette appeared on the black clouds and slammed his palm toward the red-haired great sovereign. The red-haired great sovereign's body trembled. He couldn't move and was about to kneel down. What are you doing? The great sovereign beside him asked in shock. The red-haired great sovereign's eyes were filled with fear. He couldn't answer his comrade. His attention was already attracted by the silhouette on the black clouds. Not only him. It was the same for many other creatures. That silhouette was majestic and domineering. He was emanating a mighty pressure that dominated the battlefield. Sovereign. Heaven, Jin Sheng said with a trembling voice. Fear was written all over his face. Zhou Xuanji appeared. Looking at the sovereign heaven silhouette on the black clouds, he fell into deep thought. It seemed that the sovereign was really cruel. He even killed his subordinates. This is the destiny manifestation technique. It will manifest your destiny and death tribulations. Take a good look. Zhou Xuanji said loudly. His voice traveled into the ears of every creature. Chapter 968. Destiny Manifestation Technique. It could manifest one's own death tribulation. The creatures on the cardinal heaven side were all frightened. They all recognized the figure on the black cloud. It was a cardinal heaven. In other words, Crimson Hair Great Sovereign would die in the hands of a cardinal heaven. What about them? Crimson Hair Great Sovereign was their leader. Thinking of this, the nearly 10 billion creatures were all terrified. Cardinal Heaven was tyrannical and cruel. They had seen it with their own eyes. They didn't have the confidence to think that the Cardinal Heaven wouldn't kill them. Nonsense. Just kill. Slaughtering the star's domain, the Cardinal Heaven will definitely reward us. A Nine Halls Great Sovereign furiously shouted. His whole body was wrapped in lightning. Holding billions of lightning bolts in his hands, he charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji smiled contemptuously. It seemed that these guys' hearts were already shaken. He immediately shouted, "How long are you going to watch? Come out and help me destroy them." Just as his voice fell, the great sovereign wrapped in lightning suddenly stopped. His expression froze. He was petrified at a speed visible to the naked eye. Whoosh! All the creatures were frightened, including the star's domain side. What happened? They saw a figure appear on top of the stone great sovereign's head out of thin air. It was Shen Yanqing. She slammed down with her palm, smashing him into pieces and turning him into ashes. Interesting. The corner of Shen Yanqing's mouth rose as her figure disappeared. When she reappeared, she was already behind another Nine Halls Great Sovereign. It was the same palm, but this great sovereign was first petrified and then turned into ashes. He was directly killed. Shen Yanqing moved continuously, killing the Nine Halls Great Sovereigns with one palm strike after another. Boom! The Cardinal Heaven army retreated in fear, staying away from the battlefield. Even the Great Sovereigns did the same. Who is that woman? Impossible. What did I see? Oh my God. Run. That's a Nine Halls Great Sovereign. He died just like that? No wonder the Sword Emperor is so arrogant. He has someone behind him. The creatures were scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to fight anymore. The star's domain side was stunned. Some of them had seen Shen Yanqing and knew that she was a special existence. She could meet Zhou Xuanji directly. At first, they thought that Shen Yanqing was Zhou Xuanji's lover. Only now did they know that this woman was Zhou Xuanji's backer. No wonder she was so arrogant and domineering. She was really strong. Those creatures who almost offended Shen Yanqing all had cold sweat on their foreheads. Xiao Jingheng lamented, "How powerful. Master is always able to attract such experts to his side." Zhao Congjian, Lin Changge, and Chen Bantian nodded. Jin Sheng and the other authoritative figures of the myriad stars domain were all in shock. Speechless, he stared at Shen Yanqing and frowned. No one knew what he was thinking. In less than 10 breaths, except for the red-haired Great Supreme, all the 9 courts Great Supreme were killed. Shen Yanqing turned her attention to the other Great Supreme. A one-sided slaughter unfolded. Zhou Xuanji began to watch the show. He discovered that Shen Yanqing's speed wasn't any slower than his Shen Wu. Was it purely the speed of his physical body, or was it a divine ability? He was once again interested in Shen Yanqing. Cardinal Heaven subordinates, listen up. You have already lost. If you escape, you will definitely die. Join the star's domain and I will let bygones be bygones. If you fight for me, I will give you a safe place to live and let you be reborn. Zhou Xuanji suddenly spoke. His voice was loud and full of provocation. The creatures who were running stopped when they heard this. They all knew how the Cardinal Heaven treated their defeated subordinates. They were really going to kill them. For a moment, nearly half of the creatures stopped running. In this situation, they didn't dare to have any other ambitions. They just wanted to live. A great sovereign turned around in horror and cried, "I am willing to surrender. Don't kill me." Shen Yanqing was too fast. He understood that he couldn't escape. If the great sovereign surrenders, don't kill them. Keep them alive. As long as they kneel down, it means that they have surrendered. Don't kill them. Zhou Xuanji shouted, hoping that Shen Nianxing would give him face. Shen Nianxing didn't disappoint him. She directly skipped over all the great sovereigns who knelt down. In this way, more and more great sovereigns chose to surrender. The war was over. Looking at the creatures kneeling in front of them, the people of the myriad stars domain all felt their blood boiling. The Sword Emperor is invincible. Ha ha ha, he didn't lie to us. This battle is too easy. Our stars domain is going to rise. If we absorb them, our strength will soar. I think we can also swallow the dragon consort domain. The cry of victory soon spread to the stars domain. In a short while, there were only kneeling creatures left in this universe. Shen Nianxing smiled and no longer chased them. Instead, she flew back to the stars domain to rest. No one dared to block her flight. Zhou Xuanji, carrying the muddle-headed great sovereign, disappeared. He didn't need to deal with the rest of the situation himself. All the great sovereigns who could threaten Jin Sheng were dead. None of the remaining great sovereigns were stronger than him. After returning to the Star's Palace, Zhou Xuanji began to absorb the divine energy of the red-haired great sovereign. This guy was a great sovereign of the 9 courts. Zhou Xuanji might be able to break through to the great sovereign of the 6 courts in one fell swoop. The red-haired great sovereign was still in a state of fear. It wasn't that the fate manifestation technique was too strong, but that the cardinal heaven made him too afraid. After 3 days, Jin Xing arranged for the defeated ones to be scattered to various courts, completely breaking them up. Zhou Xuanji kept his promise and didn't humiliate them. This made them breathe a sigh of relief and rejoice. In fact, after joining the Cardinal Heaven, they regretted it. They followed the Cardinal Heaven and fought non-stop every day. They had no time to rest. Once they were defeated, they would die. The Cardinal Heaven hated traitors so much that they would send a large number of subordinates to hunt them down. So they didn't dare to escape. Today, they were defeated. They had no choice but to betray the Cardinal Heaven. Zhou Xuanji transmitted his voice to Jin Sheng to arrange the use of these creatures. Jin Sheng didn't meet him, but he knew about his plan. Jin Sheng was very excited about this. He could feel that Zhou Xuanji really trusted him and even put him in an important position. His position hadn't been replaced by Zhou Xuanji's original subordinates. This battle spread throughout the Northern Endless Realm. The Sword Emperor's name shook the Northern Endless Realm again. All the nearby domains sent people to the Stars domain to curry favor with him. The lords of various forces in the Northern Endless Realm knew how powerful the Stars domain was. In the Northern Endless Realm, there weren't many forces that could defeat a Cardinal Heaven army like this. After Longsong domain learned about this, his heart skipped a beat. They had also defeated a Cardinal Heaven army before, but that lineup couldn't be compared to this battle. Daozong Xian even came to visit Zhou Xuanji in person. Inside the Star's Palace, Daozong Xian looked at Zhou Xuanji with fear in his eyes. He saw the red-haired great sovereign lying at Zhou Xuanji's feet. His sovereign's divine power was being absorbed by Zhou Xuanji continuously. Such an ending, Daozong Xian took a deep breath and said with a smile, "Sword Emperor, we haven't seen each other for such a short time. I didn't expect you to be so powerful." Chapter 969. Stepping on the red-haired great sovereign, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, "Dao brother, we are really embarrassing ourselves. We are still inferior to your dragon follower domain. Can't beat him?" Daozong almost cursed inwardly. The dragon follower domain could not stop 10-9 Hall's great paragons. But he still smiled and shook his head. "You're too modest. What do you plan to do next?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Do what you should do. Our pace will be the same as before. Of course, if the Cardinal Heaven still wants to target us, the war will continue." Daozong Xian had always turned a blind eye to the development of the multi-star realm, because he thought that it was seeking death. However, the appearance of Shen Yanqing made him feel a sense of crisis. With such a powerful backer, what would Zhou Xuanji do next? It must be to swallow up the dragon follower domain. After all, he had done this before. Although Daozong Xian was on good terms with him, it was only on the surface. The two of them did not have a deeper relationship. This time, Daozong Xian came to test Zhou Xuanji's stance. He took a deep breath and forced a smile. Is that so? If there's anything you need help with, Sword Emperor, you can tell me anytime. Zhou Xuanji leaned forward and said meaningfully, since this is the case, then I will accept it. I have something that I need your help with. Here it comes. Daozong's heart skipped a beat, but he nodded with a smile. It's said that there's a Cardinal Heaven Army's base nearby. Your dragon consort domain can go and destroy them. Of course, if you can't defeat them, you can retreat. The main goal is to probe their strength. It's best if you can destroy them, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He spoke very kindly, without any intention of threatening her. Daozong wanted to refuse, but he was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would fly into a rage out of humiliation. If Zhou Xuanji asked that mysterious woman for help, wouldn't he be dead for sure? He took a deep breath, cupped his fists, and said, "Don't worry, I will personally lead the army." Zhou Xuanji smiled satisfactorily and asked, "Do you want to stay as a guest?" The corner of Daozong Xian's mouth twitched, and he said, "There's no need for that. I'm here to congratulate you, and it's time for me to leave. Continue with your cultivation." With that, he immediately bowed and turned to leave. He moved very quickly, fearing that Zhou Xuanji would change his mind and force him to stay. Zhou Xuanji smiled. Seeing how fearful Daozong Xian was, he felt wonderful. However, all of this was thanks to Shen Yanqing. It was not reliable enough. He still had to work hard to cultivate and rely on his own strength. After thinking about it, he closed his eyes and continued to absorb the supreme god force of the red-haired great sovereign. 1 month later, Zhou Xuanji absorbed all of Crimson Hair Great Sovereign's divine power and broke through to the 6th Court Great Sovereign. Scarlet-haired Great Supreme Being was also destroyed in body and soul, no longer existing. The breakthrough in Zhou Xuanji's cultivation caused the 2 faded fate pearls to resonate. They flew out of Zhou Xuanji's body and intertwined above his head. This is, Zhou Xuanji looked over with narrowed eyes. Colorful lights were flashing in the star's palace, looking extremely resplendent. 2 extremely powerful forces were produced from the faded fate pearl. They collided with each other and fused together. Soon, they shot out 2 beams of light and entered Zhou Xuanji's body. These were 2 strange energies. They were very similar, but there were also differences. His faded fate pearl was milder, but the power of the red faded fate pearl was more sinister, causing him to shiver all over. He did not resist and used the invading immortal body to absorb the 2 energies. Somehow, he seemed to have sensed something. He took out a pitch-black long sword. This sword was called the Coercive Sword. It required the cultivation of the 6 Court Great Sovereigns to use. It had never appeared before. The Coercive Sword's form was domineering. It was like a blade emerging from a black claw's palm, constantly releasing black qi like raging flames. The black qi dissipated as soon as it left the blade. With the Coercive Sword in hand, Zhou Xuanji began practicing. The sword technique he was practicing was not organized, but because of his solid foundation in the sword's Tao, it looked like a profound sword technique. Enlightenment. Under the power of the 2 faded fate pearls, Zhou Xuanji began to comprehend the sword technique. It was a wonderful and comfortable feeling. Zhou Xuanji did not resist but recalled all his sword techniques. The star's palace trembled as the sword wind blew. The million astral guards outside also sensed a tremendous power. They subconsciously looked up and saw the astral hall trembling. All of them revealed expressions of awe and reverence. The Sword Emperor was breaking through again. Too powerful. I heard that the Sword Emperor is not even 10,000 years old. Really? I heard it from the creatures of the Kunlun Origin Court. The Kunlun Origin Court is indeed the origin of all things. They can even produce such a peerless genius. Ha ha ha, this is a blessing for us. If we follow him, maybe one day, we will all be able to leave our names in history. The Star Guards were discussing. After the previous war, they all had fanatical worship for Zhou Xuanji. Even if it was Shen Nianxing who turned the tide, Zhou Xuanji could attract Shen Nianxing. It was also a kind of strength. The strong would never associate with the weak. The news about the Sword Emperor's breakthrough began to spread wildly in the Star's domain. Everyone was in awe. Such an expert could continue to break through. What reason did they have not to work hard? Inside a small star, Shen Nianxing was cultivating under a peach tree when she suddenly looked up. Her eyes were locked on the star's palace as her pupils dilated. "What aura is that?" she murmured, furrowing her brows. She had long known that Zhou Xuanji had many secrets, but she couldn't see through them. She probed with her divine will, but a powerful force isolated her divine will outside the star's palace. This made her even more curious. But she didn't go there so as not to interfere with Zhou Xuanji's breakthrough. Her eyes flickered as she sighed softly. It seems that he is getting closer and closer to that goal. At the same time, inside the star's palace, Zhou Xuanji was focused on practicing his sword. He had gradually comprehended a new divine ability. It integrated all his Sword Dao divine abilities, and the core was the divine Rainbow Lord Dao. He wanted to create a Sword Dao divine ability of his own. This divine ability was about to be completed. He suddenly put away his sword and sat down in front of his throne. He held the suppressive divine sword in his right hand and held it in front of him. The blade reflected his eyes. His eyes were so cold. "This divine ability will be called Sword Emperor Absolute," Zhou Xuanji murmured with a smile. The corner of Zhou Xuanji's mouth rose as he murmured. Although he had yet to unleash the full power of the Sword Emperor Absolute, he was confident that this would be his most powerful killer move. No one among great sovereigns could block this divine ability. He looked at the two faded fate pearls floating above his head. His eyes flickered as his heart was filled with curiosity. What was that power just now? It felt no worse than the ancestral voice. It should be said that it was another kind of ancestral voice that could lead him to create. The ancestral voice could only promote the cultivation of living beings. Both were infinitely mysterious. He raised his hand and took the two faded fate pearls into his hand before he began to observe them seriously. The two faded fate pearls had changed. A sword shadow was imprinted on their surface. The shape was very similar to the suppressive divine sword. Chapter 970. Zhou Xuanji held the two faded fate pearls and observed them for a long time. In the end, he was unable to fully comprehend the faded fate pearls. He put away the two faded fortune pearls, stood up, and walked out of Star Hall. He had already broken through to the 6 Hall's Grand Supremes and comprehended the Absolute Sword Emperor. Next, it was time for him to personally manage the star's domain. After incorporating billions of Cardinal Heaven soldiers, the multi-star domain was in a state of expansion. Fortunately, there were enough court realms in the All-Stars domain, enough to break them up. Adding on Zhou Xuanji's prestige, not many surrendered people dared to act recklessly. Once they were discovered, Jin Sheng would execute them immediately. He used this method to tell the newcomers that fairness was not indulgence. Zhou Xuanji gathered the rulers of the various courts. They were in the starry sky below the star's palace. The majority of those who came were great supreme beings. They were very puzzled. Could it be that the Sword Emperor was going to hold a meeting here? Weren't they afraid that their plan would be leaked? Zhou Xuanji stood above everyone, and his legendary swords weaved together, forming a throne of swords. He sat on the throne and looked down at everyone. Jin Sheng was the first to kneel and pay his respects. The others also understood and knelt down. "Greetings, Sword Emperor," everyone said in unison. They couldn't help but feel excited in their hearts. Although they did not understand why Zhou Xuanji was doing this, at this moment, a wave of indescribable hot-bloodedness infected them. They seemed to see the rise of the multi-star domain, dominating the northern boundless continent, and Zhou Xuanji sitting on the supreme throne. At that time, their status would also rise. Xiao Jinghong, Zhao Zongjian, and the rest were kneeling among them. They were the most excited. Zhou Xuanji said, "I will talk about some of the arrangements for the multi-star domain." Everyone quieted down, anticipating what he would say. Cardinal Heaven experts are rampant and ruthless. They have already attacked us once and will definitely take revenge in the future. We can't just sit and wait for death. I hope that all living beings in the astral domains will work hard to cultivate and become stronger with the goal of protecting the astral domains. In addition, we have to expand and save those domains that are in fear. Zhou Xuanji spoke in a measured tone as he explained his plan. He wasn't afraid of being heard by all living beings. Instead, he intentionally let all living beings hear him. He governed with benevolence and chose to expand outwards in the name of benevolence. He was absolutely not afraid of being called a hypocrite. On the contrary, many creatures were pleasantly surprised. This was because many of their loved ones and close friends were still fleeing in the northern endless lands. If Zhou Xuanji could carry the banner of resisting the cardinal heaven in the northern boundless continent, it would be like taking advantage of the situation. Everyone would obey him. More and more creatures flew out of their respective worlds and looked up at Zhou Xuanji as he spoke. No one dared to interrupt, and they listened attentively to Zhou Xuanji's orders. If they wanted to expand, they had to stabilize their internal affairs. If the internal situation was chaotic, how could they pacify the external situation? After speaking for 2 hours, Zhou Xuanji finally finished. 100 years later, I will preach to all living beings. After saying this, Zhou Xuanji disappeared. From the beginning to the end, he didn't ask for the opinions of the Grand Supremes. Being autocratic might have many drawbacks, but it could unite people's hearts. Zhou Xuanji was willing to listen to their opinions, but that was in private. To the outside world, he had to show his strength. The stronger he was, the more confidence his subordinates would have in facing their enemies. As soon as he left, everyone started talking excitedly. That's awesome. This is what we should do. The Sword Emperor is the first Almighty who dares to publicly announce that he wants to contend with a Cardinal Heaven expert. Northern Limitless needs us. Ha ha ha, following the Sword Emperor is so cool. Let's annex the Dragon Follower domain first. I've been unhappy with them for a long time. The Grand Supremes discussed among themselves. After a long while, they left one after another. The news quickly spread to all realms in the multi-star domain. Some nearby scouts from the god domains also panicked and fled back to pass on the news. Zhou Xuanji was not only declaring war on Cardinal Heaven but also the entire Northern Limitless. However, to those creatures that were fleeing in all directions, this would be a blessing. Every Limitless had a powerful barrier that was very difficult to cross. Those who stayed in the Northern Limitless could only wait to be slaughtered by Cardinal Heaven experts. In the turbulence of time and space, Zhou Xuanji moved forward with a suppressive legendary sword in his hand. He was looking for the restriction that Shen Nianxing had mentioned. He swung his sword forward, and his sword chi swept across. Golden talismans appeared out of thin air, densely covering the surroundings. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but raise his brow. So many? He immediately destroyed these golden talismans and continued forward. Relying on his own divine energy, Zhou Xuanji forced all the restrictions to reveal themselves. These golden talismans didn't contain any destructive power. They could even be said to be very weak. But because of this, Zhou Xuanji felt strange. Who was it? It should be the evil emperor's subordinate. A clear voice came from behind him. Zhou Xuanji turned around and saw Wu Yan standing behind him. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and said, "I thought you were mute." Wu Yan didn't have a mouth, but he had delicate features and didn't look out of place at all. He replied, "It wasn't convenient for me to speak before. But now that you are being targeted by the evil emperor, I must stand out." Evil emperor. This name was like thunder to Zhou Xuanji's ears. The most powerful overlord in the Northern Limitless was the evil emperor. It was because of the evil emperor that the sovereign geniuses couldn't dominate the Northern Limitless. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Why is he targeting me?" Am I not helping him share the pressure? Wu Yan stared into his eyes and replied, the evil emperor's domineeringness and pride aren't any weaker than cardinal heaven. It could even be said that the four overlords are the same. They can't tolerate even a grain of sand in their eyes. You might already be a threat to him. He doesn't need help. He thinks that he can destroy a cardinal heaven by himself. Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but frown. He often heard of the evil emperor's name, but he wasn't clear about the evil emperor's strength. Some people said that he was comparable to the post-ancient sovereign three heavens, while others said that he was far inferior to a cardinal heaven. He couldn't even destroy a cardinal heaven who hadn't recovered to his peak. But there was also a saying that he had surpassed cardinal heaven and was just waiting for a cardinal heaven to recover to his peak. Only then would he have a pinnacle showdown, stepping on the corpse of the post-ancient sovereign three heavens to become the most powerful. No matter which one it was, the evil emperor wasn't someone Zhou Xuanji could deal with. Zhou Xuanji asked, then what do you think I should do? Wu Yan replied, get rid of these marks first. At the same time, send some people to guard it. Otherwise, once the evil emperor is free, he can directly kill us through these marks. He can destroy the star's domain with a single palm. Even Shen Yanxing can't resist it. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji's eyelids twitched. The evil emperor is so powerful. He can destroy the star's domain with a single palm. This is too exaggerated. The divine ability you just comprehended is very amazing. If you study it carefully, you can step into the undying realm. In the future, you can even compete with the four undying overlords, Wu Yan said meaningfully. Zhou Xuanji looked at him deeply. This kid can even see through the Sword Emperor? It seems that Wu Yan has been observing him. What is your purpose? Zhou Xuanji asked, changing the topic. Chapter 971. Speechless replied, I've said it before, I'm here to assist you. The Golden River Kuan wind-riding banner was a greeting gift. You can trust me. If I'm plotting against you, there are many opportunities to destroy the multitude star territory. After saying this, he bowed to Zhou Xuanji again. Zhou Xuanji said meaningfully, then help me remove these marks. There was no end to the space-time turbulence. He had no idea how many golden seals the evil emperor's men had left behind. Speechless did not refuse. He raised his right hand, and countless beams of light flew out from his palm. Boom! 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 One by one, the invisible golden imprints were struck, and after appearing, they immediately dissipated. Zhou Xuanji could not help but think to himself, this fellow was so sensitive to these golden marks. Could it be that he was related to the evil emperor? When he thought of this, he became even more wary of wordless. He flew ahead without saying a word, and Zhou Xuanji closely followed behind. 10 hours later, Wu Yan finally managed to remove all of the golden marks. They flew for a very long time. Zhou Xuanji felt quite shocked in his heart. With so many golden marks, how many people had the evil emperor sent? The scariest thing was that he hadn't noticed it before. It seemed that he couldn't just focus on cultivation in the future. He had to be more vigilant. He immediately created dozens of doppelgangers. The doppelgangers quickly flew in different directions and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Speechless squinted his eyes and said, your clone is not bad. In terms of stability, it's rare. Zhou Xuanji could not deny it. Let's go, it's time to go back, he said, waving his hand. The two of them teleported back to the astral field. After returning to the Star Hall, Zhou Xuanji began to think about how to deal with the dual pressure from the evil emperor and cardinal heaven. Right now, the two overlords seemed to be competing with each other, but in reality, it was just a stalemate. Either side had the ability to free up a hand to destroy him. He took out the Lesser Supreme Sword and summoned Little Supreme Sword. Demonic Emperor. When Little Sovereign heard this, his eyelids twitched wildly and he fell into silence. Looking at his expression, it was clear that he was also filled with reverence for the Demonic Emperor. By the way, what is the imperishable realm? I have a subordinate named Wu Yan who said that I have a chance to stand shoulder to shoulder with the evil emperor and step into the imperishable realm. Zhou Xuanji asked. Seeing his expression, Zhou Xuanji knew that he could not think of a solution, so it was better to ask something else. Little Sovereign's eyes widened as he asked in astonishment, "How can you step into the immortal realm? What did you get?" He had only been asleep for a short period of time, and this kid had made such a huge leap. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "I created a divine ability." As he finished speaking, he took out the divine sword of coercion. His eyes were instantly filled with purple light, and everything became silent. Little Sovereign was stunned and inexplicably creeped out. Even though Zhou Xuanji had not acted yet, he felt like he was going to die. The Hall of Stars fell into a strange atmosphere. Little Sovereign gulped and cautiously asked, "What is this magical power called?" "Absolute Sword Emperor," Zhou Xuanji said with a pleased smile. He had not truly used the Sword Emperor Absolute technique because if he did, it would definitely be a disaster. "Good name. It suits you very well," Little Sovereign exclaimed in admiration. The purple light in Zhou Xuanji's eyes faded, and the murderous atmosphere disappeared. He took a deep breath and said, "The imperishable realm is a realm that surpasses the grand supreme realm. It's said that it's impossible to break through that realm with just cultivation. It requires great fortune or great divine ability to break through it with force. Above Grand Supreme." Zhou Xuanji thought about it. The evil emperor must be an existence that surpassed the Grand Sovereign. Otherwise, how could he compete with a cardinal heaven? However, he didn't know how the realms above the Grand Supreme were divided. Little Sovereign reminded him, "You better behave for the time being. Otherwise, your enemies will not just be cardinal heaven." Zhou Xuanji nodded. Some plans didn't need to be publicized. 100 years later, Zhou Xuanji began preaching for the stars domain. Everyone had been looking forward to this preaching for a long time. Zhou Xuanji's preaching had already become famous in the North Infinity long ago. However, most of the powerful cultivators didn't take it seriously. Those ancient existences wouldn't even guess that he was preaching the ancestral voice. Not to mention the North Infinity, only the ancestral Buddha would preach in all directions. When Zhou Xuanji uttered the first note, everyone's soul trembled. All the realms turned silent. Everyone began to listen to Zhou Xuanji's preaching seriously. No matter how high one's cultivation was, they would quickly fall into a state of epiphany when they heard the ancestral voice. In a pavilion, Wordless stood in front of the window sill, looking at the starry sky in the distance. He mumbled, "Ancestral voice, how many great opportunities are you hiding?" A rare look of shock appeared in his eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect Zhou Xuanji to know the ancestral voice at all. Next, he meditated on the spot and began to enjoy the ancestral voice. He wouldn't refuse an opportunity that was delivered to his doorstep. This preaching lasted for a long time. Zhou Xuanji only ended the preaching after making sure that every creature had gained something. "The Sword Emperor is merciful." All of the creatures of the court realm began to shout these words. They were extremely excited. After listening to this sermon, all of the problems they faced in their cultivation were easily solved. Most of the creatures even broke through as a result. It could be said that the entire world was celebrating. In their opinion, such a magical preaching must have consumed a lot of their cultivation. Therefore, they were very moved and worshipped Zhou Xuanji even more. Zhou Xuanji was about to rest in the hall when Shen Yanqing barged in. She arrived before Zhou Xuanji in one step and asked, "What's the origin of that kid without a mouth?" Her expression was serious. Her eyes were sharp and filled with hidden anger. "What's wrong with him?" Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion. Although Wordless was mysterious, he shouldn't be a match for Shen Yanqing. Shen Yanqing gritted her teeth and said, "He has the extreme Dao Qi. He is from the East Infinity royal family." East Infinity? Zhou Xuanji frowned. He had already offended the Northern Endless Evil Emperor and the Western Endless Ancient Geniuses, and now he had also offended the Eastern Endless Ancient Geniuses? Shen Yanqing sighed. "I didn't notice it before, but when you were preaching, he was cultivating and leaked the aura of the extreme path. The Eastern Infinity royal family are all monsters. You've been targeted by them." You're in big trouble. She blamed herself. It was normal that Zhou Xuanji did not recognize him, but she had experienced so much in the endless universe. Why did she not notice him earlier? He said he's here to help me. He might not be an enemy, right? Zhou Xuanji said hesitantly. Although he had been in the limelight recently, he had not yet reached the level of an overlord who could threaten the world. Help you? That is to win you over. When you grow up, if you don't choose a side, the Eastern Endless Imperial family will definitely make a move against you. Shen Nianqing frowned. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, since you said that you will grow up, then there is still some time, right? Don't panic. Shen Nianqing came in such a hurry that he was shocked. Hearing this, Shen Nianqing felt that it made sense. The reputation of the Eastern Infinity royal family was too great, which made her panic. She tried to calm down and said, you are right, but we must keep an eye on that guy. His cultivation is not very strong, but the Eastern Infinity royal family behind him is a family that has been passed down since the ancient sovereign era. We must not provoke them. Zhou Xuanji was surprised and said, according to what you said, isn't the Eastern Infinity the strongest endless? Chapter 972. It can't be said to be the strongest. It can only be said that it has the deepest foundation, Shen Nianqing replied, shaking her head. Zhou Xuanji was even more surprised when he heard this. This Eastern Infinity isn't the strongest. Doesn't this mean that Northern Infinity is the weakest? Shen Nianqing said seriously, it's difficult to tell who is strong and who is weak. It's impossible for the weak to survive for so long. Today's 4 Infinity is more powerful than all living beings imagine. The 4 overlords have the potential to compete for the post-ancient sovereign 3 heavens. It's just that the world is advocating their ancestors. This wasn't the first time Zhou Xuanji had heard such words. There were always some powerhouses who were promoting the current generation. Zhou Xuanji listened to it, but whether he believed it or not was another matter. Since he is already here, let's take things as they come. You stay in the stars domain and help me keep an eye on him, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, staring at Shen Nianqing. Shen Nianqing rolled her eyes at him and said meaningfully, I'm not helping you for free. If you ask me like this, you will owe me more and more. Understand? Zhou Xuanji shrugged, smiling but didn't say anything. Shen Nianqing smiled and turned to leave. After she left the star's palace, Zhou Xuanji's smile froze. Cardinal Heaven, Evil Emperor, Eastern Infinity Royal Family, it's really a gathering of stars. Zhou Xuanji raised the corner of his mouth and murmured, you want to use me as a chess piece? If the chess piece is too big, it will crush me to death. He didn't feel any pressure. On the contrary, he felt that the current situation was very good. Wordless came to assist him. Didn't it mean that the Eastern Infinity Royal Family wanted to support him? Then, he would have one more bargaining chip when facing the Evil Emperor and Cardinal Heaven. He took out the 2 faded fate pearls and continued to comprehend. Undying Realm. What kind of realm is this? In the starry sky filled with black chi, countless meteorites were flying like sand in the wind. A row of mysterious existences in black robes stood in the air. There were a total of 17 figures. Their heads were wisps of smoke, making it impossible to distinguish their true faces. They were looking up in the same direction. There was a beam of light with thunder and lightning. There was a huge figure vaguely in the beam of light. It was like a world-destroying demon god. It was incomparably majestic and its terrifying aura filled the universe with pressure. The star's domain has an undying existence that surpasses Great Sovereign? A hoarse voice rang out, its tone cold. A black-robed man replied, yes, that person is a mortal ancestor god. She has the aura of the graveyard of gods. All these years, there has been a mortal ancestor god hunting Grand Supremes. Maybe it's her. The black-robed man at the side added, not only that, there is also the extreme Dao Qi in the multitude star domain, and the Eastern Infinity Royal Family is also within it. It's best if we don't interfere and let the Cardinal Heaven Masters deal with the multitude star domain, thereby angering the Eastern Infinity Royal Family. The others followed suit. That's right, we can use someone else to do our dirty work. The Eastern Endless Imperial family has always disliked Cardinal Heaven experts. Hunyuan Heaven also wants to intervene in the boundless north. We are surrounded by enemies, and this is our chance. Speaking of which, it's strange. What kind of background does the Sword Emperor have? Is it because he's the Kunlun Origin Court's sovereign that he could attract the Eastern Endless Imperial family? We also have a Kunlun Origin Court supremacy under us. Why don't we send him to persuade the Sword Emperor and rope him over to His Majesty's side? The black-robed men discussed among themselves. The silhouette in the beam of light listened quietly and did not speak. After they quietened down, the silhouette in the beam of light said, "Send the Kunlun Origin Court supremacy. You will arrange everything. This emperor is very tired and needs to rest. In the future, do not disturb this emperor if there is no especially important information. Understand?" A murderous aura emanated from the beam of light, causing the black-robed men to sway continuously. They immediately bowed and disappeared from where they were. Ever since Zhou Xuanji knew that Wu Yan came from the Eastern Infinity royal family, he had been talking to Wu Yan intentionally or unintentionally. He asked about how to govern the multitude star domain. Wu Yan was very smart and could always think of many strategies for him. Zhou Xuanji passed down the strategies that he thought were good and implemented them immediately. From beginning to end, he did not promote Wu Yan at all. Speechless did not have any complaints. He looked like a loyal and honest person. This day, Daozong Xian came to visit him. The two gathered in the multitude star palace. Looking at him, who was high above, Daozong Xian sighed and said, "I lost." "How many elites did you send?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. "Just me alone," Daozong Xian said straightforwardly. He was the most powerful being in the Dragon Follower domain. His loss meant that the Dragon Follower domain lost. "Tell me about it." Zhou Xuanji maintained his smile. He didn't find it strange. After all, it was a Cardinal Heaven base that attracted countless believers to worship it. Even though the Cardinal Heaven was domineering, there was still an endless stream of living beings. They thought that joining the Cardinal Heaven would grant them eternal life. If they could not win, they would join. Serve the Cardinal Heaven. No matter how brutal the Cardinal Heaven was, they would not kill until he was the only one left in Northern Infinity. Everyone knew that the Cardinal Heaven's true goal was to create a great era like the primeval sovereign era. Any greatness needed to be revered. Daozong Xian began to talk about the specific situation of the base. It was a gigantic island, one that was even bigger than the Great Thousand World. A Cardinal Heaven statue stood on the island, which contained a strand of the Cardinal Heaven's consciousness. Daozong Xian was defeated by that strand of consciousness. Fortunately, it was just a strand of consciousness, or else he would not have been able to escape. According to his observation, many void beasts and powerful cultivators were hiding on the island. There were restrictions outside the island, and only great sovereigns could enter. Even if one entered, one would not be able to escape without the cultivation of the 7 courts' great sovereigns. There were no rules on the island. In other words, the island was a training ground. Those who entered had to fight continuously if they wanted to survive. Those who knew this secret would be killed by the Cardinal Heaven's consciousness if they had any intention of betraying. If not for Daozong Xian's powerful cultivation, he would not have been able to escape. "You stayed there for 100 years?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a strange expression. Looking at Daozong Xian's expression, it was hard to imagine that he had been through all this. Zhou Xuanji thought that he would be back soon. Daozong Xian nodded and said, "All in all, if that island was released, the Dragon Follower domain, Star's domain, and all the nearby domains would be flattened." He still felt a lingering fear when he mentioned this. Even the great sovereigns of the 9 courts were so scared. It showed how terrifying that island was. Zhou Xuanji asked in astonishment, "If so, what is the Cardinal Heaven waiting for?" Daozong Xian shook his head. He was also confused about this. Zhou Xuanji immediately sent a telepathic message to Wu Yan. Soon, Wu Yan came to the star's palace. After hearing about it, Wu Yan said, it should be some kind of formation. As far as I know, there is more than one island like this. They are scattered across the endless worlds. Daozang Xian sized him up and was curious about who this brat was. Sword Emperor, this is your serendipity. Don't you know how to absorb the sovereign's divine power and have mastered a speed divine ability? You can go there, Wu Yan said meaningfully. Chapter 973. Wu Yan's suggestion caused Zhou Xuanji to narrow his eyes. It was not that he had not thought of this, but Wu Yan's suggestion surprised him. This kid knew him very well. Daozang shook his head and said, no, that place is too dangerous. I suggest the Sword Emperor not go. He was not trying to persuade Zhou Xuanji sincerely. It was just that he and Zhou Xuanji were in the same boat. If anything happened to Zhou Xuanji, the dragon follower domain would not have a good ending either. He had already defied the will of Cardinal Heaven. Even if he surrendered, Cardinal Heaven would not let him off. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, Dao brother, you can go back first. Pay more attention to the spatial turbulence around you. Previously, I discovered that the evil emperor's people were secretly setting up restrictions. Demonic Emperor. Daozang Xian was startled. He immediately bowed and left. He was also afraid of being targeted by the evil emperor. After he left, he looked at Zhou Xuanji speechlessly and said, such a lowly person is not fit to be on your side. Just subdue him. Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile, subdue? Can you help me? This kid was really arrogant. The dragon pursuit domain was bigger than the stars domain. All right. Speechless agreed immediately. Having heard this, Zhou Xuanji was quite surprised. Could this brat defeat the supreme of the 9 halls? Give Shen Yinqing to me, Wu Yan said seriously. Zhou Xuanji's smile froze. He felt that he had been played. The two of them stared at each other, and even the air seemed to freeze. Speechless seemed to feel that it was inappropriate. He said hesitantly, if it's just me, I'll need time. I'll have to integrate into the draconic domain first before making a plan. Go, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile without hesitation. He had already planned to head to a huge training island in the Cardinal Heaven. Before that, he would feel more at ease if he could send Wu Yan out. Nodding silently, Zhang Xian left. Zhou Xuanji summoned Shen Yinqing again. After Shen Yinqing came to the Stars Hall, she asked impatiently, what's the matter? Zhou Xuanji told her what had happened and that he was going to the massive training island. After I leave, I'll leave the astral domain to you. Wait for my return. Zhou Xuanji stared at Shen Yinqing and said with a serious face. Shen Yinqing frowned and said, are you sure you want to go there? I know that place. Those who can survive there are all ruthless characters. Those islands are the backup of the Cardinal Heaven experts and are also a deterrent to the various domains. Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile, what do you think are the chances of me becoming more powerful after I go in? Shen Yinqing began to ponder. She thought back to what Zhou Xuanji had encountered before and felt that this was an opportunity for Zhou Xuanji. But what she was most annoyed about was that this suggestion came from Wordless. If he succeeded this time, would Zhou Xuanji be even more gullible in the future? That was what worried her the most. She did not have a good impression of the Eastern Endless royal family. Don't worry, I know what to do. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He understood what Shen Yinqing was worried about. She wasn't afraid that he would die, but she was unhappy and speechless. No matter what, Zhou Xuanji had to go. Apart from becoming stronger, he also wanted to learn more about the training island. He felt that Cardinal Heaven definitely had other motives for establishing such an island. The more ostentatious a Cardinal Heaven expert was, the more he wanted to hide something. All right, you're on your own. Come back early, Shen Yinqing said, shaking her head. This kid is always so restless. His growth speed is already very exaggerated, but he always wants to continue to grow stronger quickly. When are you leaving? She asked. Zhou Xuanji got up and replied, now. Kunlun Origin Court, Jiansu Court Realm, and Zhan Lanting Realm were all in his soul. As long as the people he really cared about were following him, he wouldn't have any worries. In his opinion, leaving his family in the star's domain was far safer than following him. After all, he had the spirit void state. No matter what danger he encountered, he could escape alive. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Zhou Xuanji left the star's domain. Sitting on the legendary sword throne, he shuttled through the space-time tunnel. Ever since he intertwined the legendary swords into a throne, he had liked this legendary sword throne very much. Before leaving, he had already obtained the memories from the spies. He could accurately find the location of the training island. He let the legendary sword throne fly on its own while he played with the two faded fate pearls. Ever since he created the Sword Emperor Absolute, he wanted to taste the mysterious power of the faded fate pearls. The Sword Emperor Absolute could be even more powerful. Zhou Xuanji dared to go to the training island because he wanted to test the power of the Sword Emperor Absolute. In the star's domain, he couldn't use the Sword Emperor Absolute. 2 hours later, he jumped out of the space-time turbulence. The void in front of him was filled with turbid gas, and a boundless giant island that looked like a terrifying giant scorpion was entrenched there. It was obscured by the gray fog, and it was partly visible. Zhou Xuanji could already sense the powerful restrictive aura, which filled the void with pressure. Fortunately, he had trained his physique to the limit when he learned the spirit void state, so he was not afraid of this pressure. A layer of silver sword radiance emanated from his body. Next, he, who was sitting on the legendary sword throne, turned into a shooting star and broke through the restrictive barrier, charging into the training island. On the massive island, thunderclouds billowed. The mountains on the ground were undulating. This place was also shrouded in fog, covering the sky and the sun. It was extremely gloomy, as though demons were hiding in every corner. Zhou Xuanji stopped and sensed the murderous aura coming from all directions. He raised his brows slightly. It's purgatory indeed. He mumbled to himself, his eyes filled with anticipation. He spread out his divine sense, and soon, he sensed horrifying figures. Some were humanoid, some were as massive as mountains, and some were like demon gods walking aimlessly between the heavens and the earth. Zhou Xuanji continued flying. He had no destination and only wanted to look around first. Soon, he saw a man with messy hair walking on a hill. This man was half naked, and his muscles were like steel. His pants were torn, and he swayed as he walked, as though he was severely injured. Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and asked, "Are you still conscious?" The man stopped and said slowly, "I'm Du Shen. I'm Du Shen. I'm Du Shen." Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He was crazy indeed. After the thought, he continued to move forward. He wanted to find someone who was conscious to understand the situation here. But just when he flew over, Du Shen suddenly turned around and leaped toward him. He was extremely fast. Clang! Zhou Xuanji blocked Du Shen's fist with a backhand slash. Both of them were powerful, and the space around them twisted violently. It was on the verge of collapsing. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and saw that Du Shen's eyes were extremely ferocious. There was a face in this guy's pupils. It was not Zhou Xuanji's but someone else's. It was a horrifying and blurry face. Anyone who saw him would instinctively be afraid. But if one looked closely, one would not be able to see his face clearly. Du Shen laughed viciously and kicked at Zhou Xuanji, unleashing a torrential barrage of attacks. Zhou Xuanji held his sword with one hand and easily blocked all of his punches and kicks with his back to Du Shen. Chapter 974. Poison Centipede attacked ferociously, but he could not hurt Zhou Xuanji. This made him even more irritable. "I will tear you into pieces," he roared at the top of his lungs. His body suddenly expanded, and needle-like hairs grew out from the surface of his body. His hair grew even faster. His fingernails grew as long as 10 blades. Zhou Xuanji's eyes focused. He held the suppressive legendary sword in a reverse grip, and his eyes beamed with a violet radiance. Boom! A sword light exploded from his body like a circle that expanded and swept across the surroundings. Poison Centipede was swept by the sword light and shattered into pieces. The dense fog between the heavens and the earth was shredded, and mountains were crushed. Everything within a radius of 100 miles was turned into nothingness. Sword Emperor Extinction. He simply used this trump card divine ability to kill his enemy easily. He waved his left hand, and Poison Centipede's soul appeared in his hand. He stared into Poison Centipede's eyes and hypnotized him. The exterminating divine eyes worked wonders. He used illusions to make Poison Centipede lose himself. After that, Zhou Xuanji began searching through his memories. But after a long while, he found nothing. This guy's mind was like a blank piece of paper with nothing in it. Zhou Xuanji frowned and crushed Poison Centipede's soul. He continued ahead, wanting to find a rational creature so that he could quickly understand this massive training island. Ever since he entered the island, a murderous aura surrounded him. At first, he thought it was because there were too many living creatures, but now he sensed that something was wrong. Although this murderous aura was sometimes strong and sometimes weak, the essence of the murderous aura was the same. It came from the same person or thing. Zhou Xuanji felt that this murderous aura might be the key to this massive training island. It could make living creatures lose their minds and turn them into killing machines. He looked calm, but he was actually on high alert, just in case the murderous aura invaded his mind. After flying for a while, he encountered another person, and he raised his brows slightly. This person was Poison Centipede. This guy was staggering on the vast land, exactly the same as the previous scene. I'm Poison Centipede, the same scene, the same murmur. Zhou Xuanji looked down at him and was sure that it was not an illusion. Could it be a twin? Or a clone? Zhou Xuanji thought as he brought Poison Centipede before him and absorbed his sovereign's divine energy. This fellow did indeed possess the divine power of a supreme being. After he finished absorbing the Poison Centipede, he destroyed it and continued on his journey. Not long after, he encountered another Poison Centipede, who was still walking on the ground in a daze. Zhou Xuanji, who was sitting on the throne, became extremely interested in this phenomenon. Every time he encountered a Poison Centipede, he would grab it and absorb its supreme god force. That was all. He encountered more and more poisonous centipedes, and his cultivation kept increasing. He was even more curious about the identity of Poison Toad. Could it be that Poison Centipede was a clone? Endless? That's fine too. It just so happened that he needed supreme god force. Half a year later, Zhou Xuanji absorbed another Poison Centipede. He had already absorbed over 10,000 Poison Centipedes. Apart from the Poison Centipede, he also encountered other creatures, some strong, some weak. In this place, the weakest was a Grand Supreme. He increasingly felt that Poison Centipede's status on this training island was very special. Because he had no other living beings that would repeat. During this period of time, all the living beings he encountered had no memories. They were all muddle-headed like walking corpses. Until one day, he found a dilapidated Taoist temple. Its roof was broken and overgrown with weeds. There was a strange sound of knocking on a wooden fish in the temple. Zhou Xuanji landed in front of the Taoist temple. He gently pushed open the wooden door and saw an old monk inside. Interesting. Why didn't an old monk build a temple? Old senior, how should I address you? He asked. The old monk did not open his eyes. Yuan Sheng, he replied while knocking on the wooden fish. Yuan Sheng? Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. There was no such person in the North Limitless, or at least, he had never heard of him. My name is Zhou Xuanji. I'm new here and have yet to encounter a cardinal heaven. I feel that this place is very chaotic. What's the reason? Zhou Xuanji continued to ask. His tone was relaxed, neither aggressive nor cowardly. He could not see through Yuan Sheng's cultivation. This guy was very powerful. Yuan Sheng even gave him a sense of unpredictability, like divine pinching star. A cardinal heaven is at work. You have already become a part of this ill-fated fate. You are very unfortunate. Give up struggling. You will soon be captured by the cardinal heaven's murderous desire and become a puppet, Yuan Sheng said calmly. Zhou Xuanji locked onto the words cardinal heaven's murderous desire. So, the murderous desire that pervaded the heavens and earth came from the cardinal heaven. Could it be that strand of will? He fell into deep thought. If he could control that strand of will, could he control this massive training island? Put away your thoughts. It's useless. Even if you escape, the cardinal heaven will hunt you down and never give up, Yuan Sheng continued. Then what is your identity? What are you doing? Zhou Xuanji asked. Yuan Sheng replied, my identity is not important. I'm waiting for death. So straightforward. Zhou Xuanji hesitated. Should he attack Yuan Sheng? It seemed that he would not be able to learn more from Yuan Sheng. He thought about it and chose to give up. This old guy was not simple. He would not touch him for now and check out the other situation first. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and left. Just when he stepped out of the Daoist temple, he heard footsteps behind him. He looked back and saw that Yuan Sheng had caught up with him. He was still knocking on the wooden fish. Yuan Sheng opened his eyes and said softly, Benefactor, I suddenly feel that we are fated. How about I accompany you? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile, aren't you waiting for death? Let me wait for death too. Why are you following me? To seek death together? He was on guard. Could this old guy be plotting something? I thought so at first, but when you turned around just now, I had a different premonition, Yuan Sheng said with a smile. There's a calamity in the boundless universe. The old and the new are replacing each other. On the eve of glory, I came here to find a master, but I have already given up on my desire for him. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile that did not seem like a smile, not only have you given up, but you can't escape either, right? Yuan Sheng replied with a smile, yes. But if I can meet a new master who can bring me out, I shouldn't give up, right? Zhou Xuanji smiled. He turned into a stream of sword light and disappeared into the horizon. Yuan Sheng followed after him while knocking on the wooden fish. The two of them turned into two streams of rainbow light and shuttled between the heavens and the earth, piercing through layers of clouds and mist with unstoppable momentum. Zhou Xuanji smiled and disappeared into thin air with God's supreme speed. Yuan Sheng opened his eyes wide suddenly. His gaze was incredibly sharp. Apparently, he was stunned by Zhou Xuanji's God's supreme speed. Zhou Xuanji thought that he had already shaken off Yuan Sheng. He looked back and opened his eyes wide in shock. Yuan Sheng was chasing after him relentlessly. Benefactor, you are not bad, Yuan Sheng said with a smile. Because of his small eyes, he looked like a sly old fox. Zhou Xuanji gritted his teeth and entered God's supreme mode straightaway, disappearing before Yuan Sheng again. Yuan Sheng opened his eyes wide again. This. Chapter 975. After entering spiritless mode, Zhou Xuanji directly jumped out of the training island. He heaved a sigh of relief when he managed to shake off Yuan Sheng. If this old fellow could even keep up with the spiritless state, that would be too much of a blow. With that thought, he flew back to the training island. Not long after he entered, Yuan Sheng found him. You. What divine ability did you use just now? Yuan Sheng asked in shock. His body was trembling, and it was obvious that there was an answer in his heart that he did not dare to believe. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and smiled, didn't you guess it already? Yuan Sheng took a deep breath and tried to stay calm. He said with a trembling voice, delirious state. Zhou Xuanji nodded, looking calm and at ease. Thump. Yuan Sheng knelt on the ground and cupped his fists. Yuan Sheng is willing to acknowledge you as my master and follow you for all eternity. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. So casual? I understand the boundless universe very well, and I'm well versed in both the past and present. I once encountered a setback in my cultivation, but I actually have the foundation of the imperishable realm. If you accept me, I can definitely become your right-hand man. Yuan Sheng said seriously. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. He did not expect this old guy to be so powerful. Could it be that he was boasting? If he was that strong, why couldn't he escape? Even the heart of the Taoist scripture can go out, so why can't an undying realm expert like you? It's not that I can't go out, Yuansheng said helplessly. I just want to explore the secrets of this giant island and see if there are any Cardinal Heaven prodigies who dare to disobey the Cardinal Heaven experts. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and said, then jump out and let me see. Yuansheng frowned. He immediately leaped out of the training island. In an instant, thunder and lightning intersected, and the rolling black clouds in the sky surged violently, as if the sky was collapsing. After about 5 breaths of time, a figure pierced through the sea of clouds and came crashing down. Countless thunderbolts interweaved on his body. It was Yuansheng. The surface of his body was charred black, and he was in a sorry state. He landed in front of Zhou Xuanji and said, "How is it?" "I didn't lie, right?" Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion, "Why did lightning strike you?" Yuansheng said helplessly, "I've been targeted by the will of the Cardinal Heaven." He pulled himself together and looked at Zhou Xuanji again, his eyes flashing with a brilliant light. No matter how miserable it was before, he had finally found the master he wanted. The person in front of him had a pure soul, an outstanding cultivation, and was proficient in the spiritless state that grand sovereigns couldn't grasp. He was definitely a peerless genius. Moreover, he was a top-notch existence among the peerless geniuses throughout the ages. He saw something on Zhou Xuanji's body that was difficult to see with the naked eye and divine sense. "All right, follow me first. I want to absorb the sovereign divine energy of the creatures here." "Take me to some powerful great sovereigns," Zhou Xuanji said, nodding with a calm expression. Yuansheng nodded. He didn't think it was inappropriate. All the creatures that came here wanted to follow a Cardinal Heaven expert, so their deaths were not to be regretted. Putting aside morality and righteousness, life and death was a very common thing in the boundless universe. After that, under Yuansheng's lead, Zhou Xuanji began hunting the great sovereigns on the training island. In a dark and gloomy cave, there was a continuous heavy panting sound, as if a terrifying beast was hiding inside. He saw an existence with a snake's body and a human head lying in the water. The water wasn't deep, so it couldn't cover his entire body. His body was covered in countless scales. Half of them were about to fall off, but they were still attached to his flesh. He looked at the entrance of the cave and said with a cold smile, "This aura. Another delicious guy is coming." Whoosh, a gust of cold wind swept out from the entrance of the cave. Next, a woman appeared in front of him. This woman had a graceful figure and was shrouded in black qi. Only her cold and elegant face could be seen. Her long blood-red hair danced wildly in the wind, making her look like a ghost. She stared at the snake-bodied monster and said, "Han Flood Dragon, the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court is here. Do you want to eat him?" "Oh. That aura belongs to the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court?" Han Flood Dragon laughed sinisterly. "Yeah, if you eat him, you can become the sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court and be reborn," the blood-red-haired woman said with a nod, a cold glint flickering in her eyes. Han Flood Dragon stared at her and slowly arched his snake body as he said with a smile, "You are so good to me." "Spiritual assault, you aren't planning something, right? You and I are both stray dogs who came to worship a Cardinal Heaven. Will you help me?" Boom! He immediately charged toward the blood-red-haired woman called Spiritual Assault. Spiritual Assault's body flickered and moved under the thunderclouds. She turned to look at the rolling mountains below and said with a frown, gritting her teeth, "So stupid." Just when she finished speaking, the mountain below exploded, and Han Flood Dragon charged toward her, swaying his snake tail. The two immediately clashed and unleashed all kinds of divine abilities. The heavens and earth shook, and the mountains and forests were constantly bombarded. The lightning in the sky interweaved toward them. Far away, Zhou Xuanji was absorbing the sovereign's divine energy from a great sovereign. Yuansheng was beside the legendary sword throne. The two looked up at the horizon at the same time. "Not bad, a good target," Zhou Xuanji said with a soft smile. On the training island, any great sovereign who had a consciousness would attack him first, so he had no qualms about absorbing the divine energy. Yuanqing said, "That woman is not simple. She might be the evil emperor's subordinate who is here to explore the secrets of the cardinal heaven. I met her before. She's very powerful." The evil emperor's subordinate? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. This means that there are all kinds of people on this island. There are spies from all kinds of factions? Yuanqing nodded and shook his head. The evil emperor is indeed powerful, but he's too arrogant. He had to wait for the cardinal heaven to return to its peak before fighting with him. This caused the cardinal heaven to expand unbridledly. If there are more than 10,000 islands like this, the evil emperor will be dead for sure. Why? These islands are not as simple as training soldiers. The cardinal heavens will absorb the souls here. Once they die, they will become nourishment for the cardinal heaven. His real purpose is the same as what you are doing now. Can't the evil emperor see through it? He definitely sees through it, but he doesn't care. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji was speechless about the evil emperor. How big is this guy's heart? He will be finished sooner or later. Yuanqing said meaningfully, the evil emperor is really powerful. He is qualified to chase after the ancient sovereign. He seems arrogant and conceited, but if he survives this, no one will be able to stop him. Zhou Xuanji became even more curious about the evil emperor. Even someone as reckless as him could make Yuanqing praise him endlessly. Just how talented was the evil emperor? Also, they might be waiting for the sovereign's serendipity to appear. Legend has it that once the ancient sovereign three heavens battle, the sovereign's serendipity will descend, Yuanqing continued. Speaking of the sovereign's serendipity, his eyes were burning with passion. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Actually, I'm Hongmeng Heaven. Do you believe me?" Yuanqing rolled his eyes at him and shook his wooden fish, saying, "If you are Hongmeng Heaven, I will eat my treasure." Zhou Xuanji smiled and did not reply. You can just wait to eat your treasures. Chapter 976. Hongmeng Tian is the most mysterious existence in the post-prime sovereign three heavens. His appearance will determine the future. My guess is that Hongmeng Tian's appearance will be earth-shattering, stirring up endless storms in all directions. Yuanqing said with a smile, his face full of anticipation. Zhou Xuanji asked mockingly, "Why? Do you worship Hongmeng Heaven?" Yuanqing shook his head and said, "There is no one in this world that I can admire. I am only looking forward to the arrival of that period. When that time comes, dragons and snakes will rise everywhere, and the more chaotic the better. I will help you rise from this chaos. Do you want to become an endless overlord?" The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and his hands kept knocking on the wooden fish. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "What makes you think you can help me reach that height?" Yuanqing smiled until his eyes were squinted. He asked with a smile, "I have my talents, and you have your talents. Why can't I?" Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. "What abilities do you have?" This old man wasn't as steady and unfathomable as he appeared to be. One could even say that he was a little arrogant. Even the evil emperor wasn't as arrogant as this guy. At the very least, the evil emperor was high up and had the right to look down on everything. What was fate? A nameless old monk dared to say that the world was a chessboard? Zhou Xuanji felt that it was funny. This was even more ridiculous than Zhuge Liang and Longzhong. "Believe me, I will prove myself in the future," Yuanqing said in high spirits, as if everything was under his control. Zhou Xuanji, who was absorbing the divine power of the great sovereign under his feet, pondered and said, "How about this? You subdue 100 great sovereigns of the 9 halls for me, right on this island. If you can't even do this, how can you help me dominate this place?" When Yuanqing heard this, he almost cursed. He suppressed his embarrassment and said, "But everyone here is a vicious and evil person who wants to prove themselves to a cardinal heaven expert. It's very difficult to poach them, let alone the 9 halls supreme beings. 100 supreme masters of the 9 halls. Have you reached the level of the supreme of the 9 halls?" Zhou Xuanji shrugged his shoulders and said, "If you can't do it, then don't brag. Be honest." The more contributions you make, the more you can brag, understand? Yuanqing scoffed, who says I can't? However, there aren't many rational Nine Halls Great Supremes on this island, and most of them are spies from various forces. Would you dare to use them if you roped them in? He rolled his eyes and continued, how about this, I'll help you subdue 5 of them. They're definitely the strongest strength under the imperishable realm. With their protection, you'll definitely be able to control a domain. Although the Kunlun Origin Court had a special status, its territory was still too small for a domain. Only by mastering a domain could one truly rise to power. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, go ahead. He wasn't afraid that Yuansheng would play tricks on him. He had the people of the Eastern Boundless Imperial family in Shenyanxing under him, so it wouldn't matter if he played some tricks. Yuansheng nodded and immediately turned around. But after taking a few steps, he turned back and asked hesitantly, you won't leave me behind, will you? I won't, Zhou Xuanji said unpleasantly. Only then did Yuansheng feel relieved. He turned around and disappeared into the horizon. Zhou Xuanji continued to absorb the sovereign divine power. After absorbing it, he continued to search for his next target. His targets were all great sovereigns. Tens of thousands of poisonous centipedes and many great sovereigns were enough for him to catch a glimpse of the tail of the great sovereigns of the 7 courts. Time passed quickly. Zhou Xuanji's name gradually spread on the giant training island. Those who were rational knew about his appearance. Most of the creatures who came to the training island wanted to prove themselves and show their potential to the cardinal heavens. They would frantically search for opponents, but no matter how powerful they were, they would still be injured and find a place to hide. Now, they were all waiting for Zhou Xuanji to be injured. Not only that, but Zhou Xuanji's identity also spread. The sovereign of the Kunlun Origin Court. This identity made more people want to defeat him. A few years later, some powerful cultivators began to look for Zhou Xuanji. He entered a continuous battle. On this day, his opponent was a great sovereign of the 9 courts. It was the frost dragon that wanted to eat Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji, your cultivation has improved a lot. Frost dragon licked his lips and sneered. Zhou Xuanji sat on the throne of legendary swords and said with a smile, I've seen you before. Your ugliness is still fresh in my memory. His opponent showed his murderous aura as soon as he came. Naturally, he didn't need to show him any respect. Frost Dragon snorted coldly and pounced at Zhou Xuanji without another word. Gusts of chilly wind were generated by him, forming a pale blue torrent with a majestic aura. Zhou Xuanji raised his imposing might legendary sword and chuckled, Insect, I have long wanted to deal with you. His eyes beamed with a brilliant purple radiance, illuminating the dark world. He turned the imposing might legendary sword in his hand and pointed it downward. A horrifying sword light burst out and swept across everything. Frost Dragon opened his eyes wide and blocked with his arms instinctively. Boom! Before his arms could reach his head, the sword light had already swept across his body with absolute speed. Such speed was comparable to God's supreme speed. Frost Dragon turned into ashes immediately. A massive amount of Sovereign's divine power flowed into Zhou Xuanji's body, which made him frown. If not for his powerful body, he might have exploded and died. Sword Emperor Absolute. The explosive power of this divine ability was horrifying. It had the Delusion Sword C's divine ability, God's supreme speed, and the divine Rainbow Monarch Dao's will. Especially the imposing might, the legendary sword contained immense pressure that compressed everything with divine power. No one below the imperishable stage could withstand it. As for the imperishable stage, Zhou Xuanji had not tried it yet. It was almost impossible to explode with multiple powers and wills while using God's supreme speed, but the fated Fate Pearl helped him do it. Zhou Xuanji raised his left hand and sucked Frost Dragon's remnant soul into his hand. After the explosion of the Sword Emperor Absolute, Frost Dragon's body was obliterated, and his soul was torn into pieces. Zhou Xuanji absorbed Frost Dragon's remnant soul with his Soul Kunlun sword. A massive amount of divine power flowed in his body, and he began to suppress and absorb it. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound came. Zhou Xuanji glanced over and saw that it was Spiritual Strike, who fought with Frost Dragon back then. Spiritual Strike was very fast, and she slammed her palm into Zhou Xuanji's body. She smiled, and a wave of insidious energy seeped into Zhou Xuanji's body and wreaked havoc. You can't keep using your divine ability just now, right? Spiritual Strike mocked. The Sword Emperor Absolute was powerful indeed. In that instant, she felt a chill down her spine. But she was confident that with Zhou Xuanji's cultivation, he would not be able to use the Sword Emperor Absolute consecutively in a short period of time. Just when she finished speaking, her right palm was quickly frozen. The icy power spread along her arm to her entire body. Her expression changed drastically. Instinctively, she wanted to get away from Zhou Xuanji, but it was too late. Zhou Xuanji pierced his sword through her throat and absorbed her sovereign's divine power. How can it be? You, Spiritual Strike was in disbelief and could not understand. Zhou Xuanji laughed condescendingly. The power of rules is useless against me. If you were using pure divine power, it would be easier. The extermination sovereign constitution disregarded all rules. Spiritual Strike immediately turned into a gust of cold wind and disappeared. Zhou Xuanji tossed out the invincible legendary sword and disappeared into the horizon. Chapter 977. The spiritual attack kept moving, its body flashing as if it was teleporting. The surrounding world kept changing. No matter which direction she fled in, the killing intent behind her never disappeared, as if it had already locked onto her and would not stop until she was dead. Is that guy really a Grand Sovereign? This was the first time she had encountered such a powerful Great Supreme. She had no choice but to leave the training island. Zhou Xuanji sensed that her aura had disappeared. He waved his left hand and the non-existence legendary sword flew back into his hand. He continued to suppress the rampaging supreme god force in his body. After this battle, he had become much stronger. After a while, he moved on. Ever since he parted ways with Yuan Sheng, Zhou Xuanji had not seen him again. He did not know how the old guy was doing. Zhou Xuanji even suspected that this old thing was plotting something. Why did it take so long to subdue 5 supreme of the 9 courts? He sat on the divine sword throne, thinking as he moved forward. The paragons of the 7 courts are almost there. Once they break through, I should make my move. Zhou Xuanji looked up and saw the manifestation of a cardinal heavens well hidden at the center of the training island. There was a cardinal heavens statue there. He had been thinking about how to secretly take control of this training island. There were countless experts on the island, and all of them were engaged in a killing spree. Their target was the cardinal heaven expert, and they kept on killing. If Zhou Xuanji pretended to be the will of a cardinal heaven and ordered them to kill the enemy, wouldn't that be equivalent to holding a powerful weapon? He was not afraid of being found out by a cardinal heaven expert. He only needed to deceive the creatures on the island. At this thought, Zhou Xuanji continued to accelerate. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, he arrived in front of the statue of a cardinal heaven expert. This statue was tens of thousands of meters tall and was shrouded in mist. It was extremely mysterious. There were hundreds of figures around the statue. They were meditating and cultivating on the wasteland like ascetic monks. Zhou Xuanji's arrival did not attract their attention. The atmosphere was silent, oppressive, and gloomy. Zhou Xuanji did not disturb those creatures. His gaze was locked onto the god statue. He activated his exterminating divine eyes, wanting to see through the inside of the statue. His exterminating divine eyes had always been evolving, and after injecting his divine sense, he could easily see through the essence of things. However, there was a powerful restriction in the statue of a cardinal heaven expert that isolated his divine consciousness. Don't act recklessly. A familiar voice drifted into his ears. He turned his head and saw 6 figures rushing towards him at high speed. The leader was Yuan Sheng. The other 5 were all 9 Hall's great paragons, and their auras were even stronger than the Frost Serpent and Spirit Strike that he had encountered earlier. Yuan Sheng chuckled and said, "My lord, I didn't let you down, did I? These 5 people are all mighty figures who are famous in the north. He began introducing them to Zhou Xuanji. Autarch Crimson Firmament, Autarch Deep Fear, Autarch Solitude, Autarch Vastguard, Autarch Gale. Let's call them the 5 venerated sword emperors in the future. How about that? Yuanqing winked and smiled with a smug expression. Zhou Xuanji looked at the 5 sovereigns and was a little surprised. It was indeed very strong. All 5 of them had ferocious looks in their eyes. Even though they had been restraining themselves, Zhou Xuanji could sense the murderous intent they were suppressing in their hearts. They were muscular and wore different clothes. The aura that they gave off was like that of ancient demons. Even on this giant training island, Zhou Xuanji rarely encountered powerful cultivators with such an aura. "Greetings, my lord." They spoke simultaneously. Even though they had human bodies, their hair was disheveled and their faces were covered with wounds. When they spoke, it was as if they had enmity with Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, "How did he convince you?" Sovereign Shiyu was the first to reply, "We are only seeking a future." Having heard this, Yuanqing felt even more proud and gratified. He had been persuading them for many years, and it was hard to explain the bitterness behind it. "All right, my first mission for you is to clear this place. I want no other living beings within a radius of 10,000 miles, Zhou Xuanji instructed. Right after he spoke, the 5 sovereigns disappeared at the same time. Boom! 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 A battle broke out. A violent aura swept across the surroundings. Zhou Xuanji did not look at the battle but stared at Yuanqing and asked, "You need so much time?" Yuanqing replied, "It's not difficult to subdue them, but it takes energy to convince them wholeheartedly. I made them understand that working for you has a better future than working for the Cardinal Heaven. They are now fighting for themselves." Zhou Xuanji nodded before pointing at the Sovereign Heaven statue and said with a smile, "I want it." "What do you think I should do?" Yuanqing squinted his eyes. He was trying to guess what Zhou Xuanji was implying. "I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult. I need to think about it," Yuanqing said as he rubbed his chin. He already understood Zhou Xuanji's intention. However, the other party was the will of a Cardinal Heaven expert. It was indescribably difficult to replace it without alerting the training island. Zhou Xuanji did not disturb him but waited quietly. "You guys. Are you crazy? Sovereign Crimson Cloud. You are someone who is infinitely close to the imperishable stage. How can you listen to a great sovereign of the 6 courts? You are pissing me off. You really think I'm afraid of you? Then let's fight." Hundreds of powerful cultivators cursed one after another. The 5 sovereigns displayed their domineering power, and no one could fight them head-on. Even Zhou Xuanji was shocked by the aura they gave off when they used their divine abilities. Soon, the powerful cultivators began to flee. There were still some tough cultivators who were still fighting as though they were going to perish together with the 5 sovereigns. Zhou Xuanji flew up to the statue's eyes and looked at the Sovereign Heaven's face seriously for the first time. Although it was only a statue of a god, it still made him feel the arrogance of a god that looked down upon the boundless universe. Zhou Xuanji imagined what kind of aura the Sovereign Heaven would have. About the time it took for half an incense stick to burn. The 5 sovereigns either killed or drove away the living beings around them. They returned to Zhou Xuanji expressionlessly. Zhou Xuanji did not look at them but took out his Soul Kunlun sword. He pierced the tip of the sword into the statue's forehead and injected his sovereign's divine energy into the blade. Boom! The statue began to tremble violently, and countless grains of sand slid down from it. Yuanqing's expression changed as he stared at the Soul Kunlun sword. This sword, he had seen many legendary weapons, but Zhou Xuanji's sword was always unfathomable to him. This sword could absorb consciousness. That's right. Zhou Xuanji wanted to forcefully absorb the Sovereign Heaven's consciousness. Yuanqing took a deep breath and waved his hands. Surging divine energy burst out from his body, and a beam of light shot out from his body and quickly turned into a gigantic ball of light that enveloped the Sovereign Heaven God statue and the entire land. The dense fog between the heavens and the earth was stirred and absorbed onto the surface of the ball of light. This divine ability can isolate divine sense, vision, and sound. Unless it is broken, there will be no movement at all. You can show your power now, Yuanqing said. Yuanqing spoke. As the sound of his voice faded, a violent shockwave erupted from within the Paragon Heavenly God statue, sending all of them flying out. Zhou Xuanji quickly stabilized his body. He looked over and saw a strand of black smoke flying out from the statue's eyes. Chapter 978. The black smoke that came out of the sovereign god statue's eyes quickly formed into a human figure. This figure's body was exactly the same as the statue. It was the will of a sovereign heaven. He quickly materialized and revealed his true appearance. His face was square and dignified, and his eyes were cold and sharp under his blade-like brows. His hair was coiled up under a black crown with gold, and he wore a black robe. The black robe was embroidered with a red phoenix, a golden dragon, and a silver qilin. As the robe fluttered in the wind, an immense pressure descended from the sky, which made Zhou Xuanji and the others look grave. Sovereign. Heaven, Sovereign Zhenhuan mumbled with a complicated expression. His heart began to waver. The other four sovereigns felt the same. Their initial goal in coming here was to worship a sovereign heaven. It was just that they had waited for too long, but a sovereign heaven had yet to appear. Sword Emperor, are you really going to oppose me? The sovereign heaven asked coldly as he looked at Zhou Xuanji disdainfully. Just when he spoke, the ground below him froze. Ice covered the surface of the ground and crawled up his body. Yuansheng was also looking at the sovereign heaven. This was also his first time seeing a sovereign heaven. The appearance of this legend in the boundless universe silenced everyone. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "It's not that I'm opposing you. You want to kill me, and I'm not allowed to resist?" The sovereign heaven stared at him and said, "If you don't resist, I will let you die easily. If you resist, your fate will be worse than death." Zhou Xuanji's smile grew even wider. It turned out that legends also like to talk nonsense. He immediately activated the sword fusion technique. The legendary sword throne fused into his body, and he entered combat mode. He raised the suppressive legendary sword in his right hand and the Thousand Realms banishing sword in his left. The Thousand Realms banishing sword combined 1,000 planes and possessed horrifying power. In terms of destructive power, it was comparable to the suppressive legendary sword. With both swords in hand, he felt that the sovereign heaven was not that terrifying. His eyes glowed with violet light as he walked toward the sovereign heaven. "You are." The sovereign heaven narrowed his eyes and said coldly. "Boom." Zhou Xuanji activated the Sword Emperor extinction straightaway. Violent divine energy swept across all directions. The sovereign heaven exploded immediately. The 5 sword emperors and Yuansheng were sent flying away, and the gigantic ball of light shattered. Yuansheng's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly used his divine ability again, condensing another ball of light to isolate this area. Following this, Zhou Xuanji created an Outer of Soul clone, which directly entered the statue. At the same time, he killed the Paragon Heaven Empress and absorbed a huge amount of divine power. As he suppressed it, he controlled his avatar to replace the statue. What an enormous amount of godly energy. There's hope for him to break through to the 7-court supreme stage in one go. Zhou Xuanji was pleasantly surprised in his heart, but he looked calm on the surface. Yuansheng and the 5 supreme martial artists stared at him, dumbfounded. So strong. That divine art just now, Paragon Crimson Firmament said in a trembling voice. Even they felt pressured by the will of an exalt heaven. However, Zhou Xuanji directly killed it. Now, they no longer dared to underestimate Zhou Xuanji. Yuanqing said excitedly, "Did you see that? I told you that he would be the next boundless overlord. He would be comparable to a cardinal heaven expert. Or even surpass them." He was extremely excited. He was afraid that Zhou Xuanji would be afraid when he encountered sovereign heaven experts. Only a supreme genius would feel that kind of fear. The 5 supreme martial artists nodded in unison. They looked at Zhou Xuanji with fanatical eyes. If Zhou Xuanji had any intention of compromising, their faith would be shaken. Master, aren't you afraid of the revenge of a cardinal heaven expert? Sovereign Fear asked carefully. He no longer dared to show his displeasure in front of Zhou Xuanji. He looked very humble. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "The revenge has already begun. It's not against me but against the entire northern boundless realm." Yuan Qing came up to him. Holding back his excitement, he rubbed his hands and said, "Your plan is about to come true. Are you ready?" Zhou Xuanji nodded and said with a smile, "This will of a cardinal heaven expert is weaker than I thought." It seems like he did not replenish this will. This incident revealed two pieces of information. First, the cardinal heaven expert on every training island could be weakened. Second, the cardinal heaven experts were very busy and could not afford to maintain their scattered wills. Both pieces of information were beneficial to him. Yuan Qing also thought of this. He burst into laughter and said, "I hope his troubles last longer. Let's quickly take control of this island and then look for other islands." Countless ferocious demons were hiding on every training island. Other than the scouts, all of them were looking forward to the cardinal heaven experts fervently. If the sovereign heaven ordered them to deal with a target, they would surely follow suit. Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly before focusing on suppressing the divine energy of a cardinal heaven expert. Star's Domain. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Tsongjian were drinking wine in a stone pavilion in the starry sky. This place was very close to the million star guards, and they could see the majestic star's palace at a glance. "Jinghong, when are we going out to explore?" Zhao Tsongjian asked with a smile. Xiao Jinghong swirled his wine cup and replied with a smile, "What's the hurry? Let's wait for revered teacher's arrangement." Zhao Tsongjian sat up straight and said seriously, "We must prove ourselves. Master has always been protecting us. Even though we became great sovereign, he only let us do things that are not life-threatening under his protection." Xiao Jinghong frowned and asked, "What's your plan?" He wanted to make a name for himself in the northern boundless realm and help Zhou Xuanji. Although it was safe to stay in the star's domain, it was not what they wanted. "Let's expand Emperor Sword Court and conquer the court realm. We can't touch the domain, but it shouldn't be difficult for us to touch the court realm," Zhao Tsongjian said excitedly with a smile. Xiao Jinghong hesitated and did not know if he should make a decision. At this moment, Jin Qing flew above the stone pavilion and arrived before the star's palace. He sent a telepathic message into the palace to look for Zhou Xuanji. Soon, the gate opened. Zhou Xuanji's extra soul clone was sitting on the throne, handling some of the decisions of the star's palace on his behalf. "My lord, the enemy has appeared. There are nearly 1,000 great sovereigns. They did not charge into the star's domain but sat in a formation. They come with ill intentions." Jin Qing knelt before Zhou Xuanji and reported in a deep voice. He looked anxious as though he had encountered an extremely urgent danger. Ever since they defeated the Cardinal Heaven army, Jin Qing was very excited. But after he calmed down, he fell into endless fear. The Cardinal Heaven had never suffered such a crushing defeat. It could even be said to be a humiliation. The pride of the Cardinal Heaven would surely take revenge in more brutal ways. So, when he saw the great sovereigns, he felt that the Cardinal Heaven was making a comeback. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. Zhou Xuanji shook his head in a smile and said, "Jin Qing, what are you afraid of? We will face countless enemies in the future. How can you be so flustered?" Having heard this, Jin Qing took a deep breath and tried his best to calm down. "Don't worry. My original body will be back soon. He has already mastered an even greater power. At that time, you will be greatly surprised," Zhou Xuanji said with a mysterious smile. Chapter 979. Stronger Power? Jin Qing was stunned. His heartbeat quickened as his imagination started to run wild. Zhou Xuanji rarely boasted and always did what he said, so he did not doubt him. "Go down first. You're the great commander of the star's domain. Don't panic all the time. Otherwise, how will the people below look at you?" Zhou Xuanji said earnestly. After that, he waved his hand. Today, I could only bow and leave. Zhou Xuanji's avatar closed his eyes again and continued to empty his mind. On the training island. Boom. 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 Zhou Xuanji meditated in mid-air, and his aura continuously exploded, shaking the clouds. He was trying to break through to become a paragon of the 7 courts. The 5 supreme martial artists were scattered at the foot of the statue, cultivating on their own. Yuan Sheng, on the other hand, was observing the divine statue with an excited expression. No one knew what he was plotting. Zhou Xuanji was at the final juncture of his breakthrough. He forcefully broke through in one go, and his cultivation underwent a qualitative and quantitative change. The supreme divine energy in his body began to grow exponentially. He heaved a long sigh, his body and mind joyful. He had become stronger again. With his foundation, every time he broke through a realm, his strength would increase tremendously. When he looked at the 5 sword sovereigns again, he suddenly felt that the 5 of them were actually quite ordinary. He shook his head, smiled, and looked at the statue. We should leave. Zhou Xuanji said calmly. His outer-of-soul doppelganger had already told him that the star domain might be in trouble. He had to hurry back. Yuan Xing came back to his senses and quickly replied, "All right." He was taken aback and asked, "What about this island?" "Don't worry, I can already control this island," Zhou Xuanji said as he smiled. He integrated an extra soul doppelganger into the statue. Only after entering it did he realize how powerful a cardinal heaven expert was. This divine statue could control the entire training island, and all the restrictions on the island were controlled by the divine statue. In addition, its defensive power was extremely high, and grand sovereigns were almost unable to break it. Of course, how many people on this island would dare to disrespect the statue? After resting for the time it took half an incense stick to burn, Zhou Xuanji and the others jumped off the training island. He enveloped Yuan Sheng, the Sword Emperor, and the others with his supreme god force before entering the spiritless state. Traveling through the space-time kaleidoscope, Yuan Sheng and the 5 supreme martial artists were dumbfounded. This is a space-time turbulence? That's not right, it's so fast. My spiritual will was destroyed the moment it came into contact with it. Oh my god. What kind of divine ability is this? Master actually knows such a divine ability, isn't this a little too? The 6 of them were shocked by the soul estate, especially Yuan Sheng, who was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Before, he was already in awe of godly spirit speed and thought that Zhou Xuanji had hope of cultivating the legendary godly spirit state. However, he did not expect that Zhou Xuanji had already mastered it. Moreover, this was the first time he had experienced such a profound state of mind. They admired Zhou Xuanji even more. The Northern Limitless Realm will be the first chessboard for me to dominate the boundless universe. You guys have to help me play it well. Are you confident? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. Yes. The 6 of them answered in unison without hesitation. Zhou Xuanji continued, "Next, I will bring you to my domain. You will soon have a mission, which is to conquer other domains. I want to quickly build up my power." The 6 of them were stunned once more. Domain? Yuan Xing asked in a trembling voice, "You already have a domain?" He had already tried his best to think highly of Zhou Xuanji, but he still underestimated him. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said softly, "Here we are." Having said this, he took Yuan Sheng and the other 5 out of the godly spirit state and descended into the Stars Hall. Yuan Sheng and the 5 sovereigns subconsciously looked around. Their eyes first fell on Zhou Xuanji's outer-of-soul clone on the throne. Immediately, they spread out their divine will and scanned the star's domain. The outer-of-soul clone entered Zhou Xuanji's body as he took a seat. Then, he transmitted his voice to the court lords and commanders of the star's domain. Soon, Yuan Sheng flew into the Stars Hall with the great sovereigns one after another. Even Shen Nianxing had come. Her gaze fell on Yuan Sheng, her eyebrows furrowing. Yuan Sheng also saw her. His expression drastically changed. Why is she here? Yuan Sheng's heart trembled. He subconsciously lowered his head, not daring to look at Shen Nianqing. The other great sovereigns turned their eyes to the Sword Emperor and the 5 sovereigns. All of them were secretly shocked. So strong. Both sides began to size each other up. The Sword Emperor and the 5 sovereigns were also shocked. They had heard of the Star's domain before. Before they entered the training island, the Star's domain didn't belong to Zhou Xuanji. There were so many great sovereigns in the Star's domain. Let me introduce them. They are my newly recruited subordinates. This is Yuan Sheng. His cultivation realm once surpassed the great sovereigns of the court realm. The other 5 are the great sovereigns of the 9 courts. They are, Zhou Xuanji began to introduce them one by one. The cultivation of Yuan Sheng and the Sword Emperor and the 5 sovereigns shocked everyone in the Star's domain. Where did the Sword Emperor find so many terrifying experts? Any one of them could become the strongest expert in a domain. Zhou Xuanji began to arrange positions for Yuan Sheng and the others. Yuan Sheng served as his protector. The 5 sovereigns were named the Sword Emperor and the 5 sovereigns. All of them were directly under his control. Their status was on the same level as Yuan Sheng. Yuan Sheng didn't have any objections. He was convinced. After all, the other party's cultivation was so high. Moreover, Yuan Sheng and the others didn't really seize power. They just had the same status as him. Supreme Crimson Heaven, from now on, you will be the leader of the 5 sovereigns. Your first task is to inspect the surroundings of the Star's domain and eradicate the threats, Zhou Xuanji ordered. Upon hearing this, the Sword Emperor and the 5 sovereigns immediately bowed and disappeared into thin air. Afterward, Zhou Xuanji let everyone rest. Soon, there were only 3 people left in the hall. In addition to Zhou Xuanji, there were also Shen Nianqing and Yuan Sheng. The atmosphere between the two was very strange. Shen Nianqing kept staring at Yuan Sheng. Yuan Sheng didn't dare to look at her, let alone leave directly. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, "Do you know each other?" He had noticed that something was wrong just now. Yuan Sheng was obviously afraid of Shen Nianqing. "We know each other, and our relationship isn't shallow," Shen Nianqing said meaningfully as she walked up to Yuan Sheng. Thump. Yuan Sheng directly knelt in front of her and cried, "It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. The person who plotted against you was the Eastern Infinity Royal Clan." "Plotted against me?" Zhou Xuanji's expression suddenly became strange. Seeing Yuan Sheng on the verge of collapse, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of grudge the two had. Shen Nianqing looked down at him and said, "I know the Eastern Infinity Royal Clan. They will pay the price. I don't care what your purpose is. If you dare to hurt Zhou Xuanji, you should understand my means." Hearing this, Yuan Sheng raised his head in surprise. He held back his excitement and said, "I really want to support him. If you and I join hands, we will definitely make him stand in the Northern Infinity." "Do you deserve it?" Shen Nianqing said disdainfully. Yuan Sheng said, "Of course I deserve it. Back then, I helped them find..." Before he could finish his words, he immediately shut up. Shen Nianqing showed a dangerous smile. Her eyes even flashed with killing intent. Yuan Sheng said in a panic, "If I dare to have the slightest malice against the Sword Emperor in the future, I, Yuan Sheng, will have to be destroyed. If I can't be destroyed, I will die directly." Chapter 980. "Get lost first, I want to talk to Zhou Xuanji alone," Shen Nianqing said impatiently. Shen Nianqing said impatiently. She nodded and bowed before leaving. Afterward, she walked up to Zhou Xuanji and said in amazement, "You are really amazing. You went out for a trip and your cultivation reached the 7 courts great sovereign. You even subdued 6 top-tier great sovereigns." She was really surprised. She thought that Zhou Xuanji was just going to cultivate. She didn't expect him to subdue 6 experts. "Can you tell me what happened to you before?" Zhou Xuanji asked, raising his brow. He had always been curious about Shen Nianqing's past and identity. If she didn't say it, then he would ask Yuan Sheng. Shen Nianqing shrugged and said, "What is there to say? I was too arrogant back then and provoked countless enemies. All forces wanted to deal with me. They looked for that reptile to find my trace. In the end, they succeeded. I killed myself and reincarnated into the anti-Kunlun of the Kunlun Origin Court. I wanted to go to the Kunlun Origin Court, but your sovereign expelled me. What's that guy's name again? Wu Zhou, right? I still have to settle this account with him in the future. Zhou Xuanji stared at her and said, then tell me, how arrogant were you in the past? Shen Nianqing shrugged and said with a smile, you don't want to know. Zhou Xuanji looked straight at her without saying a word. His attitude was already very obvious. He wanted to know. Since you want to know, bear the consequences yourself, Shen Nianqing said, shaking her head. Shen Nianqing shook her head, and then her expression turned serious. I am the previous Hongmeng Heaven. Our Hongmeng Heaven's fate is passed down to only one person. If I don't fall, the next Hongmeng Heaven will not be born. Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his ears. She is Hongmeng Heaven. Hongmeng Heaven is very strong. But on the road to becoming stronger, we will lose our mind and become more and more arrogant. The most terrifying thing is that once we are defeated, our memories of Hongmeng Heaven will gradually fade. I am not trying to hide anything, but I have forgotten many things. Speaking of this, Shen Nianqing's face turned gloomy. Zhou Xuanji frowned. He didn't expect that there would be such a price for becoming Hongmeng Heaven. He suddenly thought that he had become more and more conceited recently. Could it be because of his identity as Hongmeng Heaven? No, if you are Hongmeng Heaven, then mortal god. Zhou Xuanji asked hesitantly. Shen Nianqing smiled and said, yes, I created the mortal god, so I am also called the mortal ancestor god. It was because of the Hongshan bloodline's legacy that I was able to be reborn. She looked at Zhou Xuanji seriously and said, your temperament will continue to grow. You don't have to restrain yourself because you can't. However, I hope that you can maintain your original heart. Back then, I was too arrogant. With that, she turned around and prepared to leave. She had already revealed what she needed to, and the rest was for Zhou Xuanji to figure out by himself. After she left, Zhou Xuanji was still thinking about Hongmeng Heaven. It was dusk, and a sea of clouds covered the sky. On a floating island, a blue-clothed man was playing the zither under a tree. It was him who had sent Wu Yan to assist Zhou Xuanji. He suddenly stopped and smiled. Since you're already here, why don't you come out? After a while, leaves fell to the ground and a figure appeared beside the blue-robed man. This person was wearing a white robe and half a black mask on his face. His silver hair was flowing behind his head. The half of his face that was exposed was very handsome. His pupils were blue like two gems, crystal clear and faintly flickering with green light. Bai Yinzi, why are you looking for me? The blue-robed man asked with a smile. He sized up Bai Yinzi as a strange look flashed across his eyes. Bai Yinzi looked at him and replied indifferently, when will the royal family come out? How long do you want to hide? After the destruction of Hongmeng Heaven, you have been hiding. Are you afraid of the revenge of the next Hongmeng Heaven? The blue-robed man smiled calmly and said, when the time is right, we will naturally come out. Your close friend, the evil emperor, is facing a crisis. Aren't you going to help him? Bai Yinzi stared at him and stopped talking. The two began to look at each other. The atmosphere became tense. Even the wind stopped blowing. Zhongji, the endless universe is really boring without you. Since you still want to hide, don't blame me for being impolite. Bai Yinzi turned around and sneered at the blue-robed man. I know you have been paying attention to someone recently. I will catch him. I want to see why you are so fascinated by him. Having heard this, the blue-robed man, who was Zhongji, stood up. A horrifying murderous aura burst out and locked onto Bai Yinzi. Seems like you have many spies in our royal family. Since you want me to fight, why don't we fight first? Zhongji said with a smile. His tone was still relaxed, but his eyes were extremely cold. Bai Yinzi smiled and said, just what I wanted. Inside the Star Palace. Zhou Xuanji sat lazily and asked casually, "Are you really just passing by?" Sovereign Crimson Cloud nodded and said, "There are a total of 927 sovereigns. We have already captured them. They are willing to surrender. Should we kill them or let them go?" The other 4 sovereigns stood by the side like wooden pillars, motionless. Zhou Xuanji tapped the armrest with his fingers and fell into deep thought. "Throw them into the training island." "Go," Zhou Xuanji instructed. These great sovereigns were not very powerful. Once they were thrown into the training island, it would be difficult for them to escape. He did not believe that they were just passing by. Since they were just passing by, why did they stay for so long? And they even put up a formation. They were obviously up to no good. Throw them into the training island for further training. Yes. The 5 sovereigns replied and disappeared from the palace. Zhou Xuanji took out another 2 faded beads and continued to study them. After breaking through to the 7 courts great sovereign, he was not in a hurry to cultivate. He wanted to settle down for a while and let his body adapt to his new sovereign divine power. At this moment, the 2 faded beads suddenly glowed and forcefully drilled into his glabella. What's going on? Zhou Xuanji was stunned. The faded beads rarely went out of control like this, as though they were hiding from something. A murderous aura suddenly filled the Star Palace, which shocked Zhou Xuanji. Enemies. Sword Emperor, you are really something. You dare to take my master's island. Today, I will absorb your soul and leave your body as a warning to this domain. A mocking laughter came. Before the voice even finished, a black sword appeared in front of Zhou Xuanji out of thin air and pierced toward his glabella. Clang! An intimidating divine sword appeared in front of him in an instant and blocked the black sword. He immediately got up and used the sword fusion technique. The Thousand Realms chaotic hegemon execution sword appeared in his hand. A lackey of sovereign heaven? Since you are here, why don't you show yourself? Let me see what the reptile that is about to die under my sword looks like. Zhou Xuanji said coldly, not panicking at all. If this wasn't the star domain, he might have used the Sword Emperor extinction to kill the other party. Boom! The black sword exploded with horrifying power, intending to destroy the Star Palace. Zhou Xuanji immediately stabilized the Star Palace with his divine power. You don't dare to use that divine ability, the mocking laughter came again, provoking Zhou Xuanji. I have countless legendary swords. Chapter 981. Facing the enemy's provocation, Zhou Xuanji did not lose his mind. His god power had already enveloped the entire Stars Hall. He directly pulled the entire Stars Hall into a state of godly absence and disappeared from the Stars domain. The enemy cried out in alarm. He could clearly feel the changes outside the hall. Zhou Xuanji laughed coldly. This guy was indeed hiding in the palace. He brought the Hall of Stars out of the Soul Estate and arrived in an empty universe. He gripped his sword with both hands and executed the Absolute Sword Emperor. Boom! Sword chi swept across and smashed the Hall of Stars into pieces. A blood-curdling scream followed. The void appeared in Zhou Xuanji's eyes, and his gaze locked onto a shadow. It was a soul. This person's face was deathly pale, and his figure was slightly thin. His long green hair was twisted together like many small snakes, and he wore a dark brocade robe. He was gnashing his teeth as he stared at Zhou Xuanji. Hatred filled his eyes. A subordinate of a Cardinal Heaven expert? Why didn't the Cardinal Heaven experts come personally? Why did they have to send them to their deaths? Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion. Even though this person was very powerful, he could not withstand his Sword Emperor extinction. Of course, perhaps it was because his Absolute Sword Emperor was too powerful. He was stronger than everyone had expected, including a Cardinal Heaven expert. The green-haired man suddenly laughed sinisterly. What's the name of your divine art? Absolute Sword Emperor. Impressive indeed. However, it is still not enough to kill me. The green-haired man quickly materialized his body. With the black sword in hand, he walked toward Zhou Xuanji step by step. Zhou Xuanji also walked toward him. Since the other party was so arrogant, he would just kill him. Boom! The two of them collided, and the sound of swords ringing reverberated endlessly. The speed at which they swung their swords was very fast, especially the green-haired man. Even when facing two swords, he was still skillful and at ease. However, Zhou Xuanji could sense that he had some reservations. This fellow might look arrogant on the surface, but he was actually frightened by the absolute Sword Emperor. Boom! Zhou Xuanji used the Sword Emperor extinction technique again, blasting the green-haired man's body and absorbing his divine energy at the same time. The green-haired man quickly reformed his physical body, but this time, his aura was significantly weaker. With a gloomy face, he quickly swung his sword, and the violent sword chi wreaked havoc in all directions. Streaks of afterimages flowed out of his body and turned into independent forms. He charged toward Zhou Xuanji with his sword. These afterimages used different divine abilities of the Way of the Sword. Sword chi was like a flood, inundating Zhou Xuanji from all directions. Zhou Xuanji laughed disdainfully. He had played such tricks before. He used godly supreme speed to prevent the green-haired man from tracking him. When he appeared again, he was behind the green-haired man. He swapped the Thousand Realms Chaotic Execution Sword for the Soul Kunlun Sword and used the Absolute Sword again. The green-haired man's body exploded again. Zhou Xuanji took the opportunity to swing the Soul Kunlun Sword, and a horrifying suction force burst out. This kind of suction only targeted the soul. After suffering the Absolute Sword 3 times in a row, no matter how strong the green-haired man's soul was, he would still be severely injured. When his soul appeared, it was already in front of the Kunlun sword. The green-haired man was completely flustered. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he didn't know what to say. He took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, "It's best if you don't kill me. If I die, the Cardinal Heaven expert will understand my strength and come personally." Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and asked, "You still haven't answered my question. Why hasn't the Cardinal Heaven come? Isn't the evil emperor waiting for him to reach the peak?" Even if it was secluded cultivation, there had to be a limit. He had negotiated with the Cardinal Heavens well before. He was prepared to face the Cardinal Heaven expert. Now that the Cardinal Heaven expert had not returned to the peak, it was the best time to deal with the Cardinal Heaven expert. His wings had already grown, and he didn't just rely on himself. "I'm not sure. He seems to be looking for the sovereign's serendipity. His original body isn't in the Northern Boundless Realm, but he will be back soon. He is preparing for the Northern Boundless Realm Conference and inviting all the lords," the green-haired man replied with gritted teeth. He could already sense Zhou Xuanji's murderous intent and had to reveal the truth. Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion, "Isn't he going to slaughter the entire Northern Boundless Realm? Why is he holding a conference?" As for the sovereign's serendipity, he did not care about it. How could the 3 sovereigns' serendipity be found so easily? The overlords of the boundless realm were constantly changing, but the sovereign's serendipity remained. Zhou Xuanji had always felt that the supreme legendary sword system was the sovereign serendipity, so he did not have much desire for the sovereign serendipity. He wants to use this to rank the Northern Boundless Realm. His reputation will attract most of the powerful cultivators in the Northern Boundless Realm, and he will eliminate half of the lords in the conference, the green-haired man replied. At this point, he began to tremble. He had said what he should say and what he should not say. Even if Zhou Xuanji let him go, he had to think of a way to escape the pursuit of a Cardinal Heaven cultivator. Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a moment and chose to let him go. No matter what, he did not slaughter the Starry Realm. After the Kunlun Soul sword disappeared, the green-haired man backed off immediately. "Zhou Xuanji, we will surely meet again in the future," he said with gritted teeth. Zhou Xuanji entered spiritless mode and quickly returned to the Starry Realm. He created a star palace in the air before entering it to rest. Today's battle made him aware of the Cardinal Heaven's plan. He did not need to act for now and only needed to wait quietly. The Cardinal Heaven wanted to change the situation in the Northern Boundless Realm, and he could use this opportunity to soar. Before that, he had to unite all of the courts under his command into a united front. Spring passed and autumn came. The Starry Realm and the Kunlun Origin Court were at peace again. Everyone was cultivating hard, and Zhou Xuanji was celebrating his 7,500th birthday. Analyzed that the sword owner has reached 7,500 years old. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, the sword owner obtained the Karma Sovereign Serendipity Sword. Zhou Xuanji, who was about to leave, was stunned. Karma Cauldron revered divine sword. He had been waiting for a godly sword of this level. Ordinary ore, iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, glorious gold, heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, celestial shaking, God slaying, apocalypse, ancient gazing, disaster releasing, universe essence, overturning heaven, heavenly piercing, 9 extremities, chaos. Profound way, honored lord, vast sky, merging all life, court overturning. The myriad flower origin court, the lord of karma cauldron, the great calamity. To use the myriad flower origin court divine sword, one had to be at least at the grand sovereign realm. As for the karma cauldron, only those who had surpassed the grand sovereign realm could use it. Information about the fortuitous slayer sword appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Sword of Fate grade, Venerable Karma Cauldron, description. This sword can cut off all opportunities and karma, causing the enemy to sink into endless mediocrity, and even suffer from the backlash of misfortune. To use this sword, one must attain the undying realm. Imperishable realm? Zhou Xuanji smiled bitterly. It was just as he had guessed. Although he had already reached the level of a supreme of the 7 courts, he was still far from the imperishable realm. He shook his head, got up, and returned to the Kunlun Origin Court. In the Emperor Sword Divine Range, Jiang Shui, Xian Xianghua, Zhou Tanhua, Zhou Shaoxian, Daoya Old Man, and so on. His relatives were waiting for him to celebrate his birthday. Since everything had settled down, Zhou Shaoxian proposed to celebrate Zhou Xuanji's birthday every 500 years and let everyone get together. After all, they were scattered in different worlds and even in the endless universe. It was very difficult to meet each other often. Chapter 982. Above the sea of clouds, on the cliff. Father, you are finally here. Zhou Shaoxian came to Zhou Xuanji's side and held his arm with a giggle. The others came over to congratulate Zhou Xuanji on his birthday. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Find a seat. Today, we will only talk about the past and the future, not business." Everyone laughed and nodded. By now, the group of people who had followed Zhou Xuanji from the very beginning had all achieved meteoric success. Some disciples had become lords of origin cities, some had become famous swordsmen in the Kunlun Origin Court, some had become lords of court realms, and some had already roamed the myriad star domain or even the northern boundless continent. Zhou Xuanji's birthday banquet was also a day of joy for them. Every time this happened, they would remember their past and never forget it. After the banquet began, everyone began to talk about their recent interesting experiences. Most of the time, Zhou Xuanji listened quietly. He enjoyed such an atmosphere, it was so boring to keep cultivating. Jiang Shui sat beside him and asked softly, "You seem to be in a good mood. Did you get another powerful legendary sword?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at her and smiled without saying anything. Now, he didn't have to hide some things. The supreme legendary sword system might attract countless disasters in the mortal world, but it was nothing in the boundless universe. Now, the legendary sword was not Zhou Xuanji's biggest reliance, at least on the surface. The enemy did not know about the sword fusion technique and thought that he relied on other divine abilities. Your disciples have established a branch of Emperor Sword Court outside, attracting many juniors to join. What do you think? Should we let some disciples out? Jiang Shui asked softly. Zhou Xuanji was not in the Kunlun Origin Court, and the Emperor Sword Divine Range often looked for her. She did not want to disturb Zhou Xuanji, so she found this opportunity to ask. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Sure, in the Kunlun Origin Court, as long as you call me, I can hear you." Why wait until now? He already knew about this, but since Jiang Shui did not say anything, he did not bother to mention it. It was good for the disciples to settle down. When one desired something very much, it was the easiest to test one's temperament. After waiting for hundreds of years, it was time to let them go out and explore. When the time comes, pick 10,000 people first. Don't take impatient people or those with weak cultivation, Zhou Xuanji said. In the boundless universe, even the stars' domain was not absolutely safe. They were impatient and easily stirred up trouble. Zhou Xuanji could not always keep an eye on them. Even if he was a disciple of Emperor Sword Court and was killed for provoking enemies, what could he say? Now that the multitude stars' territory was under his control, the living creatures wandering nearby might belong to the multitude stars' territory. He could not be too biased towards one side. He could allocate resources privately, but he had to be fair to outsiders. Okay, I'll remember that. Jiang Shuan nodded with a smile. The banquet continued, and everyone was in high spirits. After the birthday banquet, Zhou Xuanji returned to the Star's Palace. Yuan Sheng had been waiting at the gate for a long time. Zhou Xuanji let him in. Things aren't looking good. The Cardinal Heaven has invited dozens of lords from Northern Limitless to participate in the conference, and you're one of them. If you don't go, it means that you're afraid, and Northern Limitless will definitely look down on you. But if you go, you'll definitely die. Yuan Sheng said anxiously with an ugly expression on his face. It was obvious that the Cardinal Heavens had ill intentions. However, anyone with ambition who rejected them would be eliminated prematurely. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, I already knew. Do you have any specific requirements? He had been waiting for this day for a long time. No requirements, just the location. But if I bring too many subordinates, I will be at a disadvantage in terms of momentum. If I bring all the elites, the Cardinal Heaven might slaughter them, Yuan Sheng guessed. Yuan Sheng guessed. Every choice had a hidden consequence. It wasn't that the Cardinal Heaven was very smart, but that he was too powerful and had too much power. For Zhou Xuanji, it was a complete blow. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, I will bring you and the 5 sovereigns. Yuan Sheng's eyes widened as he asked, then Shen Mianxing, stay in the multitude stars territory, Zhou Xuanji replied. He didn't have complete trust in the Sword Emperor and the 5 sovereigns, so he naturally had to bring them with him. Yuan Sheng took a deep breath and said, Okay, do you have a plan to retreat? Zhou Xuanji didn't answer and asked back, will the evil emperor go too? Of course. Okay, you arrange it. When to go? Wait for another 10 years. We can't go too early. We must wait for most people to arrive before we arrive. That's the safest way. Okay. After Zhou Xuanji made up his mind, Yuan Sheng left in a hurry. He needed to make some preparations to deal with various situations. After he left, Zhou Xuanji called Wu Yan over. This guy had been busy winning people's hearts in the dragon follower territory, and the results were pretty good. Daozang Xian still didn't know that his forces were collapsing. He was busy cultivating, wanting to catch up to Zhou Xuanji as soon as possible. No matter how big the dragon follower territory was, what really determined the status of a force was the strength of the highest combat power. Wu Yan asked, Master, what's the matter? His eyes were still so clear, unaffected by the power. The Cardinal Heaven invited me to participate in the Northern Infinity Festival. Come with me, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. With the Eastern Infinity royal family there, the Cardinal Heaven and the evil emperor would have to hesitate if they wanted to touch him. Wu Yan nodded and said, I will listen to your orders at any time. Tell me about your situation in the dragon follower territory, Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. This kid knew everything, but he pretended to be ignorant. Wu Yan didn't hide anything and began to tell him about his recent situation. He had secretly controlled dozens of courts. On the surface, the court lords were still in power, but he had secretly grasped the lifelines of these court lords and made them work for him. Daozang Xian had been in seclusion for over 1,000 years, and had never shown himself. Coincidentally, Daozang Xian's trusted followers noticed that something was wrong, and speechless needed to disappear for some time. Yes, let's wait in the astral domain. Zhou Xuanji nodded and left without a word. Seeing his unchanging face, Zhou Xuanji suspected that he was a puppet. 10 years passed as quickly as it came. Zhou Xuanji set off with Yuanqing leading the way. The Sword Emperors, the 5 sovereigns, and Wordless followed behind him. The 5 supreme beings couldn't remain calm. After all, they were about to face the unending overlord of the North and the legendary legend. What awaited them might very well be death. Yuanqing was talking to Wu Yan. He had guessed Wu Yan's identity the moment he saw her, so he was very excited. Little brother, do you think the evil emperor or a cardinal heaven expert is more of a threat? Yuanqing asked with a smile. The pressure on him was gone. With the Eastern Endless royal family present, they could be considered to have a powerful backer. Unlike the Northern Unending Realm, the Eastern Unending Realm was absolutely unified. The imperial clan would exist forever, and it would be everlasting. Speechless answered, it's all the same. Even if his attitude was indifferent, Yuanqing was still enthusiastic. The Sword Emperors and the 5 sovereigns were very curious. What was this kid's identity? Yuanqing's status was only below Zhou Xuanji's. Even the great sovereigns of the astral domain had to bow to him. Chapter 983. The northern boundless region was vast. It would take a long time to travel from the All-Stars domain to the venue of the meeting. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji rested on the legendary sword throne while Yuanqing dragged the group forward with his divine energy. Wu Yan did not like to talk. The 5 sovereigns were also silent and cultivated on their own. Yuanqing was the most anxious. As he led the group, he had to be careful of possible dangers ahead. Although the Cardinal Heaven invited Zhou Xuanji openly, who could guarantee that there would be no ambushes along the way? They traveled for about 5 years. This day, they encountered a giant ship that was 1,000 miles long. There were many buildings on the ship, and it was already an island on the ship. It was dazzling and majestic, and there were many golden-armored divine soldiers floating above the giant ship, patrolling for it. Who is that? Zhou Xuanji asked softly. He could sense waves of powerful auras. There were more than 100 who were not inferior to the 5 sovereigns of the Sword Emperor. They were definitely an overlord in the northern boundless region. Yuanqing said with squinted eyes, before the Cardinal Heaven appeared, the most powerful overlord after the evil emperor was Tang Xuanwu. The Tang clan came from the Kunlun origin court. After the primeval sovereign era, every Kunlun origin court lord who came to the boundless universe would receive their help. Through them, they developed an endless network of connections. Even if the evil emperor wanted to get rid of them, he would have to think twice. Tang Xuanwu. Zhou Xuanji had heard of this name before. In the northern boundless region, other than the evil emperor, he was the second most powerful faction to rebel against the Cardinal Heaven. It was said that Tang Xuanwu was the second most powerful cultivator in the northern boundless region, just below the evil emperor. After the Cardinal Heaven resurrected, he was ambushed by Tang Xuanwu and was almost defeated. That battle infuriated the Cardinal Heaven, and the 2 factions had reached a point of no return. You must be the Sword Emperor Zhou Xuanji. You are bringing so few people to the Cardinal Heaven meeting? Aren't you seeking death? A sonorous voice came from the ship with a mocking tone. Zhou Xuanji replied, doesn't bringing too many people mean that you are afraid? Having heard that, a loud laughter came from the ship. The golden-armored divine soldiers turned to look at Zhou Xuanji with displeasure. They had heard of Zhou Xuanji's name. But to them, Zhou Xuanji was just a rising star. They had to show respect to their master. Interesting. You're right. Let's see who's afraid when the time comes. Tang Xuanwu's laughter rang out once again. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant ship suddenly sped up and disappeared into the end of the universe in the blink of an eye. Supreme Zhenhuan curled his lips and said, you really know how to act. The other 4 supreme beings were also very displeased. They didn't like Tang Xuanwu's tone and were very unhappy. Zhou Xuanji chuckled and said, it's okay. Let's see who will have the last laugh. Tang Xuanwu didn't show up even though he was talking to him. It was obvious that he looked down on him. Zhou Xuanji did not hate him for this, but he did not have a good impression of him either. His situation is worse than ours. He isn't as strong as the demonic emperor, and he has a grudge against Cardinal Heaven. He's the best target for Cardinal Heaven to establish their might. Yuanqing shook his head, his tone full of mockery. Speechless nodded and said, I can already see his death. Zhou Xuanji smiled but did not reply. He thought so too. Cardinal Heaven experts would lose face if they didn't kill some people. Perhaps Tang Xuanwu had also thought of this, which was why he had mobilized so many people. They continued on their way. The venue of the meeting was a massive planet called the Supreme Planet. It was said to be created by Cardinal Heaven temporarily. Its gravity was extremely exaggerated, and only great sovereigns could withstand it. Yuanqing calculated the time and only accelerated when he felt that it was about time. The Supreme Planet was located in an empty universe. Apart from meteorites, there were no other stars or court realms nearby. Looking from a distance, the Supreme Planet looked like a massive fireball. The flames only existed in the sky above the Supreme Planet. The land was beautiful, with verdant hills and limpid waters. Above the sea of fire, countless living beings were waiting. Tang Xuanwu's massive golden ship appeared out of nowhere and descended toward the Supreme Planet. The sea of flames above the clouds parted to make way for them. Soon after Tang Xuanwu arrived, Zhou Xuanji and the others also arrived at the Supreme Planet. Zhou Xuanji sat on the throne of the legendary sword and observed the Supreme Planet while keeping an eye on his surroundings. Yuanqing sighed in amazement, this planet contains countless treasures. The sovereign spent a lot of money on it. There must be a great restriction on it. Toward the end, he couldn't help but feel nervous. The 5 sovereigns took out their enchanted artifacts and were ready to fight at any time. Wordless was also looking around, but he looked more curious than anything else. Soon, they passed through the sea of flames and flew toward the land. Zhou Xuanji looked down and saw more than 100 gigantic stone statues. They were all different from each other and reached into the clouds. He saw the sovereign heaven stone statues and his own stone statues. These stone statues should be the overlords of the northern boundless continent. They were of different heights. His stone statue belonged to the shorter category. The tallest was sovereign heaven, followed by the evil emperors. At first glance, the sovereign heaven and evil emperor's stone statues looked similar. But if one looked closely, one would realize that the sovereign heaven stone statue was slightly taller than the evil emperor's. How scheming. Zhou Xuanji had no objections. He landed on the head of his own stone statue with Yuanqing and the others. He saw that most of the stone statues had people standing on their heads. The overlord's subordinates were scattered around the stone statues and hovered in the air. Some of them were already sweating because the pressure here was too great. Once they entered the Supreme Planet, they felt as though they were carrying a large world on their backs. It was extremely heavy. Yuanqing glanced at the majestic stone statues that emerged from the sea of clouds and said softly, "They are all important figures." Zhou Xuanji saw Daozong Xian's silhouette. That guy's stone statue was shorter than him, and he had a few dozen great sovereigns with him. Daozong Xian was also looking at Zhou Xuanji. Their eyes met, and he immediately gave a flattering smile. Before he came, he met Zhou Xuanji and wanted to work together. But Zhou Xuanji used the excuse that he was in closed-door cultivation to ask Jin Sheng to dissuade him. Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly at him before sitting on the legendary sword throne and staring blankly. Some overlords took out their enchanted treasures as chairs, some stood motionless, and some meditated on the ground. The atmosphere was quite strange. Zhou Xuanji finally saw Tang Xuanwu. He stepped out of the giant golden ship. He was wearing a golden dragon robe and a jade pearl crown, which was very similar to the Jade Emperor in Zhou Xuanji's imagination. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, giving off a feeling of being high-spirited and showing off his abilities. After he landed on the head of the stone statue, a golden chair appeared out of thin air behind him. 2 golden dragons coiled around the back of the chair. He leaned back on the dragon chair and looked down at all the overlords present. At a glance, there were less than 10 owners of the stone statues who were not here. Boom! At this moment, the sky changed. Thunderclouds rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. A demonic wind blew. A black whirlwind landed on the evil emperor's stone statue, and the sky darkened. So coquettish. Tang Xuanwu curled his lip and said disdainfully. Before the sovereign heaven appeared, he and the evil emperor were already at odds. Chapter 984. The black whirlwind dissipated, revealing the domineering figure of the demonic emperor. He wore a black robe with many scales on it. On his left shoulder was a helmet with 2 sharp fangs attached to it. It looked extremely ferocious. He had long, dark purple hair, an evil face, and snake-like eyes. His clothes were very long, spreading along the top of the stone statue's head. He swept his gaze across the surroundings and laughed softly. Looks like my North Limitless is filled with heroes. Those who should come have all come. There aren't many cowards here. He spoke very softly, but everyone here had a high cultivation base, so they could all hear him. Immediately, many heroes puffed out their chests and raised their heads, revealing proud smiles. Zhou Xuanji sized up the evil emperor and was shocked in his heart. The demonic emperor was definitely the strongest existence he had ever seen. Even though he didn't release any aura, it still made him feel powerless, as if he was a mortal facing a deity. The evil emperor didn't sit down. He just stood there, causing the entire supreme planet to fall silent. When the heroes who rushed over saw this scene, they kept quiet out of fear and lowered their heads to return to the top of their stone statues. After all the heroes had arrived, only a Cardinal Heaven expert had yet to appear. No one was surprised by this. If a Cardinal Heaven expert had appeared earlier, it would have damaged his reputation. Everyone waited patiently. There was a loud bang. A blazing beam of light descended from the sky and landed on the head of the Cardinal Heaven expert. Everyone looked up. Curiosity, apprehension, nervousness, excitement, fear, and various other emotions intertwined in their hearts. Cardinal Heaven experts had threatened to slaughter Bei Wujin, so this meeting was definitely not friendly. Yuansheng was very nervous, but there was more excitement in his eyes. The Sword Arch and the 5 Venerables had complicated looks in their eyes. They had initially wanted to seek refuge with the Cardinal Heaven, but now that they had become the enemies of the Cardinal Heaven, their feelings were naturally different. When the raging flames dissipated, the figure of a Cardinal Heaven expert was revealed. His posture was domineering, and his eyes contained a disdainful sharpness. It was exactly the same as the Cardinal Heaven he had encountered on the training island. However, the main body's aura was stronger and could shake the entire universe. He looked at all of the lords, and his gaze paused on Zhou Xuanji for a moment. Just this moment was enough for everyone to catch it. The other lords all looked at Zhou Xuanji with strange gazes. This fellow is dead for sure. That was what they all thought. The faces of Yuansheng and the 5 sword sovereigns darkened. They felt a pressure that felt like the sky was collapsing. They felt an earth-shattering pressure. Cardinal Heaven's gaze finally landed on the evil emperor. The 2 overlords of the northern endless region stared at each other, causing the air to freeze. Evil emperor, it seems like under my pressure, your cultivation has broken through again. Cardinal Heaven laughed mockingly. He had always looked down on the evil emperor. In his opinion, the later primeval exalted 3 heavens were the true existences that should dominate the boundless universe, and the current juniors should make way for them. The evil emperor shook his head and smiled. I wonder when Senior will be able to recover to his peak. I can't wait. The Cardinal Heaven expert's voice. The sovereign's eyes turned. Zhou Xuanji was very curious about how high their cultivations were. Just this sort of verbal battle made the divine energy within his body restless and uneasy. The Cardinal Heaven expert didn't explode. Instead, he looked at everyone and said, "Today, I have gathered everyone here for the sake of the stability of the North Boundless Realm. Currently, the North Boundless Realm is in turmoil and needs stability. Everyone here is ambitious, so why don't we decide on a ranking?" The heroes' expressions changed. They didn't reply immediately. In this chaotic world, not all lords relied on their own strength to climb to power. Some relied on intelligence or personal charisma. If it was purely based on strength, what kind of bean soup could they get? Tang Xuanwu coldly snorted and said, "According to what you said, the bigger the fist, the bigger the territory. What kind of logic is that? Some people inherited their domains from their elders. They might not be strong, but their governing abilities are outstanding. The people under them live very peacefully. If it was someone else, the people might fall into an abyss of suffering." His words caused many lords to nod their heads. It would be best if someone took the lead to contradict a cardinal heaven expert. They all refused to submit to a cardinal heaven expert. If he had, he would have long sought refuge in the cardinal heaven and never appeared here again. The evil emperor laughed. "Senior, in terms of strength, I'm afraid the entire northern boundless should belong to me. The current you is not my match." His eyes were burning as if he was provoking a cardinal heaven expert and forcing him to make a move. Everyone was shocked. The heroes suddenly recalled that the demonic emperor was the true overlord of the northern endless lands. A cardinal heaven expert glanced at the evil emperor and said with a faint smile, "Junior, do you really think you're my match?" Boom! The sovereign star suddenly shook violently. Everyone turned around and saw the sea of flames covering the surface of the planet descend and connect to the horizon. Since everyone is unconvinced, then let's fight to the death here. Whoever can kill me will break this formation. Cardinal Heaven laughed wildly, his tone filled with disdain. The evil emperor frowned. Could it be that this guy had already recovered to his peak? Otherwise, how could he be so arrogant? "My people, come out." Cardinal Heaven raised his head and cried out. Just as he spoke, black holes appeared under the sea of flames, and figures giving off terrifying auras stepped out. Zhou Xuanji's pupils constricted. Venomous centipedes. They were the venomous centipedes he had encountered on the training island. Back then, he had killed over 10,000 venomous centipedes, but he could not tell which was the real one. He did not expect more venomous centipedes to appear. At a glance, the sky was filled with countless venomous centipedes. These venomous centipedes were exactly the same as the ones he had seen before. They were bare-chested and had disheveled hair. Lightning seemed to be wrapped around their muscles. Everyone took out their enchanted artifacts and prepared to fight. "This guy is indeed a ferocious war beast nurtured by a cardinal heaven," Yuan Sheng said with gritted teeth. He had seen venomous centipedes on the training island and felt that it was strange. The Sword Emperor and the 5 sovereigns frowned as well. Zhou Xuanji looked at Wu Yan and asked with a smile, "What do you think we should do now?" Wu Yan muttered, "Fight. This is your best chance to become one of the overlords of the northern continent. Cardinal Heaven cannot destroy all the overlords." His eyes locked onto the venomous centipedes, and no one knew what he was thinking. "Since it's like this, let's fight." Zhou Xuanji got up slowly. The suppressive might sword and Thousand Realms chaotic hegemon execution sword appeared in his hands. He activated the sword fusion technique, and the legendary sword throne entered his body. His explosive aura attracted many people's attention. Cardinal Heaven and the evil emperor also glanced at him. The 7 great sovereigns had such an aura. He has indeed become more powerful. Cold sweat covered Daozong Xian's forehead. He was not as powerful as Zhou Xuanji. What should he do next? At the same time, thousands of venomous centipedes swooped down toward the massive stone statues. The evil emperor also attacked. His opponent was naturally a cardinal heaven. Their palms collided, and a berserk aura swept out in all directions. Even though Zhou Xuanji's aura was fully unleashed, he was still sent flying back. What kind of power is this? His eyes widened, and his heart was filled with shock. Chapter 985. Even someone as powerful as Zhou Xuanji was sent flying by the battle auras of the evil emperor and cardinal heaven cultivators, let alone those who were weaker than Zhou Xuanji. The stone statues shattered one after another, and the centipede silhouette dashed through the sea of clouds. Everyone was engaged in battle. Zhou Xuanji was also targeted by a centipede. The 5 sword emperors stood in front of him and helped him kill the centipede. He suddenly realized that the number of centipedes was still increasing. The black holes in the sky were still there, and some centipedes would come out from them from time to time. The evil emperor and cardinal heaven cultivators soared into the sky and fought in the sky. Their auras were extremely powerful, and they used all kinds of divine abilities easily. Countless abnormal phenomena appeared. Sometimes, flowers fell from the sky, and sometimes, white cranes filled the sky. Dragons and phoenixes danced in the sky, and the scenery changed. The cardinal heaven cultivators blocked all of the evil emperor's attacks with their palms. The evil emperor wielded a black halberd. As he swung it, black lightning coiled around him. He was so insufferably arrogant. In front of his fighting posture, everyone couldn't help but revere him. Zhou Xuanji did not attack under the protection of the 5 sword emperors. He looked at the battle between the evil emperor and cardinal heaven cultivators, hoping to learn something. Yuan Sheng stood beside him and said with gritted teeth, "They are too powerful. If not for us restraining ourselves, we might all die." "Why restraining ourselves?" Zhou Xuanji asked in astonishment. Killing them all was a good thing for the evil emperor and cardinal heaven cultivators. They must be threatening them with the other endless worlds. "They want to subdue us," Yuan Sheng replied. Wu Yin nodded and said, "The relationship between the 4 endless worlds is very subtle. Among them, the ancient geniuses are determined to conquer the 4 endless worlds. Outside the 4 endless worlds, many other factions are restless. The endless world is boundless, and the overlords of the 4 endless worlds have yet to truly control it. The division of the 4 endless worlds was only a rough division. It did not really divide the endless world into 4 regions." Zhou Xuanji thought with narrowed eyes. This meant that the cardinal heaven cultivators might have taken a liking to him. What was the purpose of this battle? At this moment, the cardinal heaven cultivator raised his right arm with a savage smile. Countless flames burst out from his palm and turned into fire phoenixes with a wingspan of 3,000 meters, sweeping across the surroundings. These fire phoenixes flew toward the evil emperor from all directions. The flames burned fiercely, and the space distorted. The temperature of the entire sovereign star skyrocketed, and Zhou Xuanji's body was visibly turning red. Everyone looked over in horror. The power contained in those fire phoenixes was enough to make them shiver. Surrounded by the fire phoenixes, the demonic emperor's expression did not change. He brandished the black halberd and afterimages appeared one after another, dazzling everyone's eyes. Strong winds wreaked havoc and destroyed the fire phoenixes one after another. His moves might not be as shocking as those of a cardinal heaven expert, but they were invincible. He suddenly stopped, raised his left hand, and an exaggerated giant axe appeared in his hand. The axe was 6 meters long, and its blade was sharp like a piece of dark green cold iron. He waved the dark green axe, and all the fire phoenixes were absorbed into the axe's blade. "Cardinal Heaven. This is no longer your era. The post-ancient venerated 3 heavens is a joke in front of the 4 overlords." The demonic emperor laughed arrogantly. He was in high spirits. He turned and rushed towards the cardinal heaven. He crossed thousands of miles with a single step and arrived in front of a cardinal heaven expert. His long spear was like a dragon as it pointed straight at the cardinal heaven expert's throat. Bang! A layer of raging flames ignited on the surface of the cardinal heaven expert's body and forcefully blocked the long halberd. However, the raging flames suddenly drilled into the dark green axe. The demonic emperor smirked and pierced the black halberd into the cardinal heaven expert's throat. The cardinal heaven expert did not panic but smiled condescendingly. "Junior, you know nothing about power," the cardinal heaven said with a soft laugh. Just as he spoke, a horrifying suction force was generated from his body and sucked the demonic emperor into it. The entire process happened too quickly, and the demonic emperor could not react in time. Tang Xuanwu, who was looking for an opportunity to attack, opened his eyes wide and cried out in shock, "What did you do?" The cardinal heaven turned to look at him and said with a smile, "This is my divine ability. It can devour everything. I'm the heavenly law's true form, and my cultivation has surpassed the imperishable realm. How can you juniors compete with me?" After speaking, the Cardinal Heaven raised his right hand. Screech, a phoenix's cry exploded out, and a fire phoenix descended from the sky. Tang Xuanwu's expression changed drastically, and he instinctively raised his arms to block. Boom! He was hit by the fire phoenix and fell into the sea of clouds. Zhou Xuanji also saw the demonic emperor being devoured. For some reason, he felt that the Cardinal Heaven divine ability was somewhat familiar. Wait! The Cardinal Heaven did not kill them. Could it be that he wanted to devour them alive? Zhou Xuanji's expression changed. Not only him, but so did Yuan Sheng and Wordless. They all thought of this. It can't be. Yuan Sheng mumbled with a trembling voice as he trembled. Don't resist. Zhou Xuanji said with a deep voice. He immediately enveloped Yuan Sheng and the others with his sovereign divine power. The next second, he entered godly emptiness state and jumped out of the sovereign star. The Cardinal Heaven looked up and said in astonishment, "Godly emptiness state. I didn't expect a junior to be able to master such an immortal miracle." He immediately disappeared from his original spot. In godly emptiness state. Seeing the space-time kaleidoscope around them, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. My lord is the best. You can directly. Yuan Sheng praised. Before he could finish, his expression froze. The Cardinal Heaven appeared above their heads and looked down at them. Juniors, where do you think you can run to? The Cardinal Heaven said with a cold laugh. His gaze fell on Zhou Xuanji, and his murderous intent materialized like two beams of cold light that landed on Zhou Xuanji's face. Zhou Xuanji looked up and took a deep breath. You want to kill me? You don't deserve to die. It's you who deserves to die. You have a fiery temper, just like me back then. But do you have my serendipity? Hee hee. Zhou Xuanji held both swords and activated the Sword Emperor Absolute Art. Boom! The Cardinal Heaven's robe shook violently, and the space-time kaleidoscope around him exploded before returning to its original state. Zhou Xuanji frowned. His Sword Emperor Absolute Art did not cause any damage to the Cardinal Heaven. This was the first time the Sword Emperor Absolute Art lost. If he was powerful enough to injure a Cardinal Heaven, then the post-ancient sovereign three heavens would be too weak. You have great talent indeed, the Cardinal Heaven praised, but you have to die for offending me. He raised his right palm and slammed down. In the blink of an eye, two faded pearls flew out from Zhou Xuanji's head and blocked the Cardinal Heaven's palm. Boom! The Cardinal Heaven was sent flying backward by his own palm. His expression changed drastically as he looked at the two faded pearls in disbelief. Yuan Sheng and the Sword Emperor, who were in despair, were also shocked. They stared at the faded pearls with squinted eyes. What's this? The Cardinal Heaven cried out in shock. His expression was extremely unsightly as he slammed his palm again. The billowing flames engulfed Zhou Xuanji and the others. The two faded pearls created a sphere of light that protected them from the flames.